pointed black spires, but he said they could get over it if they found something or someone to give them a boost up. He could lift her onto his shoulders and help her over, but it would be impossible for him to follow, and the nuns would probably stop him before he could. They talked about moving the slide or the roundabout over to the fence to climb on, but the slide was anchored to the ground, and he was certain the roundabout was too heavy. They thought about getting the other boys to help lift them over the fence, but they might tell someone what they were planning or would want to come too. Then, on a dark, dreary afternoon, while Finn was telling Pia about a back door in the kitchen that led out to the vegetable gardens, Sister Ernestine marched into the recreation hall and ordered the boys to line up against one wall. Certain someone had overheard her and Finn talking, Pia dropped her eyes and concentrated on her cross-stitch, her heart pounding. Chairs scraped over the floor and footsteps hurried across the room as the boys put down their toys and books, the older ones helping the younger ones move over to the wall. Pia got up and edged closer, sitting behind a group of other girls so she could hear what was going on. "Stand up straight and smooth your collars," Sister Ernestine ordered the boys. She pointed at one boy's feet. "And tie your shoes." The boy dropped to one knee and did as he was told. Mother Joe entered the room with Nurse Wallace a few seconds later, her face pinched, her chin in the air. "Here they are, Nurse Wallace," she said, then stood waiting with her sinewy hands in her sleeves. "If I'd known you were coming, I would have made them clean up a bit first." "They're fine, Mother Joe," Nurse Wallace said. "Thank you for accommodating me on such short notice." She started moving down the line of boys, studying each one, up and down. Some of the boys smiled hopefully at her, while others stared with frightened eyes. Halfway down the line, she stopped in front of a gangly, dark-haired, green-eyed boy. "What's your name?" she said. "Kafka," the boy said. "We call him Thomas," Mother Joe said. Nurse Wallace nodded once to acknowledge Mother Joe, then said to the boy, "And your surname?" The boy furrowed his brow and looked at the older boy standing next to him. "Your last name," the older boy said. "What's your last name?" "Bobek," Kafka said. Nurse Wallace gestured for him to step out of line, then kept moving. She stopped in front of a curly-headed blonde in a button-up shirt who looked to be about 5 years old. "And your name?" "Gerhardt," the boy mumbled, staring at his feet. "Gerald," Mother Joe corrected him. Nurse Wallace asked the boy to step out of line. "Thank you for telling me the truth, Gerhardt," he said to him. "Do you know your last name?" "Nussbaum," the boy mumbled. "Well, I have good news, Kafka and Gerhardt," the nurse said. "I've found both of you new homes." Kafka beamed at Nurse Wallace, but Gerhardt started to cry. Nurse Wallace knelt in front of him, the hem of her long uniform jacket folding over on the floor. "What's wrong, little one?" Gerhardt turned and stretched one hand toward an older boy, standing against the wall, fat tears sliding down his red cheeks. "Mein Bruder!" he cried. The older boy smiled at him with flooding eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but Nurse Wallace chimed in. "Your brother?" she said. Gerhardt nodded frantically. Nurse Wallace straightened and crooked a finger at the older boy, smiling and telling him to come stand beside his brother. "It's all right," she said to Gerhardt. "Don't cry. Your brother can come too." The older boy ran over to Gerhardt and put a reassuring hand on his small shoulder. Gerhardt wrapped his short arms around his older brother's waist and squeezed, beaming through his tears. Pia swallowed the lump in her throat and glanced over at Finn, who was at the end of the line. Did seeing the brothers so happy together tug at his heartstrings too? Certainly it reminded him of his older brothers, just like it reminded her of the twins. To her surprise, he was scowling, his eyes fixed on Nurse Wallace. Why was he looking at her like that? Was he scared, confused, angry? It was hard to tell. Then she had another thought, one that made her heart race. What if Nurse Wallace took him too? When Nurse Wallace started herding Kafka, Gerhardt, and his brother toward the door, Mother Joe trailing behind them, Pia breathed a sigh of relief. "We're so grateful for this, Nurse Wallace," Mother Joe said. "Surely God will hold a special place for you in heaven. And of course, there's nothing that makes us happier than seeing our children find new homes. Bless you, my dear." Nurse Wallace stopped and turned to face her. "Thank you for trusting me, Mother Joe," she said. "I'll return for more as soon as I can." She glanced back at the boys, all of them still standing ramrod straight along the wall. When her eyes landed on Finn, she faltered, a strange, startled look on her face. She quickly looked away and hurried into the hall, ushering Kafka, Gerhardt, and his brother out ahead of her. Pia turned her attention to Finn again. He was staring at the door, watching the nurse leave, the peculiar expression still on his face. Why had he and the nurse looked at each other that way? It didn't make sense. She went back to the corner and sat down again, waiting for him to sit nearby so she could ask. But Sister Ernestine clapped her hands, announced it was time to return to the wards, and started ushering the boys from the room. Pia got to her feet and rushed to catch up to Finn, a strange tightness building in her chest. Something about the way he looked at Nurse Wallace made her nervous. If he was worried about her taking him, why did he still look unsettled when she left? She hurried past several of the other boys and reached out to tap him on the shoulder, but Sister Ernestine grabbed her by the arm and held her back. "Keep your hands to yourself, Miss Lange," she snarled, "and no jumping ahead in line." Pia pulled away from her grasp, but not before feeling a funny sensation in her chest, like a slowing of her heart. Something was wrong with Sister Ernestine, but it didn't feel urgent, like anything that would sicken her right away. It probably had something to do with her age, and Pia didn't care anyway. She had more important things on her mind. She started toward the door again, but Sister Ernestine made her wait until the last orphan filed out of the room. By the time Pia reached the hall, Finn was nowhere to be seen. The following day, the sun finally reappeared, and everyone was allowed outside for a few minutes after breakfast. Sister Ernestine stood shivering on the steps with her arms crossed, a sour look on her face. Pia walked across the yard toward the river, waiting for Finn to come outside with the rest of the boys. After lying awake most of the night, worrying about Nurse Wallace taking him the next time she came back, she could hardly wait to see him. Brown swaths of frozen grass lay bared by the wind, and mounds of snow leaned against the fence and playground equipment, one massive drift stretching through the back fence like a giant sand dune, nearly reaching the top of the high spires. If the drift had been made of dirt, Pia could have walked up and over it to the other side. She tested to see if it would hold her weight. Her shoes broke through the thin, icy crust, but the snow beneath was firm. She took a few steps, holding her arms out for balance, and climbed higher. Her heartbeat picked up speed. This could be her chance. She jumped down and glanced around the yard, searching for Finn. The boys had come outside, but she didn't see him anywhere. Rubbing her hands together and pacing back and forth, she pretended she was trying to stay warm, when in reality she felt like she'd stepped inside a furnace, her nerves making her roast inside her coat. Her mind raced, thinking of everything they had to do when they were free. The first place they needed to go was her old apartment, to ask the people living there if Vater had returned. If he hadn't, they would knock on the neighbors' doors to see if they knew anything about the twins. After that, she wasn't sure what would happen. Hopefully they'd find her father right away. She plunged her hands in her pockets and checked the door again. She didn't see Finn anywhere. Melting snow dripped from the trees and the bars of the swing set, while great sheets of ice cracked and slid down the slide. A girl shrieked and ran away from a boy playing blind man's bluff, making Pia jump. She scanned the yard for what felt like the 100th time. Why was Finn taking so long to come outside? She clenched her jaw and went over to two boys playing kick the can near the slide. One was tall and lanky with a big nose, and the other was short and muscular. Despite their size, they looked to be only about 10 years old. When they saw her approach, they stopped playing. "Do you know Finn Duffy?" she said. The lanky boy put a protective foot on the can. "Yeah," he said. "He's from our ward." "Do you know where he is?" The boys glanced at each other, then looked back at her, puzzlement lining their faces. "You didn't hear?" the muscular one said. Pia's stomach nodded. "Hear what?" "He's gone," the lanky one said. Pia drew in a sharp breath. "What do you mean he's gone? Gone where?" Panic beat against her rib cage like a trapped bird. "When we woke up this morning, his bed was empty. He wasn't at breakfast either." Pia's heart dropped like an anvil in her chest. Finn had left without her. He had escaped and abandoned her. He'd said something once about going alone and coming back for her, that maybe it would be easier. But she didn't think he was being serious. How could he do that to her, especially without telling her first? A dull, empty ache gnawed at her stomach, and she felt like she might be sick. "Where do you think he went?" she managed. "How are we supposed to know?" the lanky boy said. "Did he say anything to either of you before he left?" she said. "Did he leave a message for me or anything like that?" The boys shook their heads. "Do you think he got out on his own?" she said. "You mean escaped?" the lanky boy said. "Nah," the muscular boy said. "If he escaped, we'd all be locked in our wards right now, and the nuns would be in running around like chickens with their heads cut off." "I say he got adopted," the lanky boy said. "Either that, or he got sent to the home for industrious boys. That's what happens when you're his age." "Where is that?" Pia said. "How the heck would we know?" the lanky boy said. "We only heard about the place. We ain't never been there." Pia reached blindly for the edge of the slide, certain she was about to fall over. But her hand caught nothing but air. Her feet slipped out from under her, and she landed hard on a patch of ice. Pain shot through her elbow and arm, and the sound of cracking bones exploded in her mind. The muscular boy leaned over her, his shocked face blocking out the blue sky. "Holy shit. Are you all right?" She closed her eyes, struggling to catch her breath, and cradled her throbbing arm in her hand. No, she wasn't all right. She didn't think she'd ever be all right again. Chapter 19. Bernice. Sitting at the Pattersons' worn kitchen table, Bernice sipped her coffee and leisurely read the newspaper while flecks of snow swirled against the backdrop of a white flannel sky outside the window, clinking against the glass like tiny pebbles. It was Sunday. The boys were napping. The Pattersons had gone to play bridge with their friends, and she relished the rare few hours of peace and quiet. The past 2 months had been exhausting, asking for donations and looking for immigrant children, not to mention walking farther and farther in the cold every day to make sure she didn't visit the same houses twice. As usual, she read the obituaries to see how many deaths were attributed to the Spanish influenza. The list contained fewer and fewer names every week, but apparently the terrifying sickness hadn't been completely eradicated. Every time she saw a child's obituary, she couldn't help thinking about taking little Joseph to meet Mr. and Mrs. Winston. Seeing the shocked look on their faces when they'd opened the door had undoubtedly been the highlight of her month. "Who is that?" Mrs. Winston had gasped when she saw the infant. Her eyes were still swollen from crying. Mr. Winston frowned at Bernice, clearly wondering what the hell she was doing bringing a baby to their home. "This is Joseph," Bernice said. "He was abandoned at the train station, naked, except for a diaper, and—" Before she could finish, Mrs. Winston stepped forward to take him. "May I?" she said. "Of course," Bernice said. "I don't think that's a good idea, darling," Mr. Winston said. Mrs. Winston ignored him and gathered the swaddled boy in her arms. "Oh, my word," she said. "Look at this perfect little angel." With a gentle finger, she pulled the blanket down from Joseph's chin to get a better look. He blinked up at her, studying her face with curious blue eyes, his perfect pink lips in a tiny O. Who could do such a thing to an innocent child? "Unfortunately, in a city this size," Bernice said, "babies are abandoned quite often." Mrs. Winston gaped at her, shocked. "How dreadful," she said. "What happens to all of them?" "Normally they're sent to orphanages, poorhouses, even asylums," Bernice said. "But since the flu started, the orphanages have become severely overcrowded, so several temporary houses have been set up to take in the extras. Even so, I'm sometimes asked if I know of anyone who can take in an orphaned or abandoned child. And when I saw little Joseph here, you were the first people who came to mind." Mr. Winston opened his mouth to say something, but Bernice didn't give him a chance. "I know you've only recently suffered the tremendous loss of your precious son," she said. "But I can tell you're good, honest folk who loved your child with all your heart. You're the kind of people who make wonderful parents, and babies as young as Joseph fare far better in a loving home than in an institutional setting. He's barely 3 months old and likely wouldn't see the age of 1 if he were left in an orphanage." Mrs. Winston turned to her husband, her eyes flooding. "We can't turn him away," she said. "I'd never be able to live with myself." A war of conflicting emotions, agony, confusion, fear, played over Mr. Winston's face. "I don't know, sweetheart," he said. "We don't know anything about this boy. What if he's sickly or has some kind of mental infirmity? I couldn't bear to see you suffer again." "I'm going to suffer forever," Mrs. Winston said. "Forever. Nothing in this world or the next will ever heal my broken heart. But this poor boy had his heart broken too, and by his own mother, no less. I swear on my brother's grave, there's no reason to be concerned about Joseph's health," Bernice said. "He's been examined by a doctor and is surprisingly healthy, considering what he's been through." She took a folded paper from her pocket and held it out to Mr. Winston. She had written it with her left hand to make it look like the scrawl of a witless woman. This was pinned to his blanket. Mr. Winston took the note and read it out loud. Please find my Joseph a good home. I got nothing and can no longer care for him. He don't fuss much and his appetite is good. Tell him I love him and he will be in my prayers. Oh, good Lord, Mrs. Winston said, her voice trembling. That poor woman. She gazed down at Joseph, already bouncing him gently in her arms as if he belonged there. And you poor, sweet boy, you must have been so frightened. A tear fell from her cheek onto his face, and she gently wiped it away, then looked at her husband again, a sad, wistful smile on her face. Can't you see? He needs us, and we need him. Mr. Winston let out a loud sigh and dropped his shoulders. Are you certain about this, darling? She nodded. Yes, I'm certain. He deserves to be taken care of, and looking after him will help keep my mind occupied. If something had happened to us, you would have wanted someone to take good care of our son instead of sending him off to an awful orphanage, wouldn't you? Besides, look at him. She softly caressed his cheek again. He already knows me. Mr. Winston edged closer and observed the baby, worry lining his brow. There's just one other thing, Bernice said. What is it? Mr. Winston said. In exchange for the child, the orphanage asks for a donation to help cover the cost of his care until today, and to help the other abandoned and orphaned children still there. Mr. Winston's eyes went dark. You might have mentioned that sooner. I would have, Bernice said, but your wife took Joseph from me so suddenly, and I was so caught up in the immediate obvious bond between them, I simply forgot. I do apologize. Whatever it is, Mrs. Winston said, we'll pay it. Darling, Mr. Winston scolded. I couldn't bear to turn him away, Mrs. Winston said, and I won't, especially because of money. Mr. Winston regarded Bernice, his face hard. How much? Bernice clenched her jaw. She'd only come up with the plan a few days earlier and hadn't been sure it would work, so she hadn't decided on an amount. Generally $100, she said, pulling a number out of nowhere. Mr. Winston's mouth fell open. Bernice continued before he could refuse. I understand that sounds like a lot of money, especially during these difficult times, but I don't need the entire sum all at once. I can collect payments whenever you can spare something. I must tell you, though, if you're unable to make the donation, I'm afraid I'll need to find someone else to take Joseph. Rules are rules, and I don't make them. If I did, he'd be yours without question. Mrs. Winston tightened her grip on Joseph, panic-stricken. The fear on her face nearly broke Bernice's heart. But, she reminded herself, she had to do what was necessary to take care of Owen and Mason. Not to mention that giving a God-fearing American couple a white orphan to turn into a contributing member of society instead of letting him end up on the streets someday would be good for the city. The country, too. Surely any patriot would agree with that. She wondered why the people in charge hadn't thought of that already. Instead, they were sending the white children away by train and keeping the foreigners here. It didn't make sense. We only just buried our son, Mr. Winston said. And, as you know, funerals are not cheap. A stab of guilt twisted in Bernice's stomach, thinking of little Wallace, left alone on the bed beside the nurse. He had no pillow-lined casket or solemn church service, no flowers or prayers by his grave. Instead, he'd been abandoned next to a strange dead woman, most likely buried in the same coffin with her too, for all eternity. For all she knew, it was possible, even likely, that they were interred in one of the mass graves in the Potter's Field. The very idea made her head swim. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, counting to 3 and trying to maintain her composure. She couldn't fall apart now, not when she was so close to successfully completing her clever plan. "I understand," she said. "And I'm sure I can persuade the orphanage to take less, considering your circumstances. Would $50 be a reasonable amount?" "Yes," Mrs. Winston said before her husband could answer. "That's an acceptable amount. We'll give it to you straight away." Mr. Winston nodded once, then stomped away to get the cash. Now that money, along with several other donations Bernice had collected earlier in the week, lay safely hidden beneath her mattress in the other room, where Owen and Mason lay napping. It was enough for 2 months' rent, groceries, and 3 more train tickets for immigrant children. But it wasn't going to last forever. She needed to do more. Then she had an idea. She took another sip of coffee, opened the newspaper, and skimmed the obituaries again. Surely some other white middle-class couple had lost a child this week. Chapter 20. Pia. Pia gritted her teeth, trying not to scream as Sister Maria from the sick hall examined her injured arm. The nun's hands were strong and calloused, and every squeeze between her thumb and fingers felt like a vice crushing Pia's bones. If there was anything wrong with the nun, Pia never would have felt it. Between the pain, the sudden loss of Finn, and any hope of escape gone with him, she couldn't stop crying. Sister Ernestine stood at the foot of the bed, glaring down on her with an angry, disgusted face. "Her forearm feels broken," Sister Maria announced. "Does she need to be moved into the sick hall?" Sister Ernestine said. Sister Maria shook her head. "No, it's a small fracture. She can stay here, but she won't be able to work for a few weeks. I'll splint it and fashion a sling out of a sheet." "Thank you, Sister Maria," Sister Ernestine said. When Sister Maria left to get the supplies for the splint, Sister Agnes entered the ward with Gigi, leading her by the hand. Gigi's face was wet with tears, and she clutched the stuffed rabbit Pia had given her at Christmas to her chest. "What's this?" Sister Ernestine said. "She saw Miss Lange fall, and for some reason she's been inconsolable ever since," Sister Agnes said. "I wanted to show her she was all right, so she'd stop crying." Gigi let go of Sister Agnes's hand and edged up to Pia's bedside, then gently laid the stuffed rabbit beside her, its long pink ears on the pillow. Her eyes were swollen, her face crumpled with sadness. Pia hugged the rabbit under her chin and did her best to smile through her tears. "Thank you, Gigi," she said. "He's already making me feel better." Gigi smiled back, then reached over to gently pat Pia's injured arm. Before Pia could say anything more, Mother Joe marched into the room and shooed Gigi away. Sister Agnes took Gigi by the hand and led her toward the door, leaning over and talking softly in her ear. Before she left, Gigi turned and waved, her face glum. Mother Joe shoved her sinewy hands beneath her sleeves and stood over Pia, towering above her like a black wall. "It's my understanding that no one is quite sure what happened to you, Miss Lange," she said. "Did those boys push you or intentionally harm you in any way?" Pia pushed herself up on her good arm and rested on her elbow. No, it was my own fault. Please don't punish them.
We haven't yet.
They didn't do anything, I swear, Pia said. I was asking them about Finn Duffy, and I fell on the ice. Do you know where he is, Mother Joe?
No need to worry about him, Miss Lange, Mother Joe said. Right now, you have bigger problems.
Was he adopted? Did you send him to the Home for Industrious Boys?
That doesn't concern you, Miss Lange.
But it does, Mother Joe. Please, you have to tell me where he is. Did he escape?
Mother Joe glanced at Sister Ernestine and rolled her eyes, an exasperated look on her face. Miss Lange, she said, I won't say it again. If it doesn't have anything to do with you, what goes on at St. Vincent's is none of your business. Now mind your manners and thank God for looking after you. I spoke to Sister Maria, and she said you were very lucky. The break in your arm could have been much worse.
What about releasing me like you said you would, Mother Joe? Pia said. Is that any of my business?
Mother Joe's eyes went dark. I suggest you use your head for more than a hat rack, and stop worrying about anything except staying out of trouble and getting better, Miss Lange. You're certainly not going anywhere with a broken arm. So until it's healed, I don't want to hear another word about Finn Duffy or you being released. As a matter of fact, I don't want to hear another word from or about you.
Pia knew she should stop aggravating her, but she was desperate. But you said you'd arrange something, she said. You said you'd let me go.
Not another word, Miss Lange, or you'll spend your recovery down in the basement. Is that clear?
Pia dropped her gaze, her eyes burning. Yes, Mother Joe.
Mother Joe harumphed, then turned and left the room, Sister Ernestine on her heels.
Pia collapsed back on the bed, sinking into a pit of despair, the sharp pain in her arm throbbing with every hard beat of her broken heart. Despite the fact that she could only feed and rock the babies, Pia was sent back to work in the baby ward a few days after breaking her arm. The pain had dulled somewhat, but it was always there, like the black boulder of grief inside her heart, ready to make itself known if she moved just right or tried to lift something using that hand. The minute she saw Sister Agnes, she asked about Finn.
I wouldn't know the boy if I fell over him, dear, Sister Agnes said.
Well, has Mother Joe said anything about one of the older boys being sent somewhere?
Sister Agnes shook her head. She doesn't tell us where every child goes. The sisters are much too busy trying to...
What if someone escaped? Pia said. Would she tell you about that?
The nun's eyes went wide. Mercy me, I would think so. Then she furrowed her brow, thinking. On the other hand, Mother Joe is extremely proud of running a tight ship. If something like that happened, she wouldn't want word to get out that someone had pulled the wool over her eyes.
Would you ask her for me?
Ask her what, child?
If someone escaped.
Oh, no, child. Woe betide the nun who questions Mother Joe about her competence.
Could you ask her if a boy named Finn was adopted?
And who do you think she'll suspect of putting me up to that?
Pia sighed.
Me. That's right. Now take my advice before you get yourself into more trouble. I suggest you forget about your friend for now and worry about yourself.
Yes, Sister Agnes, Pia said.
But that was impossible.
On a Monday afternoon, several weeks later, after Pia's splint and sling were removed, Sister Ernestine informed her that Mother Joe wanted to see her. Following the sister into a hallway she'd never seen before, Pia fought to stay calm. It was the first time she'd ever been summoned to Mother Joe's office, and she had no idea what was going to happen. Maybe Mother Joe was going to tell her something about Finn. Maybe she was finally being released. Maybe there was news about the twins or Vater.
Whatever it was going to be very good or very bad. Instead of giving herself the vapors, imagining all sorts of scenarios, she concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Otherwise, she might trip and fall in a heap. When they entered the office, Mother Joe put down her pen and gestured for Pia to take a seat on the other side of her desk. Pia did as she was told, sitting on her hands to keep them from shaking. Sister Ernestine stood near a set of bookshelves, her arms crossed over her chest. Black and white photographs covered the wall above Mother Joe's head, orderly congregations of children posing in the play yard, their faces dark and somber, and groups of nuns holding babies gathered on the front steps. Some of the photos looked faded and old, while others looked more recent. Pia shivered, wondering how many children had passed through St. Vincent's, how many had been beaten with leather straps, force-fed, or locked in a basement room, how many had died, and how many had sat where she was sitting now, waiting to hear news that would forever change their lives. "How is your arm, Miss Lange?" Mother Joe said. Pia pulled her eyes from the haunting photos and tried to focus on the here and now. Part of her wanted to stop time, to give herself a moment to prepare for whatever happened next. The other part of her wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. "Miss Lange?" Mother Joe said. Yes, Mother Joe," Pia said. "My arm feels fine." In truth, it still ached, and her wrist didn't seem as straight as it used to be, but there was no point in saying any of that. No one cared. "Good. I'll get right to the point, then. Now that you're strong again, we're sending you to Byberry to live with a doctor and Mrs. Hudson. They're looking for help with their children and housework in exchange for room and board. You leave this afternoon." Pia went rigid. "But I thought you were going to release me." "That's what I'm doing, Miss Lange. Orphans are bound out all the time, but we've been unable to do it for a while because of the epidemic. There are still a few flu cases cropping up here and there, but we—" The rest of her words were buried beneath Pia's thunderous heartbeat. "No," she said, louder than she intended. "I can't go there. I won't." Mother Joe frowned. "This is a good opportunity, Miss Lange," she said. "If you don't take it, I'll offer it to someone else." Pia's heart raced, trying to figure out how to change Mother Joe's mind, but she couldn't string two thoughts together. "I thought you wanted to leave St. Vincent's." "I do, but—" "Well, Byberry is in the northeast section of Philadelphia. You should be thankful I'm keeping you in the city. Your only other choice is to go out west to work for a family there. There's a train leaving for Kansas tomorrow, and Jenny and some of the other girls will be on it. One way or another, we need to make room for incoming children. It's your choice, Miss Lange." Pia couldn't breathe. She couldn't leave Pennsylvania. She just couldn't. "How long would I have to stay at the Hudsons?" "Why, until you're an adult, of course." A white, blinding panic rushed through Pia's body, making her head and chest feel like they were going to burst. Tears filled her eyes, and she looked down at her pale hands in her lap, swimming like white fish in the brown sea of her worn skirt. All this time, she'd thought she was going to be let go, that she'd be free to look for Ollie and Max. Now she was just being sent to another prison. It was like being put in St. Vincent's all over again. She took a deep breath and tried to think straight. Maybe it'd be easier to escape from someone's house. She'd just have to come up with a new plan. "Yes, Mother Joe." "Yes? What does that mean, Miss Lange?" "It means I'll go to the Hudsons, Mother Joe." "Wonderful. I think you've made the right decision." Mother Joe picked up her pen again. "Miss O'Malley and her driver will take you there following lunch." Pia gritted her teeth. Not Miss O'Malley again. She stood on wobbly legs and turned toward the door. "Oh, and one more thing," Mother Joe said. Yes, Mother Joe? Pia said. Make sure you're on your best behavior at the Hudsons. If they're not happy with your work, or you try pulling stunts like you pulled here, you'll either be sent to a city almshouse or the Byberry Mental Hospital. After today, we no longer have room for you here at St. Vincent's. Sitting cross-legged in the splintered bed of Miss O'Malley's wagon, and hanging on to the wooden sideboards as it bumped along the cobblestones, Pia shivered beneath a threadbare blanket. She wasn't sure if she was shaking because of the cold or because she didn't know what lay ahead. Not only would it be even harder for Vater to find her now, she had no idea what kind of people Dr. and Mrs. Hudson were, or how she would be treated. It was hard to believe anyone who'd turn an orphan into a servant could be compassionate and kind. For all she knew, Mother Joe had purposely taken her out of the frying pan and put her into the fire. Along with being scared, her heart ached knowing she'd never see the babies at St. Vincent's again. Edith had warned her not to get attached. But her eyes grew misty when she thought of Alana, who clung to Pia as if she were her mother, and little Yakov, who never cried, even when he had a dirty diaper or it was past his mealtime. There were others she would miss, too. Every thin, sad face would forever haunt her dreams. But her bonds with Alana and Yakov were the deepest. With only a few minutes to say goodbye to the babies and Edith, who said little except, "You shouldn't have tried to escape," and "Good luck," she felt like she was deserting them. It felt like abandoning Ollie and Max all over again. Maybe she deserved whatever happened next. Despite her fear and heartache, she was grateful to be out of the orphanage and relieved to see the city coming back to life. Motor cars, horse-drawn wagons, and trolleys filled the streets, everyone hurrying to their next destination. Horns beeped, horses whinnied, men yelled, and policemen blew whistles. Many people still wore gauze masks over their noses and mouths, mostly women and young children, but otherwise it seemed the epidemic had finally come to an end. Breathing in the crisp air to clear her lungs of the smell of St. Vincent's, the disinfectant and urine, the thick, invisible layers of sorrow and fear, she couldn't help but feel envious of those who seemed to be returning to normal. Surely almost everyone had been touched by the flu in one way or another, but for many, the nightmare was likely over. Even if they'd lost loved ones to the disease, at least they knew what had happened to them. At least they could try to start over. She, on the other hand, felt like she was stuck in purgatory. Taking care of the Hudson children weighed on her mind, too, and the possibility that she might discover they were sick or hurt when she touched them. At St. Vincent's, she had hardened herself to the fact that there was little medical help available for the orphans and tried to ignore her aches and pains unless they were severe. Even then, the nuns wouldn't find a doctor. The sickest babies were sent to the sick hall and never came back. The rest were nursed by her and Edith, who could do little more than give them onion or catnip tea, and make poultices out of coal oil or bread and milk. Sometimes bottles of Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup were donated to the orphanage, but not often, and it didn't seem to help much anyway, other than making the babies sleep. She'd never forget the time 8-month-old Ellis had come down with what Sister Agnes thought was the croup. How she had wiped his small body with a cool rag and held him for hours while he coughed, her own chest aching with each bark, only to find the next morning that he had passed away in the night. It was like losing her brothers all over again. She couldn't stop crying the rest of the day. Another thing that worried her was that the father of the Hudson family was a doctor. He and his wife would never believe her if she sensed something was wrong with one of their children,
Either that, or they'd think she was crazy and send her to a mental hospital, like Mother Joe said. Just thinking about it made her stomach churn with nausea. And it went without saying that they could never find out what she'd done to her own brothers. As the driver steered the horse around wagons and trolleys, each mile slogging into the next, Pia scanned the faces on the sidewalks, desperately searching for Vater, Finn, Ollie, and Max. When she saw women holding babies or pushing prams, she got up on her knees to get a better look. Mother Joe had warned her to behave, but if she had spied the twins anywhere, she would have jumped out of the wagon without a second thought. Even the threat of being sent to an asylum couldn't have stopped her from doing that. She thought she saw her father once, striding along the curb at the end of Goodwell Street, his hands deep in his pockets, his eyes on the ground. The man had the same dark hair, the same broad shoulders and trimmed beard. He even walked like Vater, with a lanky stride that made his legs look 100 feet long. She opened her mouth to call out to him, but he stopped to look up at a pedestal clock, revealing his entire face. It wasn't him. She sank back in the wagon bed, tears misting her eyes. In this city of thousands, how would she ever find the 4 she needed most? After what seemed like forever, the wagon turned onto a residential street lined with sidewalks, massive homes, and manicured front lawns. Each house seemed bigger and more elaborate than the last, with corner towers, high-peaked gables, and porches with spindles and turned posts. 4 or 5 families could have lived in each one, with room to spare. Here and there, tattered strips of crepe hung from doorways, but not nearly as many as she'd seen in the tenements and slums. Finally, the driver stopped the wagon in front of a brick 3-story with tall windows, ornamental trim, and white shutters. Gardens and bushes with winter-browned stems and blackened leaves filled the front lawn, and a stone path led up to the front porch. Pia trembled even harder. The outside of the house looked warm and inviting, but who knew what awaited her inside? Someone who would beat her for the slightest mistake? Someone who would send her away without a second thought if she didn't live up to their expectations? A cold bed in a locked basement room? Miss O'Malley got down from the wagon and instructed Pia to do the same. Pia grabbed the blanket and climbed over the sideboard, shaking and trying not to fall. "I won't be long," Miss O'Malley said to the driver. "Follow me, Miss Lange." She hurried along the path, went up a set of painted steps, and crossed the front porch. Pia wrapped the blanket around herself, gathered it under her chin, and did as she was told, her stomach churning. Miss O'Malley glanced behind her to make sure she was coming, then marched back down the steps and yanked the blanket off her shoulders. "This ain't yours," she snapped. "It belongs to the orphanage." She thrust the blanket at her. "Now put it back." Pia returned the blanket to the wagon and went back to where Miss O'Malley waited, her arms wrapped around herself, her teeth chattering from nerves. She thought about turning and running, but what if Miss O'Malley and the driver caught her again? The next stop might be an insane asylum. For now, she'd take her chances with the doctor and his wife. Maybe she'd have a warm bed and good food to eat. Maybe the Hudsons would be kind and understanding. Maybe by some miracle the day would come when she could tell them about Ollie and Max, and they'd help her look for them. Or at least give her the freedom to try. "If you pull anything like that here," Miss O'Malley said, "or try to run again, you'll find yourself sent away so fast it'll make your pretty little head spin. And wherever you end up will be a lot worse than St. Vincent's, understand?" Pia thought about saying she wasn't trying to steal the blanket, but it would be a waste of breath. Instead, she nodded and said, "Yes, ma'am." Miss O'Malley climbed the steps again, waited for Pia to follow, then eyed her up and down. "Put your arms down and stand up straight," she hissed, "and look happy." Pia dropped her arms and tried to smile. It felt more like a grimace. Miss O'Malley studied the mailbox. Above a nameplate that read Hudson, a copper sign read, "The entrance to Dr. Hudson's office is at the back of the house." A handwritten sign tacked to the front door read, "No visitors." Miss O'Malley produced a piece of paper from her coat pocket and unfolded it. "'Tis the right place," she said to herself, then returned the paper to her pocket and knocked. On the other side of the door, heavy footsteps hurried along a hard floor. A lace curtain drew sideways in a side-light window and sprang back. After some jostling on the other side, the handle turned and the door opened. A tall man, with blonde, side-parted hair and a pencil-thin mustache, came out on the porch, closing the door partway behind him. Miss O'Malley and Pia stepped back to give him room. It was only then that Pia noticed his left forearm was missing, the bottom half of his jacket sleeve folded up and pinned. "May I help you?" he said. "I'm dropping this girl off from St. Vincent's," Miss O'Malley said. "Mother Joe sent me." "Ah, yes," the man said. "I'm Dr. Hudson." He studied Pia for a moment, then returned his attention to Miss O'Malley. "The nuns were instructed to send someone healthy." "Aye," Miss O'Malley said. "Miss Lange had the flu and survived. I took her from the infirmary to the orphanage myself. Mother Joe can tell you." The doctor looked at Pia. "Is this true?" Pia nodded. To her surprise and relief, he smiled at her, a warm, genuine smile that lit up his blue eyes. "Welcome, then, Miss Lange." He went back inside and held the door open. "Please, come in." Pia entered the grand house, her face growing hot, then stepped aside to wait further instruction. The foyer was as big as her family's old apartment, with a shiny wood floor and a marble-topped side table full of colored glass vases and photos of young girls in hair ribbons and white dresses. Pia had never seen such an elegant, bright room. It looked like it belonged in a castle. Miss O'Malley made a move to follow her inside, but Dr. Hudson blocked her way, and she stopped short, shock and anger contorting her face. "I'm sorry," Dr. Hudson said. "I don't mean to be rude, but we've got young children in the house, and there's still a lingering threat of the flu. We've just learned of a small resurgence in the city, so we're not taking any chances. My wife would have a fit if I let you in." "But Miss O'Malley started. "I'm sorry," Dr. Hudson said again. "Thank you for bringing Miss Lange to us. You're free to go now." Hearing the doctor say there were more flu cases in the city, Pia felt ill. Was the nightmare starting up again? Did the thousands of people on the streets have any idea? Why wasn't it being shouted from the rooftops? Just then, a red-haired woman, swaddling an infant in her arms, appeared at the other end of the foyer, her bottle-green eyes quivering with nerves. She was pretty and petite, with a delicate nose and thin pink lips. Her blue dress shimmered in the light, each seam straight and true, each fold smooth and even, in stark contrast to her disheveled hair and tired face. "Who was it, darling?" she said. "Did you send them away?" When she saw Pia and Miss O'Malley, she stopped short and clutched the baby to her chest as if they'd come to steal him. "It's fine, dear," Dr. Hudson said. "I sent for someone to help with the children." The woman gave him a worried look. "But I thought we were going to wait until we knew it was safe to—" "I know," he said, "but don't worry. I asked the orphanage to send someone healthy, and they did. She had the flu and survived. I realize we planned on waiting, but you're exhausted and need to rest. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you." The woman sighed and her face softened. "Oh, Dr. Hudson, you're such a dear," she said. "And you know what's best, of course." She edged closer, eyeing Pia. "Look at you, you poor thing. Where on earth is your jacket?" Pia shrugged, a small measure of relief washing over her. So far, the doctor and his wife seemed pleasant enough. Maybe working for them wouldn't be as awful as she'd imagined. Mrs. Hudson gave Miss O'Malley a disgusted look. "Why, pray tell, isn't this child wearing a coat? Or at the very least wrapped up in a blanket? Aren't you supposed to watch over the children in your care?" Miss O'Malley blanched. "I don't work at the orphanage, ma'am," she said. "I only do what the nuns pay me to do." "Well, it's still winter out there. Shame on all of you for being so heartless." "But Miss O'Malley started. Dr. Hudson started to close the door, forcing Miss O'Malley back across the threshold. "Thank you again for delivering Miss Lange," he said. "If we need anything else, we'll send a telegram to Mother Joe. Good day, miss." Miss O'Malley harumphed, then turned and marched across the porch. Dr. Hudson closed the door all the way and winked at his wife, clearly amused. Mrs. Hudson smiled warmly back at him, then reached out to put a dainty, fluttering hand on Pia's arm. Pia stiffened and instinctively drew back. Thankfully, Mrs. Hudson didn't seem to notice. Instead, she wrinkled her nose as if smelling something rotten and pulled her hand away. "What should we call you, dear?" Pia looked down at herself. Did she smell bad? For the first time, she noticed the glaring difference between her clothes and the Hudsons. Next to Mrs. Hudson's shimmering blue dress and the doctor's navy suit and tie, she looked like she'd rolled in mud and let it dry. Everything about her, from her dress to her leggings to her shoes, looked ancient and brown, like the sepia colors of an old photograph. Compared to her outfit, even the doormat seemed a dazzling shade of cranberry red. "My goodness, child," Mrs. Hudson said, laughing softly. "Has the cat gotten your tongue?" More relaxed now, she swayed gently back and forth, rocking the baby in her arms. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Pia said. "My name is Pia Lange." "Well, despite my initial reaction, Pia," Mrs. Hudson said, "I'm glad you're here, and I'll be grateful for your help with the children." She gazed lovingly down at the baby boy who looked to be barely 2 months old. He blinked up at her, perfectly content. "This is our youngest, Leonard James. We call him Leo. He's a really good baby, but with the others to care for as well, I'll admit I've been a little overwhelmed." "He's beautiful, ma'am," Pia said, and he was, with strawberry blonde hair and his father's masculine chin. Remembering when Ollie and Max were that small, sorrow tightened her chest, and she blinked back the tears forming in her eyes, partly from grief, partly from relief, partly from disbelief. Hopefully no one noticed. "Will you be all right for a little while, darling?" Dr. Hudson said to his wife. "I need to return to the office, but I shouldn't be long." "I'll be fine," Mrs. Hudson said. "Thank you, sweetheart." She gave her husband a peck on the cheek, then turned to Pia again. "I'm sure you're starving, but first things first, before I introduce you to the girls, you need to get cleaned up. After that, I'll fix you something to eat, and we'll get you settled. Does that sound all right with you?" Pia thought about pinching herself to see if she was dreaming. From the second she'd learned she was being bound out, she'd been angry at Mother Joe, thinking she only wanted to punish her further. But maybe she was wrong. Maybe the old nun knew the Hudsons would treat her well, and her chances of surviving here were better than out on the streets. Then again, maybe Mother Joe had no idea what kind of people the doctor and his wife were, and Pia had just gotten lucky. "Yes, ma'am," she said, It sounds more than all right. Come with me, then, Mrs. Hudson said, starting toward a door at the other end of the foyer. Then she stopped and looked back at Pia's shoes. But please remove your footwear first. Pia bent over and took off her shoes, her face burning with shame. The feet of her leggings were dirty and stained, and 2 grimy toes stuck through a jagged hole. Muti would have been appalled. Surely Mrs. Hudson was too. Oh, dear, Mrs. Hudson said, her forehead creased. Then she looked at Pia with sympathetic eyes. Don't worry. I know it's not your fault. After we get rid of those wretched things and get you washed up, we'll make sure to give the floors an extra good scrubbing. She turned and started toward the door again. Mortified, Pia followed Mrs. Hudson into a long hall with mullioned windows looking out over the side yard. Opposite the windows, doorways opened into rooms filled with shiny, carved furniture and decorative rugs. Floral tablecloths covered every table and sideboard, and embroidered throw pillows filled every couch and chair. Books and vases and porcelain figurines filled every shelf, and oil paintings and mirrors hung on every wall. Pia tried not to stare, but she'd never seen such a beautiful house or so many knickknacks and decorations in her life. Luckily, Mrs. Hudson didn't seem to notice her gawking. Our previous nanny, Mrs. Bainbridge, passed from the flu a week after the parade, Mrs. Hudson said. Poor thing. I think she was about to leave us anyway, though. After all, she had just gotten engaged. But no one deserves to die that young. She wasn't here with the children at the time, thank goodness. Mrs. Hudson was talking fast, as if trying to explain everything before she forgot. It's a terribly ghastly way to go, from what I've heard. Dr. Hudson didn't tell me the details. He tries to protect me from that sort of thing, but I heard bodies were backing up in homes, on porches, and in corners of rooms, and people were drowning in their own blood. Then she came to a halt and gaped at Pia, her eyes wide. Oh, my word, I never asked what happened to your parents, and here I am going on and on about... She dropped her shoulders, suddenly forlorn. Please tell me they didn't pass from the flu. My mother did, ma'am, Pia said. My father was sent overseas. The last I heard from him, he was in France. And you haven't heard from him since the war ended? Pia shook her head. I don't think he'd know where to find me, ma'am. Oh, dear, Mrs. Hudson said. You poor thing. I'm so sorry. Didn't the nuns at the orphanage try to find out what happened to your father? No, ma'am, Pia said. She thought about asking Mrs. Hudson if she could help find Vater, but it was too soon. She had only just met the woman. They said they didn't have the time or resources to search for the parents of every child who walked in the door. Mrs. Hudson sighed. Well, I suppose that makes sense. And I'd imagine they're scared to go out into the city anyway. I hope you can forgive me for not asking about your parents sooner. I do, ma'am. I swear I can't remember a thing since giving birth to Leo. She waved a hand in the air as if swatting a fly. I wasn't like that with the girls, though. After them, I felt fine. She started walking again. I don't know why that is. Pia followed, relieved Mrs. Hudson hadn't asked if she had any siblings. Anyway, Mrs. Hudson continued, after our nanny passed, I thought about replacing her, but I was so worried about the flu. What if someone applied for the job without realizing they were sick until it was too late? Of course, when I found out how fast the illness was spreading, I let the cook and the maid go too. My husband, Dr. Hudson, was still overseas at the time. That's how he lost his arm. A bullet hit him while he was on the front line taking care of the injured, and the wound became infected. He came home right after they, removed it, and of course I was happy he wasn't gone long. He returned right after Leo was born, you see, but He could only do so much, and he agreed we couldn't chance bringing anyone into our home with the flu going round. He said more soldiers were dying from that than were being killed in battle, and money was tight too. Luckily, I had a substantial dowry when we married 6 years ago, but those things don't last forever, especially when you have children. First they need diapers and clothes, then toys and more clothes and food and more food. Pia did her best to listen to everything Mrs. Hudson was saying, but she was talking fast again, and it was a lot to take in. She was surprised little Leo kept quiet through it all. "That's why I was stunned when I saw you," Mrs. Hudson went on. "My husband has been adamant about not exposing the children to the flu. He doesn't want me to leave the house because he's worried I might bring it home with me. He still sees patients in his office because he can't drive the wagon anymore, with one arm. But he promised if anyone came in presenting flu symptoms, he'd sleep in his office until enough time passed to know whether or not he was ill. But bless his heart, he's been so worried about me. He figured out a way to find help for me too, despite his fears about the latest return of the epidemic. And here you are." She smiled at Pia with tired eyes. Pia forced herself to return the smile, but desperation swelled inside her chest. The thought of another wave of the flu and what it might mean for her brothers, Vater and Finn, if they were out there somewhere, made her heart feel like lead. When they reached the back of the house, she followed Mrs. Hudson into a white-tiled kitchen with wide windows overlooking a jumbled yard filled with trellises and bird baths. Mrs. Hudson put Leo in a crib next to the coal stove and tucked his blanket in around him. He yawned and looked around without fussing. Pia had never seen such a content baby, probably because he had a full belly, a warm house, and both his parents. "Oh, before I forget," Mrs. Hudson said, "I meant to ask about your name. It's very pretty, but so unusual. Do you know its origin?" Pia glanced at the floor, heat crawling up her neck. Then she remembered her father always said it was important to look people in the eye when you spoke. It made them believe you were honest. Except Pia couldn't be honest right now. Healthy or not, if Dr. and Mrs. Hudson found out she was German, they might not be so kind. She shook her head a little too vigorously and looked Mrs. Hudson in the eye. "I was named after my great-great-grandmother," she said. "How lovely! And where was she from?" "Holland. She came to the States with her parents years ago." "Well, as long as it's not German," Mrs. Hudson said. "The war might be over, but I'll never forgive those people for what they did, especially to my husband, the poor dear. Also, and I ask this of all my potential help, so don't worry about your answer, what neighborhood are you from?" "Near South Philadelphia," she said, "in the 5th Ward." Mrs. Hudson put a hand to her chest. "Oh my, is it true there's sewage and garbage strewn in the streets down there and rats everywhere?" Pia shrugged. "My mother always said the neighborhood could have used some cleaning up." "Well, it sounds like your mother was a very clever woman, which I'm glad to hear because I could never have someone working here who doesn't understand the importance of cleanliness. Did your mother teach you to be clean and orderly?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then we should get along just fine," Mrs. Hudson said. "The Philadelphia Tuberculosis Committee released a list of precautions to avoid the flu, which we abide by strictly in this house. Always use a handkerchief or napkin when you cough or sneeze. Sterilize dishes and silverware after use, and do not share drinking cups or towels. It's very important for you to remember those rules, Pia. Do you think you can do that?" "Yes, ma'am," Pia said. "Good," Mrs. Hudson said. She turned and started out of the kitchen, and Pia followed. Little Elizabeth is napping right now. She's just shy of 2 years old, and Sophie and Margaret are in the children's room playing. At least I hope that's what they're doing. With those two, you never know. The last time I thought they were playing nicely together, I found them in the garden with mud up to their knees. It was an awful mess. I had to throw out everything they were wearing, including their shoes. She shivered at the memory. I'm warning you. They're a handful, those two. Always getting into something they shouldn't. Pia nodded, trying to look agreeable, although she never understood why mothers had such an aversion to their children getting dirty. Making mud pies after a rainstorm used to be one of her favorite things to do when she was small. And she remembered how Vater used to laugh when Mutti swore under her breath while scrubbing her filthy clothes. He said playing in the dirt was good for children, and it was nothing a little soap and water couldn't fix. That was when Mutti used to throw a wet shirt or sock at him, and they'd chase each other around the washtub laughing. Pia's eyes grew moist just thinking about it. From the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson led her into a short hallway, her shoes clacking on the shiny floorboards, then took her into a wallpapered room with tasseled drapes, stained glass windows, and strange-looking furniture. "This is the water closet," Mrs. Hudson said with pride. "Brand new last year." She moved toward a rectangular wooden box lined with what looked like porcelain next to one wall. A brass spigot and matching handles stuck out of one end. "This is a bathtub." She pointed at another piece of furniture that looked like an oversized mixing bowl with a pipe coming out of the top, connected to another wooden box with a dangling handle. "And that's the lavatory." "I'm sorry, ma'am?" Pia said. "What's a lavatory?" Mrs. Hudson grinned. "The toilet," she said. "And that's the foot bath and the sink." She reached into the bathtub and turned one of the brass handles. To Pia's surprise, water came out of the spigot. Mrs. Hudson ran a hand under the flow. After a moment, curls of steam rose into the air. Pia's mouth dropped open. "Is that?" She started. "Yes, it's hot water," Mrs. Hudson said, a pleased look on her face. "Dr. Hudson must have stoked the boiler in anticipation of your arrival." She pointed to a painted shelf beside the sink. "There are fresh towels and washcloths over there, and help yourself to a new bar of lavender soap. When the tub is halfway full, just turn the handle to shut off the water and leave your clothes on the floor. I'll have Dr. Hudson burn them later. In the meantime, I'll see what I can find for you to wear." Pia didn't know what to say. It all seemed so strange and wonderful at the same time, like something you only read about in books. On one hand, she was beyond relieved to be treated so kindly. On the other, she didn't deserve any of it. "Thank you, ma'am," she said. "Just be sure to wash your hair thoroughly and check it for fleas," Mrs. Hudson said. "If there's one thing I won't tolerate besides sloppy habits, it's personal uncleanliness." "Yes, ma'am." "I'll be right back," Mrs. Hudson said, then bustled out of the room and closed the door. Pia stared into the steaming bath, her thoughts whirling like the water below the spigot. Being in this beautiful house with such kind people didn't seem right when everyone she loved and cared about had suffered so much. Vater had struggled so hard to provide for and protect his family, and he was sent off to fight in a war. Mutti did everything for everyone, including sick neighbors and strangers who needed help, and she had died a horrible death. Then there were poor little Ollie and Max, loving and innocent and new, whose older sister locked them in a cold cubby and left them there, crying and hungry and scared. Not only had they lost their entire family, But who knew what horrible fate they'd endured? And it was all her fault. She was the one who had abandoned them when they needed her most. Maybe being in the orphanage was the start of her penance for what she'd done. Maybe taking care of babies who reminded her daily of Ollie and Max was part of it too. Except this didn't feel like punishment. This felt like a reward. Then again, the only true reward would be having her family together again. And that was never going to happen. She hung her head, the horrible, heavy ache in her chest growing tighter and tighter. The sound of footsteps on the other side of the door pulled her from her thoughts. She held her breath, waiting to see if Mrs. Hudson was coming back, but the footsteps grew fainter and disappeared. She shook her head to clear it. Nothing she felt mattered anymore. The only thing she could do was keep going and do the next thing, even when she didn't have the strength or desire to go on. She undressed, shut off the spigots, and got into the tub, the hot water slipping like silk over her dry, grimy skin. She picked up the bar of lavender soap and put it to her nose. The flowery, clean fragrance reminded her of climbing hills back in Hazleton, when the spring trillium and violets sprang through the damp ground. A wave of homesickness swept over her, so powerful she nearly cried out, and hot tears squeezed from her eyes. What she wouldn't have given to be back in that wooden, coal-stained wash-tub, next to the coal stove in her parents' run-down shack, when everything seemed so simple, and she didn't have a care in the world. Then she pushed the thought away, berating herself for giving in to her emotions again. She didn't deserve her own pity. Someone knocked on the door. "Pia?" It was Mrs. Hudson. "Yes, ma'am?" "I found some clothes for you to wear. It's an old outfit of mine, but I think it will fit just fine. And I have several more that will work too. No need to get out of the tub. I'll just slip it through the door." "Thank you, ma'am," Pia said. The door opened a few inches, and a neat stack of folded clothes, topped by a pair of pointed boots, slid in on the floor. "Take your time getting cleaned up," Mrs. Hudson said, "and meet me in the kitchen when you're finished." "Yes, ma'am." After scrubbing layers of dirt and the desperate smell of the orphanage from her body and hair, Pia lay back in the hot, soapy water, surprised that she could nearly stretch out all the way. She could have stayed in the warm cocoon for another hour, but didn't want to keep Mrs. Hudson waiting. She climbed out and dried off with the thickest towel she had ever felt, then picked up the boots and stack of clothes by the door, cotton bloomers, a silk chemise, and a pair of knee socks lay folded on top of a lilac-colored dress with an ivory sash. The boots looked brand new, with leather buckles and cloth-covered buttons. She put on the undergarments, pushed her bare legs and calloused feet into the stretchy socks and boots, then slipped the muslin dress over her head. Not only was the dress beautiful, but it fit almost perfectly, and the material didn't itch. It felt strange to be comfortable, her arms and legs covered and snug. She'd never worn anything like it in her life, and she was delighted by how luxurious it felt. At the same time, it only added more weight to her guilt. When she entered the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson and Leo were nowhere to be seen. Waiting next to a row of floor cupboards with a long wooden top and what seemed like 100 drawers, she felt strange and out of place, like a beggar at a masquerade ball. Laughter and the high tinkling of little girls' voices filtered down from somewhere upstairs. She looked up at the ceiling. What would it feel like to be one of those girls, living in this beautiful house with your siblings and both parents? What would it feel like to know you were safe and you'd always have enough food and enough clothes and enough money? Back when she was too young to know the difference between rich and poor, hunger and starvation, want and need. She'd felt the same way she imagined the Hudson girls did now. The sky would always be blue, her parents would always take care of her, and they'd be together forever. Now, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember that feeling. It was as elusive as a forgotten dream, and those days were long gone. And what were the Hudsons going to expect of her? Did being bound out make her a prisoner here? Or would she be allowed to leave the house when she wasn't taking care of the children? Would she have to wait until Dr. Hudson said the flu was no longer a threat? Then she had another thought, and her heart started to race. She could leave right now. She could leave, and no one would know until it was too late. She could go home and ask the strangers living in her family's old rooms if her father had returned. She could scour the city for other orphanages and see if her brothers were there. As far as she could tell, the house she was standing in was a normal one, with unlocked windows and unlocked doors. This wasn't St. Vincent's. This was her chance to be free. 4 different doorways led out of the kitchen, but she had no idea where they led. When she'd first arrived, she'd been too nervous to pay attention, and now she could only guess which one went back to the front door. She took a deep breath and tried to think rationally. If she left, she'd be homeless and on her own, with no food, no money, and nowhere to go. What if the police picked her up? She'd seen her share of homeless children getting dropped off at St. Vincent's. The last thing she needed was to get sent to another orphanage. Or worse, maybe she should wait and see what happened. At the Hudsons, she'd have a roof over her head and food to eat. Maybe when she wasn't working, she'd be free to do as she pleased and could look for her brothers. If not right away, then someday. Maybe after she earned Dr. and Mrs. Hudson's trust by taking good care of their children, she'd have the courage to tell them the truth. And maybe, just maybe, they would help. Footsteps suddenly sounded on the plank floors, getting closer and closer. The decision had been made for her. It was too late to run now. She smoothed the front of her dress, stood up straight, and tried to relax. Mrs. Hudson appeared in an open doorway. "I've put Leo down for a nap in the upstairs nursery," she said. "How do the clothes fit?" "Everything fits fine," Pia said. "Thank you, ma'am." "The boots, too?" "Yes, ma'am." In truth, they were a little loose, but Pia wasn't about to complain. "Wonderful. I wore that dress when I was your age. I hope it's not too old-fashioned." "Oh, no, ma'am. I've never worn such a pretty dress in my life." "Well, it's yours now. Let's go up to the playroom, shall we? While Leo is napping, I'll introduce you to his sisters." "Yes, ma'am." Pia followed her out of the kitchen, along another hallway, and up a wide flight of stairs covered with a cushioned, decorative runner. At the top of the landing, they turned down the main hall, part of which ran along a railing above the staircase. Somehow the upstairs looked even bigger than the downstairs, with what seemed like a dozen doors. Mrs. Hudson stopped at the first room, put a finger to her lips, and slowly opened the door. 2 white cribs with lace bedskirts sat on either side of a changing table, and a rocking chair sat beneath a round window centered in the back wall. Leo lay swaddled in a blue blanket, sound asleep in one of the cribs, and a chubby-cheeked toddler napped in the other, her diapered buttocks in the air, her socked feet tucked beneath her tummy. She looked like one of the Christmas angels Pia had seen in store windows, with golden ringlets and chubby cheeks. Mrs. Hudson pointed at the little girl and whispered, "That's Elizabeth. She's 22 months old." Pia smiled and nodded. Mrs. Hudson watched Elizabeth for a few moments, her face soft with love, then looked in on Leo and tiptoed out of the room. Pia had seen the same loving look on Muti's face 1,000 times. It seemed like a lifetime ago. With a lump in her throat, she followed Mrs. Hudson into the hall and waited while she quietly closed the door. Then they went to the end of the corridor, where little girls' voices floated out a half-open door like the delicate notes of flutes on the wind. The children's playroom was twice as big as the nursery, with high white ceilings and light gray walls. A red hobby horse with a yellow mane sat in one corner, his painted mouth in a perpetual smile. A dollhouse filled with miniature furniture and straight-backed dolls sat opposite a bookshelf, overflowing with story and picture books. Porcelain dolls and cradles and blocks and wooden tops littered the plush carpet. Two little girls sat at a child-sized table in the center of the room, pouring pretend tea into china cups. The other two chairs were occupied by an oversized teddy bear and a giant stuffed rabbit. The girls looked up when Mrs. Hudson and Pia entered, then went back to giggling and serving pretend cookies. Pia's breath caught in her chest. They were twins. Mrs. Hudson started picking up toys and tossing them into the toy box. "Please excuse the mess," she said. "I don't know how I'll ever keep up when Leo starts getting into everything." "No need to apologize, ma'am," Pia said. "I've never seen such a beautiful house in my life." Mrs. Hudson smiled and went over to the table. "Sophie, Margaret," she said, "this is Pia. She's going to help look after you." The girls glanced at each other, then set down their teacups, got out of their chairs, and stood next to their mother, studying Pia with wary eyes. One of them hid behind Mrs. Hudson's skirt. They were beautiful girls, with porcelain skin and auburn ringlets that fell past their waists. Mrs. Hudson put a hand on the shy one's head and stroked her hair. "This is Sophie," she said, "our second oldest. She's 3. Margaret is 4. They're 15 months apart." Pia let out a silent sigh of relief. She wasn't sure she could bear taking care of twins without thinking of Ollie and Max even more than she already did. "Hello," she said, doing her best to sound friendly. "It's very nice to meet you. I love your hair and your pretty dresses." "I'm 4.5, Margaret said. "I'm going to be 5 on my next birthday." She approached Pia and tugged on her skirt. "Will you play with us?" "Oh, my darling little love," Mrs. Hudson said. "Not right now. Pia only just arrived, and I haven't shown her where she'll be sleeping yet." "Can she stay in our room?" Margaret said. "We can play games and tell stories." Sophie peeked out from behind her mother's skirt with hopeful eyes. "I want to do that," she said in a quiet voice. Margaret jumped up and down, excited. "Can we, Mother?" she said. "Pretty please." Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "Good heavens, no," she said. "She's just come from a filthy orphanage, and who knows—" Then she realized what she was saying and gave Pia a nervous glance. "I mean, once we get to know Pia a little better, there will be plenty of time for fun and games." Pia was puzzled, starting to wonder if Mrs. Hudson was as tolerant as she seemed. She had just taken a bath and changed into fresh clothes. Not that she wanted to stay in the girls' room. In truth, she was exhausted and couldn't wait to have some time alone. But maybe it was going to be more important to watch her step than she'd thought. Thank goodness she hadn't admitted to being German. "Well, now that you've met the children," Mrs. Hudson said, "shall we get you something to eat?" Pia nodded. "Thank you, ma'am." "All right, my darlings," Mrs. Hudson said. "You need to play nicely for a few more minutes. Then I'll send Pia back up to fetch you." "Yes, Mother," Margaret said, pouting. She crossed her arms and made her way back to the table. Sophie followed, giving her big sister a comforting pat with a chubby hand. The sound of Leo crying drifted in through the door behind them. Mrs. Hudson hurried out of the playroom, padded along the hall, and slipped into the nursery. Pia followed and stood at the open door, not sure what to do. Mrs. Hudson scooped Leo up and whisked him out of the room, closing the door part way behind her. "Is Elizabeth awake too?" Pia whispered. "Do you need me to get her?" Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "I swear," she whispered, "this child doesn't like to eat or sleep." She snuggled Leo against her shoulder and patted his back. He settled down and stopped whimpering. Elizabeth, on the other hand, would sleep half the day if I let her, and sadly, sometimes I do because I don't have the energy for all four of them at once. She sighed and started toward the stairs. There are times when I feel like I'll never have the energy to leave this house again, if I'm ever able to leave this house again. Then she stopped and looked at Pia with miserable eyes. "I agree with my husband's concerns, and I'd never do anything to risk the health of my children. I'm scared to death of the flu, but to tell you the truth, sometimes I worry I'll never be able to have lunch with my friends again. Does that make me a terrible mother?" Pia shook her head, surprised by the confession and that Mrs. Hudson would care about her opinion. "I don't think so, ma'am. My mother used to say the only time she got any rest was when my little brothers were sleeping, and the only time she felt sane was when she could go to the market alone." Mrs. Hudson gave her a weak but grateful smile. "You know what? I'm starting to like your mother more and more. I bet we would have been fast friends." "I'm sure you would have, ma'am," Pia said, wondering if she would have felt the same way if she knew where Muti was born. Back in the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson pulled a chair out from beneath the table, told Pia to sit, then stood rocking Leo gently back and forth. "Have you had much experience with young children?" Pia nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I worked in the baby ward at St. Vincent's, and She bit her lip to stop herself from mentioning her brothers, hating herself for becoming careless. "I liked it very much." Thankfully, Mrs. Hudson seemed unaware of her hesitation. "That's wonderful," she said. "I was afraid they'd sent someone who'd never handled babies before." She moved closer and held Leo out to her. "I guess you might as well get to know each other." Pia clenched her jaw and gathered the baby in her arms, tucking the blanket around his little legs. She forced a smile at Mrs. Hudson, then looked down at his tiny face, her heart pounding. He cooed and lifted one arm from beneath the blanket. "Oh, how precious," Mrs. Hudson said, laughing. "He wants to hold your hand." Pia couldn't let Mrs. Hudson see her reluctance, so she let him wrap his tiny hand around her finger. "While you two get acquainted," Mrs. Hudson said, "I'll fix you something to eat. Would you like a cup of tea?" "Yes, please," Pia said, trying to keep her voice steady as she waited to see if she'd feel anything strange. "Ma'am." Mrs. Hudson scurried about the kitchen like a little bird, lighting the fire under the tea kettle, reaching into cupboards for cups and saucers and plates, putting tea bags into cups. She took a loaf of bread from a drawer and began to unwrap it. "Today is a little different because I was surprised by your arrival," she said. "But normally I like to stick to a strict schedule. Well, I had a better one before when I had help. Now that you're here, though, I'm determined to get back to it because the best thing for children is routine. The girls are to be woken up and dressed while Dr. Hudson and I have breakfast and read the paper. Then you can bring them down to the kitchen to eat their morning meal. I'll prepare all the food. After breakfast, they can play either upstairs or in the backyard, depending on the weather, of course, and then—" Pia tried to listen, but a strange sensation had come over her, as if she hadn't eaten for days. She felt weak and a little shaky, but couldn't figure out why. Perhaps it was fatigue, or maybe she was hungrier than she thought. She'd been too upset to eat much of anything before she left St. Vincent's. Then, with growing dismay, she realized the sensation was coming from Leo. He wasn't sick, But he wasn't as strong as he should have been either. Not for his age. Even orphan babies who'd been abandoned and half-starved felt stronger than he did. Maybe he was coming down with a cold, or perhaps he'd been born too early and was still catching up. She wanted to ask, but didn't think it was a good idea to pry into such personal matters. Not yet, anyway. She wrapped the blanket tighter around his little body and held him close, hoping it wasn't anything serious. Mrs. Hudson returned to the table with a cup of hot tea and 2 slices of brown bread spread with marmalade. "Is this all right?" she said. "The bread is fresh this morning. I can warm up some leftover cream of spinach soup, too, if you'd like." "No, thank you, ma'am," Pia said. "This is plenty." "Good," Mrs. Hudson said. "I must tell you, I have little tolerance for picky eaters." Pia almost laughed. She couldn't remember if she'd ever had a slice of fresh bread spread with marmalade. When her family could afford bread, it was always 2 or 3 days old, purchased from a peddler who sold bakery leftovers. And they'd never had enough money for marmalade. Her last cup of tea was before Vater had left for the war, made from tea leaves that had already been used 3 times. The bread on the plate in front of her smelled delicious, all yeasty and warm, and the marmalade looked sugary and sweet. But how could she eat such wonderful food when she had no idea if her brothers were being fed, or even if they were alive? She didn't deserve it. Mrs. Hudson put cream and sugar on the table, took the baby, and sat down across from her. For the first time since Pia's arrival, Leo started to fuss. Mrs. Hudson kissed his forehead and bounced him gently up and down on her arm. "It's almost time to nurse," she said. She put the tip of her little finger in his mouth, and he quieted down. "I just don't seem to have as much milk for him as I had for the boys. Maybe it's because he came right after Elizabeth." She smiled and rubbed her nose softly against his. "But that's all right, because we couldn't be happier to finally get our sweet little boy." Pia sat with her hands in her lap, wishing she could be honest with the doting mother, who was smiling and oblivious to the fact that something might be wrong with her baby. As if sensing Pia's discomfort, Mrs. Hudson said, "Please go ahead and eat so I can get you settled." Leo spit out her finger and started to whimper. Mrs. Hudson stood. "Oh, dear," she said. "It looks like you'll have to excuse me for a few minutes. It's the gosh darndest thing. He doesn't nurse for very long, but he wants to eat quite often." Pia pressed her lips together, her fear for Leo's well-being growing. Mrs. Hudson nodded toward the stove. "Help yourself to more hot water if you'd like, and bread, too. When I come back, I'll show you to your room." "Thank you, ma'am," Pia said. When Mrs. Hudson left the kitchen, Pia looked down at her plate, a sinking feeling in her stomach. Then she remembered Mrs. Hudson saying she didn't tolerate picky eaters. She picked up a piece of bread with marmalade and took a bite. It had no taste. Chapter 21. Pia. Sitting on opposite ends of the linen-covered table beneath a sparkling chandelier, Dr. and Mrs. Hudson made small talk between bites of roast beef and sips of wine. Pia sat next to Margaret, the oldest girl, and across from Sophie, trying to mimic the way the adults put their napkins in their lap and held their silverware. Elizabeth sat picking at her food in a wooden high chair beside her mother, and Leo lay swaddled in a cradle next to the fireplace. Behind Mrs. Hudson, platters of meat and barley biscuits lined the sideboard, along with bowls of carrots, peas, and scalloped potatoes. Pia had never seen so much food in her life. Chewing slowly, on a small mouthful of biscuit, she couldn't help but think about Ollie and Max, how they had known nothing but hunger,
since the day they were born. How she'd watered down broth and cut mold off of old bread to keep them alive. How they very well might have starved to death inside the bedroom cubby. Guilt tightened her throat, and she could barely swallow. It didn't help that Mrs. Hudson, after fixing her husband's plate and cutting his meat while he watched with a mixture of irritation and embarrassment, had insisted on giving Pia extra servings. She was already struggling to eat what was in front of her, and every whimper from Leo set her on edge. Earlier that day, Mrs. Hudson had taken her upstairs to show her where she'd be sleeping, and between that and the staggering amount of food on her plate, she felt like she was in a foreign country. Having expected to stay in the servants' quarters, which Mrs. Hudson had explained were only accessible by a separate staircase behind the pantry, Pia was surprised to be taken into a bedroom with a double-poster bed made up with an eyelet quilt and flowered bedskirt, just down the hall from the nursery. A dark oak dresser sat between two wing-back chairs, below a tall window with tasseled curtains, and the rug felt as thick as a goose-down pillow beneath her feet. "There's a closet, too," Mrs. Hudson said, hurrying around the foot of the bed to show her. "I've already hung up the rest of the clothes I found for you. I even dug out another pair of shoes that should fit." Pia stood in the middle of the bedroom, stunned and embarrassed and uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, ma'am," she said, "but I can't stay in here." Mrs. Hudson's brows shot up. "Why on earth not?" "I don't mean to be rude, ma'am, but it's too fancy for me." "Don't be silly," Mrs. Hudson said. "No one else is using it. Plus, I can't imagine what you went through in that orphanage. You deserve to be comfortable." She slapped the quilt, raising a small cloud of dust, then smoothed it flat with both hands. "I appreciate it, ma'am," Pia said. "I really do, but I don't deserve anything." As soon as the words left her mouth, she wished she could take them back. Mrs. Hudson waved a dismissive hand in the air. "Of course you do." Then she looked at Pia with a furrowed brow, suddenly realizing the weight of her words. "Is that what they told you in that place? Well, they're wrong. You deserve good food and a warm bed just as much as anyone else. If it makes you feel better, I want you to sleep here to be close to the children, and because you won't be much use to me if you don't get adequate rest." Pia let out a silent sigh, relieved Mrs. Hudson hadn't asked why she'd said such a thing. And being close to the children made sense, not that she had a choice in the matter anyway. "All right, ma'am," she said. "Thank you." Now, sitting in the Hudsons' fancy dining room and trying to eat to be polite, all she could think about was how little food the orphans at St. Vincent's had, and how much longer she and her brothers could have survived on her plate of meat and vegetables alone. Finn was right when he said whatever situation you were born into was a matter of luck. But it didn't seem right or fair that some had so little while others had more than they could ever need. If she and her brothers had access to even half the bounty on the sideboard, they could have lived on it for weeks, and she wouldn't have had to leave them in the cubby. "Is the food to your liking, Pia?" Mrs. Hudson asked. She fed a spoonful of potatoes to Elizabeth, who opened up like a baby bird as soon as she saw the food coming. Pia wiped her mouth with her napkin, hoping no one noticed the tears in her eyes. "Yes, ma'am, it's delicious, thank you." "No need to be shy," Dr. Hudson said. "Eat up. I'm sure you didn't get this kind of food in the orphanage." "No, sir," Pia said. "I didn't." She wanted to tell him about the thin stew and cold porridge she'd eaten day after day after day, but didn't think it was a good idea. What could he do about it? Instead, she picked up her knife
cut a thin slice of meat off the massive slab on her plate, and put it in her mouth, hoping she'd be able to chew and swallow without choking. "What's an orphanage?" Margaret said. "Never mind, Margaret," Mrs. Hudson said. "It's not anything you need to know about. Now sit up and eat your dinner, or there's no dessert." She fed Elizabeth a spoonful of carrots, then regarded her husband with a worried look. "Have you heard anything? Do you have any idea how long it will be before, things start getting better?" Dr. Hudson took a long sip of wine and set his glass back down, his forehead furrowed. "They're fairly certain a third wave has started, and this February cold keeps everyone inside buildings and crammed together on trolleys, which doesn't help." Mrs. Hudson put down Elizabeth's spoon, pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve, and dabbed her eyes. "I'm sorry, darling," Dr. Hudson said. "I know it's difficult staying cooped up in the house all the time, but it's for the best. We have everything we need right here, and anything we don't have, we can get delivered. You'd never forgive yourself if one of the children got sick." Mrs. Hudson sniffed and wiped her nose. "Of course, you're right. I'm worried more than anything. I just wish you'd stop seeing patients again, at least for a little while." "Cato," Elizabeth said, patting the wooden tray of her high chair. "Cato!" Mrs. Hudson fed her another spoonful of potatoes, still blinking back tears. "I understand," Dr. Hudson said, "but I have to do my part, even if I can't do everything I used to do." He glanced at the stub of his arm, irritated, then looked at his wife again. "We all have to make sacrifices right now. And we need the money, remember?" Mrs. Hudson stuffed the handkerchief back in her sleeve with trembling fingers. "Of course, dear," she said. "It just makes things more difficult worrying about that too, that's all." "I know," Dr. Hudson said. "But, as I assured you, if anyone comes in presenting with symptoms, I won't come into the house until I'm sure I haven't been infected." Mrs. Hudson held his gaze for a long moment, nearly vibrating with nerves. "But if you do get infected—" She paused and dropped her eyes, fidgeting with her napkin. "It was hard enough worrying about you during the war, and now this." "What's infected?" Margaret said. "It's not anything you need to worry about, sweetheart," Dr. Hudson said. "Daddy's right," Mrs. Hudson said. "You don't need to fret about a thing." She picked up Elizabeth's spoon again, her face pinched, and went back to feeding her youngest daughter. Dr. Hudson regarded Pia. "Not leaving this house includes you too, Pia. We still don't understand why this particular flu is so virulent, or how it spreads, and we don't know if surviving it means you can't get sick again. My guess is you aren't apt to, but we can't be 100% sure. So we can't allow you to take the children to the park or anywhere else for that matter until this latest wave has passed completely. If the weather is fair, they can play in the back garden for a little while, but they're not to set foot outside the fence." "Yes, sir," Pia said. The news that she wouldn't be allowed to leave was no surprise, but it sounded like she might be able to eventually. When the time came, if it came, searching for her brothers with the children in tow would be difficult, if not impossible, but it was better than nothing, and right now she was grasping at any straw. After a dessert of cranberry tapioca was served and eaten, Mrs. Hudson stood and clapped her hands. "Come along now, girls," she said. "You too, Pia. It's time to get ready for bed." Nerves tightened Pia's overly full stomach, making it ache even more. Getting the girls ready for bed meant touching them, helping them change into their night clothes, washing their faces, and brushing their hair. But she had no choice. Taking care of them was why she was there. She got up from her chair and pushed it beneath the table. Mrs. Hudson wiped Elizabeth's face and took her out of her high chair. Elizabeth reached toward Leo's cradle with one arm, her hand opening and closing. "Eel," she said. "Want eel." "Not right now, my darling love," Mrs. Hudson said. "Daddy will bring Leo upstairs in a little bit." Sophie, the middle girl, paddled over to her father, stood on her tiptoes to kiss him good night, then started out of the room. Margaret slumped in her chair, pouting and pushing her leftover peas around with her fork. "You too, Margaret," Dr. Hudson said. "But I'm not tired," Margaret whined. "Listen to your father now," Mrs. Hudson said. "I need you to help me teach Pia our bedtime routine." With that, Margaret perked up and put down her fork. "Do I get to pick the bedtime story?" "Of course," Mrs. Hudson said, "and I'm sure Pia would be happy to read it to you." Delighted, Margaret jumped down from her chair, ran over to her father, and gave him a kiss. Mrs. Hudson edged closer to Pia and whispered, "You do know how to read, don't you?" Pia nodded and tried to smile. Reading would be the easiest thing she'd have to do. Suddenly, Margaret darted around the table and grabbed her wrist with both hands. Come on," Margaret said, tugging and pulling her toward the door. "I want to show you my favorite book." Fighting the urge to pull away, Pia allowed Margaret to drag her out of the room, waiting for a stab of pain or sense of heaviness somewhere in her body. To her relief, she felt nothing. Hopefully it would be the same with the other girls. In the girls' bedroom, Mrs. Hudson showed Pia where the clothes were kept. In the dresser and armoire, then demonstrated how dresses and skirts and blouses were to be taken out and put away in an orderly fashion. Pia did her best to pay attention while she helped the girls change, but between worrying about what she might feel and the girls wanting her assistance at the same time, it was nearly impossible. When she knelt beside Sophie to help her step out of her leggings, Sophie's foot caught in the material and she grabbed Pia's arm to keep from falling. Pia tensed for a moment, but thankfully felt nothing. It was the same when she brushed the girls' hair and helped them into their nightdresses. No pain in her chest, no ache in her arms or legs or torso. Even Elizabeth felt perfectly happy and healthy. Unfortunately, their younger brother was another story. Pia put gentle hands on little Leo every day, touching his head and chest, trying to figure out what was wrong with him, or if he was getting any worse. Strangely, she always felt the same thing: shakiness and a slight weakness in her legs. Other than that, he smiled and cooed and looked to be completely normal. After a while, she convinced herself that Mrs. Hudson was right. She wasn't making enough milk. There was no reason to suspect he was anything other than a little underfed. Part of her wondered why Dr. Hudson hadn't suggested adding Melon's infant food to his diet, but maybe, like Muti, he and his wife believed nursing was best. If she ever felt brave enough, she would ask if that was the case. In the meantime, instead of worrying about something she had no control over, she decided to concentrate on taking care of the Hudson children as best she could. Similar to her time at St. Vincent's, her days were filled with the everyday routine of taking care of children, dressing and washing, feeding and playing, wiping up spills, and changing diapers, minus the church services, the cold rooms and hard beds, and more importantly, the fear of punishment. At the Hudsons, there was enough food for everyone and more. They all had clean clothes, hot baths, and warm beds. There were books and Lincoln logs and crayons and laughter. And there was love. In the mornings, when the girls and their parents first laid eyes on one another, and their faces lit up with delight and affection, it made Pia tear up, remembering when she'd had a family too. If the weather was nice in the afternoon, she bundled up the children and took them outside to play in the fenced-in backyard, which was more like a forest with its tall trees, bushes, flower beds full of dried stems and brown petals, and a wintered-over vegetable garden full of dead weeds and black vines. While the girls played hide-and-seek and hopscotch on the stone paths, giggling and running and chasing one another, Pia stayed with Leo on the terrace. She wanted to play with the girls or pull out the withered plants and clean up the ragged vegetable patch like she used to do with Muti back in Hazelton, but Mrs. Hudson insisted she keep the baby out of the breeze, even though he was safe and warm in his pram, swaddled beneath layers of clothes and soft blankets. And no matter how warm it was, Mrs. Hudson called them inside after an hour, for fear they'd catch cold and compromise their ability to fight off the flu. Thinking back to the mining village where she'd spent as much time as possible outside, no matter the weather, catching crayfish, building snowmen, climbing hills and trees, making miniature houses out of sticks and pebbles, Pia couldn't understand Mrs. Hudson's reasoning. Vater always said it made children strong and healthy to play in the forest, to get dirty and wet and blow off the stink. But Pia didn't make the rules, so instead of stewing about something she couldn't change, she tried to be grateful for the occasional hour of fresh air. Every night at dinner, she eagerly awaited Dr. Hudson's answers to his wife's questions about the latest wave of influenza, hoping against hope that things were getting better. To her dismay, his answers were always the same. New cases of the Spanish flu were being reported every day, and it was impossible to tell if there was an end in sight. Despite Mrs. Hudson's determination to protect her children at any cost, her weariness showed in her creased brow and sagging shoulders. Her husband reminded her that she should be grateful there was no need to go out because once a week, groceries and other supplies were delivered and left outside on the porch. And when the delivery boy was gone, Pia and Mrs. Hudson carried everything in and put it away. Pia couldn't help wondering if the rest of the city was behaving the same way, or if the Hudsons were being overly cautious. Of course, she also worried about her father and brothers, and Finn, wherever he was. She glanced at the newspapers left on the breakfast table every morning, but only saw headlines about prohibition, taxes, and the Grand Canyon becoming a national park. Nothing about the flu or another quarantine. Then, on a Sunday morning in early March, a few weeks after her arrival, she lifted Leo from his crib, and her heart sank. Something had changed. Her back felt like she was standing too close to a coal stove, and her lower abdomen ached as if someone had punched her with a hard fist. Leo smiled at her, like always, his sweet little face lighting up, but something was different about his eyes, like the shine had been scrubbed off. Checking to make sure the sensations were coming from him, that she wasn't getting a cold or had hurt her back lifting the girls, she lay him down again. As she feared, the pain disappeared, and when she picked him up again, it returned. She carried him over to the changing table, took off his nightclothes, and with shaking hands examined his legs and torso and back. There were no bruises or red spots, no rashes or injuries. His skin was rosy and smooth. She dressed him, then stood frozen next to the changing table, trying to decide what to do. If she told the Hudsons what she felt, they'd think she was crazy. At the same time, she couldn't sit by and do nothing. She leaned over him and looked into his eyes, caressing his cheek with the back of her fingers. "What's wrong, little one?" she whispered. "Do you have a bellyache, or is it something else?" He grinned and reached for her nose. She handed him his pewter rattle, and he immediately put it in his mouth, covering it with drool. He kicked and lifted his arms, laughing when the rattle made noise. He seemed fine, like a normal 3-month-old. and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She checked the clock on the dresser, sitting next to a brown teddy bear and woolen lamb on red wheels. It was 6:35, over 20 minutes before she was due to take the children down for breakfast. And the girls were still sleeping, Elizabeth with her butt in the air in the other crib. She picked Leo up and held him close, his cheek on hers. The heat and pain returned, even stronger than before. This couldn't wait. Tiptoeing out of the nursery, she took him downstairs to the kitchen, where Dr. and Mrs. Hudson sat reading the newspaper and having their morning coffee. Dr. Hudson looked up when she came in, his eyebrows raised. "What is it, Pia?" Mrs. Hudson set down her coffee and turned in her chair. "Where are the girls?" "Still sleeping, ma'am," Pia said, hurrying over to them. "Excuse me for interrupting, but I think something is wrong with Leo." Mrs. Hudson jumped up and took the baby from her, nearly knocking over her chair. "What do you mean?" she said. "What's wrong with him?" Dr. Hudson stood and felt Leo's forehead. "What makes you think something's wrong? He doesn't have a fever." Pia twisted her fingers together, her hands clasped at her waist. I... Mrs. Hudson cradled Leo in one arm and examined him, lifting his nightdress and running unsteady fingers across his head and arms and legs and chest. "I don't think it's anything serious, darling," Dr. Hudson said. "There's no need to be alarmed." He turned to Pia. "Did he vomit? Any coughing?" Pia shook her head. "Was he sneezing?" "No, sir," Pia said. "Did he have a convulsion or a fit of some kind?" She kept shaking her head, her fear mounting. "What is it, then?" "I don't know how to explain it, sir," Pia said. He doesn't look right to me. His eyes," and Dr. Hudson started toward the back door. "Bring him into my office so I can examine him more carefully," he said to his wife. Mrs. Hudson went with him, her face contorted in fear. Her son clutched to her chest. Dr. Hudson put his arm behind her as if protecting her and Leo from invisible intruders. Then he stopped and looked back at Pia. "Not a word of this to the girls," he said. "We don't want to frighten them." "Yes, sir," Pia said. Then they were gone, and she was alone in the kitchen. The only sounds, the ticking of the hot stove and the Hudsons' frantic footsteps hurrying down the back hall. Steam curled from their coffee cups on the table. Half-eaten muffins sat on plates next to bowls of baked pears and cream of wheat. If only she had time to sit down, to think about what had just happened. Dr. Hudson seemed to doubt what she was saying, but he was going to examine Leo anyway. Had he believed her in some small way, or was he just being cautious? More than anything, she wanted Leo to be all right, but if Dr. Hudson didn't find anything wrong, he might think she was trying to start trouble. Or worse. She went back upstairs to wake the girls, unease swimming in her stomach. While getting them dressed, she felt their backs and foreheads and shoulders to see if she sensed anything similar to what she'd felt in Leo. No heat or pain came from them, no shakes or queasiness. They seemed perfectly fine. When the girls were ready, she lifted Elizabeth onto her hip and, on watery legs, led the older two downstairs, dreading the news that something was wrong with their little brother. And what would happen if something wasn't? When she and the girls entered the kitchen, Dr. and Mrs. Hudson were at the table, finishing their breakfast as if nothing had happened. Leo lay quietly in a cradle near the coal stove. Dr. and Mrs. Hudson greeted the girls with smiles and good mornings, while Pia put Elizabeth in her high chair and settled Margaret and Sophie in their places. "How are all of you on this beautiful morning?" Dr. Hudson said cheerfully. "We're fine, Daddy,"
Margaret said. Sophie mocked her older sister, then giggled. Pia chewed on the inside of her cheek. Dr. Hudson looked relaxed, and Mrs. Hudson's eyes were dry, her brow soft. Had she been wrong about Leo? For his sake, she hoped she was. But what would the Hudsons think about what she'd said? Mrs. Hudson got up to get the girls' breakfast from the stove, and Pia went over to help. Leo was sound asleep in the cradle, his arms splayed above his head, his hands curled into tiny fists. The picture of health. Mrs. Hudson bent over and tucked his blanket in around him. "Is he all right, ma'am?" Pia whispered. "Yes," Mrs. Hudson whispered back. "Dr. Hudson found nothing wrong, thank God." She handed Pia the kettle of oatmeal and gave her a stern look. "You scared the daylights out of us." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I had a strange feeling." "Feelings aren't able to recognize illness," Mrs. Hudson said. "That's what doctors are for. Why, if I took every one of my feelings for cash money, they'd lock me up in the loony bin." Pia dropped her eyes to the floor. "It's all right," Mrs. Hudson said quietly. "I'm not upset with you. In fact, I'm pleased you're keeping such a close eye on the children. Just do me a favor. Next time you're worried about one of them, please let us know with a little less drama." "Yes, ma'am," Pia said. That night, Pia ran out of her bedroom and followed Mrs. Hudson's screams, her legs heavy as stone as she raced toward the nursery with her lantern. Dr. Hudson appeared in his bathrobe at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide with fear, his hair wild. He flew down the hall into Leo and Elizabeth's room. Ignoring the slipper that fell from his foot, Pia followed, fear squeezing her heart against her ribs. When her lantern light fell into the nursery, it revealed Elizabeth on her feet in her crib, gripping the rail and wailing. Pia set the lantern on the accent table next to the door, fumbled for the room lantern, lit the flame, and replaced the globe with shaking hands. Dr. Hudson was on his knees next to Mrs. Hudson, who was howling in a heap on the floor next to Leo's empty crib. Leo lay in her trembling arms, his face bone-white, his body limp. "Dear God!" Dr. Hudson cried. "What happened?" Pia's heart went black. No, she thought. This can't be. It just can't be. She went over to Elizabeth's crib, the floor pitching beneath her, horror filling her throat like oil. She picked up Elizabeth and held her tight, shushing her and telling her everything would be all right. The sensible thing to do would have been to take her out of the room, away from the tragic scene, but Pia couldn't move. She had to know what happened. Mrs. Hudson gaped up at her husband, her eyes red as blood in her ashen face. "I came up to check on him," she wailed, and anguished sobs swallowed her words. Dr. Hudson lifted his son from her grasp, listened for a heartbeat, then crushed him to his chest, his shoulders convulsing. With gulping moans, Mrs. Hudson sat up, and together they cradled Leo in their arms, their heads bowed together, caressing the pale cheeks of their lost child. Pia wanted to run out of the room, out the front door and down the street, never to look back. She couldn't bear another second of the overwhelming agony that filled the room like a living, breathing thing. But she couldn't leave either, for 100 reasons. Margaret and Sophie appeared in the doorway in nightdresses and bare feet, their faces crumpled in fear. When Sophie saw her parents on the floor, she wrapped her arms around her older sister's waist and pressed her face into the folds of her nightdress. Margaret stood frozen, staring and confused and starting to cry. Pia went to them and knelt down, Elizabeth whimpering against her shoulder. "It's all right," she said, her throat thick and hot. "Everything's going to be all right. Come on, let's go back to your bedroom." She picked up her lantern, ready to herd them into the hall,
but Margaret rushed past her into the nursery and fell against her mother, crying. Mrs. Hudson wrapped an arm around her and kissed her forehead. "Go with Pia, darling," she said in a raspy voice. "I'll come see you in a few minutes, I promise." "What's wrong with Leo, Mommy?" Margaret said. "Does he have a hurt?" Mrs. Hudson nodded. "Yes, sweetie, he does. A very bad one." "Do you want me to get a bandage?" Margaret said. "I know where they are." Mrs. Hudson shook her head and looked at Pia with pleading eyes. Pia went over and put a gentle hand on Margaret's head. "Come on, sweetheart," she said. "We'll read a book or play a game while we wait. You get to pick." Margaret sniffed, let go of her mother, and allowed Pia to coax her out of the room. Sophie was sitting in the hallway, tears streaming down her cheeks. With Elizabeth still sniffling against her neck, Pia led the girls toward their room as Dr. and Mrs. Hudson's tortured sobs followed them down the corridor, echoing like 100 mourners' wails throughout the grand house. White ribbons hung from every door of the Hudson home. Crepe covered every mirror, and the hands of the clock had been stilled. Despite the fact that Dr. and Mrs. Hudson had decided not to have a wake lest someone paying their respects bring in the flu, Mrs. Hudson insisted they carry out the formalities of one. Now she stood like a statue over her tiny son in the small open casket in the center of the parlor, a black handkerchief pressed to her mouth. Wearing his never-used christening dress and bonnet, Leo lay on a white silk pillow, his eyes closed, a pewter rattle in his hands. On the settee, behind Mrs. Hudson in matching navy dresses with pleated skirts, Margaret, Sophie, and Elizabeth kept worried eyes on their mother. It was the first time she'd been out of bed in 2 days, and no doubt they wondered if she might leave them too. Pia had wondered the same thing when she'd knocked on the Hudson's bedroom door the morning after Leo died to ask if she could do anything to help. Dr. Hudson opened the door, the whites of his swollen eyes webbed with red, and Mrs. Hudson lay motionless beside Leo on the bed behind him, her eyes closed, her face white as bone. Pia swallowed, trying to find her voice. "Is she going to be all right, sir?" she said. "I hope so," he said. "Can I get either of you anything? Some tea and honey? Maybe a sandwich or a biscuit?" He shook his head. "No, thank you. If I want something, I can get it." He glanced over his shoulder at his wife. "And Mrs. Hudson won't care about eating for a while. I gave her a laudanum to help her sleep." "All right, sir, but if there's anything I can do, please let me know." "Thank you, Pia," he said. Then, to her surprise, he came out into the hall and closed the door behind him, his face grave. He bowed his head and lowered his voice. "I'm trying to understand how you knew something was wrong with my son." She twisted her fingers together behind her back. How could she explain what she'd felt without looking like a raving lunatic? I don't know, sir," she said. He studied her with tortured eyes. "What do you mean you don't know?" "There must have been something, some clue I didn't see, or—" "He looked a little pale to me, sir, that's all." "Are you sure?" he said. "You seemed so certain, but I couldn't find anything, not a hint of a fever, no swollen glands or tender spot. I'm sure it wasn't the flu. Did you see something, feel something? A lump or a bruise? Anything?" She shook her head. "Is it possible you accidentally dropped him? Or bumped his head on something?" She drew in a sharp breath. It had never crossed her mind that they might suspect her of harming Leo somehow. "No, sir," she said, louder than she intended. "I swear I didn't do anything to him. I never would have hurt him, never. And if something had happened by mistake, I would have told you. You can ask Sister Agnes at St. Vincent's. I took care of the babies all the time, and I never—" He raised his hand to quiet her. "It's all right, Pia," he said. "You can tell me. Accidents happen sometimes, even when you know what you're doing." "I swear on my father's life," she said, her eyes flooding. "It wasn't anything like that, sir." He stared at her, long and hard, as if judging her innocence or guilt by the color of her eyes. Then what was it? Panic pounded inside her head. If he thought she'd caused Leo's death, who knew what would happen? Then again, maybe that was why she'd been sent here. Maybe it was all an elaborate trick to throw her off guard and show her a comfortable life before she finally got what she deserved. She hung her head. "I don't know, sir. I just knew. I can't explain it." "But how? How did you know?" "When I held him, sir." "Are you saying you could feel he was ill when you touched him?" She lifted her head, stunned by his words. Was he testing her to see if she was crazy? Or did he know something about the strange feelings that had bewildered her all her life? Either way, no matter what, she couldn't let him think she'd had anything to do with Leo's death. She looked him in the eyes. It was now or never. "Yes, sir," she said. "That's exactly what I'm saying." He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I've heard of situations like that, but Has anything similar ever happened to you before?" She nodded, holding his gaze. "Yes, sir, it has. Many times." "I see." He glanced at the floor and shook his head slightly, his face lined with confusion and doubt. "And when did you first start sensing these things?" "As far back as I can remember, sir. I wasn't sure what it was for a long time, but it grew stronger after the flu started. Then, when my mother got sick and died, I knew what I was feeling was real." "Why didn't you tell us before now?" "Because I didn't want you to think I was unstable." He pinched the bridge of his nose and squeezed his eyes shut, as if suddenly suffering an excruciating headache. Was he frustrated, trying not to cry, or wondering how he had hired a crazy person to take care of his children? Maybe he was trying to decide between calling the police to arrest her or a doctor to commit her to an asylum. The hallway seemed to shrink as her panic grew. She had to prove she was telling the truth, but how? Then she had an idea. She reached up and gently took his hand away from his face, praying it would work. He opened his eyes, surprised, but let her take it. She wrapped her hands around his and waited for something to come to her, some inkling or sensation, even the slightest pain of an aching tooth or the tight thud of a headache. Hopefully she'd feel something more specific, but nothing that would threaten his life. She closed her eyes, pushed away her misery and fear, and tried to concentrate. His hand was twice the size of hers, with warm skin and a calloused palm. And then she felt it, a deep throbbing in her forearm, and a burning sensation in her groin. She let go and looked at him. "You can still feel where the bullet hit your missing arm," she said. "And you have pain when you urinate." His mouth fell open. "How did you? I haven't even told Mrs. Hudson about—" "I felt it, sir." He gaped at her, clearly stunned. "That's extraordinary," he said. "I've been treating myself for the urinary infection, and it's getting better, so I'm surprised you could still—" He paused, scrubbed his hand down his face, and sighed loudly. "I just wish you had trusted me sooner, Pia." I worked with someone like you on the front lines once." The hair on the back of her neck stood up. "You did?" He nodded. "A nurse who somehow knew if gangrene was setting in before I could tell. She had a kind of sixth sense that could locate lodged bullets and bleeding veins. At first I thought the stress of everything she'd seen and experienced had taken a toll on her, and she was imagining things. But after working with her for a while, I realized 9 times out of 10 she was right. I saved a lot more men because of her." Pia felt like weeping. All this time, she'd thought she was the only one on earth who had such strange feelings. That she'd be locked up in the loony bin if she told the truth. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. "What I'm trying to say is," Dr. Hudson continued, "I believe you. I don't know if I could have done anything for Leo, even if you'd told me. But from now on, I'll take you seriously if you feel something might be wrong with any of my family members. And most of all, I'm sorry for doubting you." She could only nod, afraid she might start crying and never stop. Losing Leo was too big a price to pay, but having someone validate and believe her felt like a miracle. Now, Dr. Hudson stood beside the settee during his son's wake, gripping the carved crest rail as if to keep from falling. His lips pressed together in a hard, thin line. Having brought the girls down from the playroom a few minutes prior, Pia awaited further instruction on the other side of the parlor, her watery eyes fixed on poor little Leo. No one spoke or moved. While her heart broke for the Hudsons, she was helpless, it seemed, to stop picturing her own family at a wake for the twins. Mutti standing over Ollie and Max, Vater looking on with a tormented face. She imagined her parents finding out what she'd done, their disappointment and anger, their heartache and grief, and the blame aimed at her for her brother's deaths. She'd deserve every bit of it, and more. Just thinking about it, something cold and hard twisted in her chest, and she bit her lip, swallowing the sobs that threatened to wrench from her throat. As if noticing her for the first time, Mrs. Hudson gazed at her with haunted eyes. "How did you know?" she said in a weak voice. Pia didn't know what to say, or if she should say anything at all. Instead, she looked at Dr. Hudson, hoping he'd answer for her. He stepped forward and put his arm around his wife. "Pia and I have talked about that," he said. "And I believe what she said." "And?" Mrs. Hudson said. "What did she say? That she knew my baby was sick?" "Yes, darling, but..." Mrs. Hudson grimaced and pushed him away. "Then why didn't you do something?" she cried. "Why didn't you save him?" Dr. Hudson put his hand to his chest, his face filled with agony. Looked shattered. "It wasn't like that," he said, nearly choking on his tears. "She knew something was wrong, but she didn't know what exactly, and I couldn't find anything. You were there. He seemed fine. Sometimes these things just happen, sweetheart. It might have been a physical defect he was born with, something we don't understand yet. You know better than anyone that if there had been anything I could have done to save him, I would have done it. I would have laid down my life for my son." He looked at the girls. "I'd lay down my life for every one of you." With that, Mrs. Hudson's face folded in on itself. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I know it's not your fault. It's just, I miss him so much. I don't know if I can bear it." She buried her face in her hands. Dr. Hudson gathered her to him, kissing her cheek and forehead. "I know, darling. I know. I miss him too." He motioned the girls over, and they got up from the settee and put their small arms around their parents' legs, crying with grief and fear and relief. Pia lowered her flooding eyes and edged toward the door, ready to slip out of the room. "Wait," Mrs. Hudson said. "Don't go." Pia stopped and pressed her nails into her palms. More than anything, she wanted to get out of there, to go hide in her bedroom where she could fall apart in private. "Yes, ma'am?" "I'm sorry I doubted you," Mrs. Hudson said, "even if nothing could have been done. Somehow you knew something was wrong with my Leo. I'm his mother and I—" She hesitated and swallowed, her chin trembling. "I'm his mother and I didn't even know. I realize you are only trying to help, and I appreciate that, I truly do." "Thank you, ma'am," Pia said. "I'm very sorry about Leo, and I'm sorry I couldn't do more for him." Mrs. Hudson nodded, fresh tears filling her eyes. Then she turned back to her grieving family, shoulders convulsing. Pia left the room, slowly closing the door behind her. She started down the hall, trying to walk quietly, then ran the rest of the way upstairs, her hand over her mouth, to stifle her sobs. Chapter 22. Pia. Despite Dr. Hudson's multiple offers to take Leo to the undertaker's himself, to be buried in the family plot outside the city, Mrs. Hudson insisted her only son be interred in the backyard, in the far corner between her prized rose beds. She didn't want to send him away, to let some stranger bury him in a cemetery overflowing with flu victims. Other people had graves in their backyards, she reasoned, and with the number of flu victims in the city over the past 6 months, certainly backyard burials had been happening even more frequently. She didn't care that their yard was smaller than most. Only after she agreed to move his casket to the family plot outside the city, when, or if, the third wave of flu was ever over, did Dr. Hudson let her have her way. After marking his grave with an angel statue, borrowed from the dining room curio cabinet, Mrs. Hudson retreated to her bedroom for another 4 days, while Pia took over the cooking and house cleaning along with looking after the girls. In between running after Margaret and Sophie, changing Elizabeth, keeping the house from complete disarray, trying to make sure everyone got fed, and delivering meals to Mrs. Hudson, who, despite her husband's coaxing, ate little more than a few bites of toast or a mouthful of soup. Pia was exhausted. Now she understood why Mrs. Hudson had needed help in the first place. 5 days later, when Mrs. Hudson finally emerged from her bedroom, she was dressed, but her skirt was askew on her hips and her cheekbones jutted out from her haggard face. Snarled strands of dirty hair hung from the heavy pins holding her bun, and her skin looked thin as rice paper. She entered the playroom, gliding through the door like a ghost, and the girls ran to meet her with delighted cries, their arms outstretched. Mrs. Hudson knelt and kissed their faces and foreheads and cheeks, giving them a weary smile as they all talked at once. "Are you feeling better, Mommy?" Margaret said. Mrs. Hudson caressed her oldest daughter's cheek. "Yes, sweetheart, Mommy is still sad, but I'm getting better, I promise." "I missed you," Margaret said. "I missed you too, darling," Mrs. Hudson said. "Is your hurt all done?" Sophie said. Mrs. Hudson nodded. "Yes, baby girl, my hurt is almost gone." Elizabeth started to climb into her mother's arms, nearly knocking her over. Pia hurried over to help. "Hold on, little one," she said, and held her back. Mrs. Hudson got up, sat in a chair, and patted her lap with both hands. "All right," she said. "Come here, my loves." Pia picked Elizabeth up and placed her in Mrs. Hudson's lap, then moved out of the way so the other girls could get close to their mother. Mrs. Hudson hugged Elizabeth tight, her nose buried in her downy hair, and Margaret and Sophie lay their cheeks against her skirt. "Is there anything I can get for you, ma'am?" Pia said. "Some hot tea, a little something to eat?" Mrs. Hudson looked up, one pale hand on the back of Elizabeth's small head. "Some tea would be lovely, Pia, thank you." "My pleasure, ma'am," Pia said. "Will you be taking it downstairs, or would you like me to bring it up here to the playroom?" "Downstairs will be fine," Mrs. Hudson said. "Will you please get a snack for the girls, too? Maybe some fruit muffins or dried apricots?" "Of course," Pia said, and turned to leave. "Pia," Mrs. Hudson said. "Yes, ma'am?" "I don't know what we would have done without you here. Thank you." Heat crawled up Pia's cheeks. "I'm glad I was able to help." Just then, the doorbell rang downstairs, and Mrs. Hudson sat up with a start, her eyes wide. "Who in heaven's name could that be?" she said. "Did someone take down the no visitors sign?" "No, ma'am," Pia said. "It's still there as far as I know, unless it fell off. I'll see who it is and send them away." "Please do," Mrs. Hudson said. "I don't want anyone coming into this house." Pia hurried out of the playroom, along the hall, and down the stairs, her irritation growing. What kind of person would ignore the sign on the front door, not to mention the white crepe? Whoever it was, they had to be rude or dim-witted or both. The doorbell chimed several more times, a little longer with each ring, until the bell sounded like it would shatter. When she reached the foyer, Pia drew back the side-light window curtain to peer out, ready to give the doorbell ringer a piece of her mind. But then she saw who it was, and she gasped and stepped back. Nurse Wallace stood on the porch with what looked like a medical bag in one hand. What was she doing there? Had she come to take her to an asylum, or send her away on a train? No, that didn't make sense. Mrs. Hudson wouldn't get rid of her. She had just thanked her for taking care of the girls and helping out. Then she remembered what Mrs. Hudson had said about not knowing anything was wrong with Leo, even though she was his mother. Maybe Pia's presence made her feel guilty. Maybe she couldn't stand to look at her one more day. "I know someone's in there," Nurse Wallace said from the other side of the door. "I saw you peeking out the window." She pressed the doorbell again, this time leaving her finger on the buzzer. "Can't you read the sign?" Pia said. "It says no visitors." Then she had another thought, and her heart leapt in her chest. Maybe Nurse Wallace had found Ollie and Max. Maybe Mother Joe had sent her here to tell her the news. She fumbled with the lock and yanked the door open. When Nurse Wallace saw who answered, her brows shot up in surprise. "Oh," she said. She started to say something else, but paused, as if rethinking her words, then raised her chin. "I wondered what happened to you." Pia's shoulders dropped. Nurse Wallace wasn't there about the twins. She had no idea Pia even worked there. "Mother Joe sent me here to help with the children," she said. "I can see that. Lucky you." "I was hoping you were here because you had news about my brothers." Nurse Wallace glanced behind Pia, trying to see into the house. "No, I haven't heard or seen a thing about them." "Did you talk to anyone? Did you ask about them at other orphanages? What about the hospitals?" "I already told you. I didn't find anything. And I'm not here to see you anyway. I've come to check on Mrs. Hudson. Her husband sent for me." Pia clenched her jaw. Why was she being so heartless? Either she didn't care about the twins, or she hadn't looked for them. Even if she was still upset about Pia yelling at her the first time they met, her indifference seemed strange for someone who claimed to love helping children. But
Regardless of the reasons behind her behavior, Pia needed to decide whether or not to allow her inside. Mrs. Hudson would be upset if she did, and if Dr. Hudson sent for her, he might be upset if she refused. "Well, are you going to let me in, or just stand there looking confused?" Nurse Wallace said. Pia wasn't sure what to do. Dr. Hudson had sent for help with the children without his wife knowing, so maybe he'd sent for Nurse Wallace, too. She should run into his office and check. She stepped back and opened the door all the way. "You'll have to wait in the foyer while I let Dr. Hudson know you're here." "There's no need for that," Nurse Wallace said. She entered, set down her bag, and proceeded to take off her coat. His instructions were very clear. I'm to meet with Mrs. Hudson while the nanny, that would be you, occupy the children. "But Is she still in bed?" "No, she was getting ready to come down for tea when you rang." Nurse Wallace smoothed the front of her uniform and picked up her bag again. "Very well, then. Where's she taking it?" "In the kitchen, I think. But she doesn't want anyone in the house. I'll get Dr. Hudson. I'm sure he'll want to speak to her first to tell her what's going on." "That won't be necessary," Nurse Wallace said. "I can deal with Mrs. Hudson. Trust me when I say she doesn't know what's best for her right now. Dr. Hudson, on the other hand, does. He told me about their son, and what a hard time his wife has been having since he passed. She needs someone to talk to, someone who understands. Now show me to the kitchen, then you can fetch Mrs. Hudson." "I don't think that's a good idea," Pia said. "I don't want to go against her wishes." Nurse Wallace scowled. "Why don't you let me do my job, and I'll make sure you can keep doing yours. Otherwise, I'll tell Dr. Hudson how uncooperative and troublesome you were at St. Vincent's and recommend you be sent away." Pia blanched. Why was she being hostile? Surely the Hudsons wouldn't appreciate her acting that way. She took a deep breath and gathered a small measure of courage. "He won't believe you," she said. "Are you sure?" Nurse Wallace said. "I heard you tried to escape St. Vincent's several times, and Sister Ernestine didn't have one good thing to say about you. Have you even told Mrs. Hudson about your missing brothers?" A hot flush of fear and frustration crawled up Pia's neck. She couldn't risk the nurse talking to Mrs. Hudson about Ollie and Max. Mrs. Hudson might wonder what else she was hiding, especially after the incident with Leo. Dr. Hudson and his wife were some of the nicest people she'd ever met, but they'd never understand what she'd done to her brothers, especially so soon after losing their baby boy. Maybe she would tell them someday, but not now. With the heavy weight of resentment like a boulder on her chest, she reluctantly showed Nurse Wallace the way to the kitchen, then went up to the playroom to get Mrs. Hudson. After explaining the situation and apologizing numerous times, she was relieved to hear Mrs. Hudson say it wasn't her fault, that she was upset with her husband for sending for the nurse, not with her. After Mrs. Hudson told the other girls to stay in the playroom, then put Elizabeth, who had fallen asleep in her arms, in the nursery, she and Pia went back downstairs. When they entered the kitchen, Nurse Wallace was at the table, pouring hot water into 2 teacups. She set the tea kettle down on a hot mat and smiled at Mrs. Hudson, her hands clasped at her waist. "May I help you?" Mrs. Hudson said, her voice curt. "I hope you don't mind," Nurse Wallace said. "But your daughter said you were getting ready to have tea, and I thought I'd help out. May I join you?" Pia frowned. Why was Nurse Wallace acting like she didn't know who she was? Maybe she was the one who needed a mental evaluation. "My daughter?" Mrs. Hudson said. Then she realized who the nurse meant, and she ran a hand along the back of Pia's arm, surprising her and making her stiffen at the same time. "Oh, this isn't my daughter. She's—" Mrs. Hudson hesitated and regarded the nurse with wary eyes. "I'm
I'm sorry, who are you again? Pia said my husband sent for you, but he didn't tell me you were coming. I'm sure he would have told me something that important. Nurse Wallace gave her a smile that was both kind and condescending. Forgive me, Mrs. Hudson, but that was a little white lie. I knew Pia wouldn't let me see you otherwise. Pia gaped at the nurse, anger flushing her cheeks. Mrs. Hudson's face went dark. What's this all about, then? She said. What are you doing in my house? First, let me say how very sorry I am about your son, Leonard, Nurse Wallace said. One of my nurse friends read about his passing in the newspaper and told me about it. Such a tragedy. She says your husband is a wonderful doctor, and she thought I should stop by because You work at the hospital? Mrs. Hudson said. Fear edged her voice. Nurse Wallace shook her head. No, I'm a visiting nurse. I visit people in their homes when they're sick. Mrs. Hudson gasped and took a step back. Oh, no, Nurse Wallace said. There's no need to worry, I promise. I haven't been around a new flu case in weeks, and I'd never take the chance of bringing sickness into your home when you've already lost so much. I was only hoping I'd be able to talk to you, to offer my sincerest condolences about your boy, and to help you get through this difficult time. No one can help me, Mrs. Hudson said, especially someone I don't know. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to leave. Nurse Wallace came around the table, a sympathetic look on her face. You're right. You don't know me. But I've helped many women get through the death of a child. And I know what you're feeling. I know you've suffered a tremendous loss and have a hard time thinking clearly right now. I know you're in the deepest, darkest pit of despair you ever imagined. And I know your heart is shattered. Most of all, I know you're not sure you can keep living with such unspeakable pain. Tears flooded Mrs. Hudson's eyes, and her face twisted in anger. How could you possibly know what I'm feeling? She said. You don't know anything about me, and you certainly don't know anything about my son. I know because I've been where you are, Nurse Wallace said. I lost my baby boy, too, when he was only 4 months old. Pia drew in a sharp breath. She had no idea. I know what it's like to feel so heartbroken and alone you think you'll go mad, Nurse Wallace continued. Like no one else will ever understand the devastation you feel. I know what it's like to want to die. And if you go on living, to wonder how you'll ever eat or laugh or smile again. But I also know you have other children to live for, which is something I didn't have. You owe it to them to get through this, Mrs. Hudson. Just think what would happen to them if they lost you too. How awful it would be for them to have that much tragedy in their lives. They need you to stay strong. Mrs. Hudson pressed her trembling fingers over her mouth, stumbled over to the table and sat down, shoulders convulsing. Nurse Wallace laid a comforting hand on her arm, and Mrs. Hudson reached over and squeezed it hard, her fingers turning red, as if the nurse were a lifeline in a storm. Pia gritted her teeth and blinked back tears. She wasn't a mother yet, but she knew the horrible, heavy heartache of grief, the jagged, aching hole in your chest that could never be fixed. Losing a child had to be 1,000 times worse. And seeing Mrs. Hudson break down again made her think of her own mother, who would have been equally shattered to lose one of her children. To think she could be responsible for that kind of pain was almost too much for Pia to endure. I'll go check on the girls and give you some privacy, she said. Before anyone could protest, she slipped out of the kitchen. Maybe Nurse Wallace was right. Maybe Mrs. Hudson needed to talk to another grieving mother. It couldn't hurt and might even help. When she reached the end of the hall, playful voices and soft giggles floated down the stairway. The girls were on the top steps, starting to come down. Pia hurried them back up again, with promises to play hide-and-seek. The last thing they needed was to see their mother fall apart again. The next afternoon, Nurse Wallace came by to talk to Mrs. Hudson again, while Pia kept the girls occupied upstairs. Following routine, she put Elizabeth in the nursery for her nap at 2:00, then went down to the pantry to get Sophie and Margaret an afternoon snack of plum pudding or fruit farina. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she overheard the women's voices drifting out of the parlor and down the empty hall. Muti always said it was wrong to eavesdrop, but she couldn't help straining to hear, one hand on her stomach, ready to run if someone came out of the room. She listened partly because she was worried Nurse Wallace might tell Mrs. Hudson about Ollie and Max, and partly because she hoped the nurse would say something to help ease her own grief. No one, not one of the nuns at St. Vincent's or sweet Sister Agnes, had ever talked to her about losing her family. No one had ever tried helping her through her heartache and sorrow. Sometimes the depth of her misery frightened her, and she worried she really might lose her mind. "I'll never be the same," Mrs. Hudson said, sniffing. "My heart will be broken forever. Sometimes I feel so desperate I want to die, just so I see his face again." "I understand," Nurse Wallace said. "Truly I do. I felt the same way. The only thing that helped me carry on was helping women like you, and helping orphans find new families." "I commend you for helping orphans, but I'm not sure I could do that without bringing them all home with me." Nurse Wallace chuckled. "Oh, trust me, there have been a number of times I've wanted to do just that. The conditions in the orphanages are dreadful. They're dirty and overcrowded, and some of the people in charge really don't care about the children at all. Sometimes I wonder if God took my son to lead me to my true calling, helping those in need, especially children. I know that sounds strange, horrible even, but there's something about putting myself aside and seeing the gratefulness in their eyes that makes life worthwhile." "Well, if that's the way he works," Mrs. Hudson said, "he's not the God I thought he was." Pia had to agree with Mrs. Hudson. If God loved everyone so much, why would he purposely cause them so much pain? She wanted to listen longer, but Sophie was in the upstairs hall calling her name. She grabbed the snacks and hurried back up the steps, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. By the third day, it seemed as though Nurse Wallace's visits were actually helping Mrs. Hudson. She started combing her hair again and took over the cooking. Pia didn't think the nurse had said anything about her or her brothers yet, and she hoped it would stay that way. Still, she kept thinking about telling Mrs. Hudson the truth before Nurse Wallace could. And now that Mrs. Hudson had a relationship of sorts with the nurse, maybe she could talk her into really looking for Ollie and Max. Maybe Dr. Hudson could help, and between the two of them, they could find out something, anything, to lead her in the right direction. But it was too soon after Leo's passing to say anything, and she always lost her nerve at the last minute anyway. On the nurse's fourth visit, Pia noticed her medical bag sitting outside the parlor. Why did she always bring it, if she was just there to talk? Made of black leather, it had a metal clasp and worn handle, and a thin book like a ledger stuck out of a side pocket. Pia's heartbeat picked up speed. Maybe it was a list of nuns and orphanages in the city. Maybe it was something that would help her find her brothers. She edged closer to get a better look. In the parlor, a spoon clinked against the sides of a china cup as someone stirred their tea. Pia held her breath to listen. making sure no one was about to come out into the hall. "I'm sorry, but we're all out of lemons," Mrs. Hudson said. "This is fine," Nurse Wallace said. "Thank you." Pia moved closer to the bag, then bent over and slowly eased the ledger out of the side pocket. The ledger was made of leather, too, but newer than the bag, and it was bound shut with a large rubber band. When she pulled it all the way out, 3 $10 bills slipped out from behind it and floated to the floor. More bills hung halfway out of the pocket. She swore under her breath, clamped the ledger under her arm, knelt down, and with trembling hands quickly picked up the bills and shoved them back in the pocket. When she started to straighten, the ledger slipped from under her arm and hit the floor with a loud slap. "What was that?" Nurse Wallace said. "I have no idea," Mrs. Hudson said. Chairs creaked and footsteps clacked across the parlor floor. Pia grabbed the ledger, shoved it back in the bag, and sprinted down the hall on her tiptoes. When she reached the kitchen, she stood out of sight, breathing hard. "Pia?" Mrs. Hudson called out. Pia bit down on her lip, not sure what to do. If she didn't answer, they might come into the kitchen and wonder why she was hiding. She edged toward the pantry, then went back to the door and looked out. "Yes, ma'am," she said, trying to sound casual. Nurse Wallace stood beside Mrs. Hudson in the hall, her hands on her hips. "Oh, it's just you," Mrs. Hudson said. "We heard a noise and didn't know what it was." "I'm sorry," she said. "I was getting the girls' snack, and I dropped something." She hoped Mrs. Hudson wouldn't ask what. "Is everything all right?" Mrs. Hudson said. "Yes, ma'am, of course." Mrs. Hudson turned to Nurse Wallace. "It's nothing," she said. "Let's finish our tea, shall we?" Before following Mrs. Hudson back into the parlor, Nurse Wallace glanced down at her bag and frowned. It was only then that Pia noticed the ledger was nearly falling out of the pocket, and a $10 bill still lay on the floor. Nurse Wallace reached down to pick up the money, pushed the ledger back in the pocket, and lifted the bag, suspicious eyes locked on Pia the entire time. Pia forced a smile, then turned to go back to the pantry, a hot flush of fear crawling up her neck. If Nurse Wallace thought she'd gotten into her bag, there was no telling what she might do. It would be her word against Pia's if she said something was missing. But what was a nurse doing with all that money anyway? The next day, she came downstairs to get the girls' snack and heard something that made her stop in her tracks. A baby crying. She tiptoed down the hall and stood outside the parlor door, listening. The cries sounded like those of an infant, maybe even a newborn. Why would Nurse Wallace bring a baby into the house? Was she trying to torture poor Mrs. Hudson? "No," Mrs. Hudson said, her voice trembling. "I can't do it." "Of course you can," Nurse Wallace said. "It will be the best medicine for both of you. And it'll help you stop thinking so much about Leo." "I don't want to stop thinking about Leo," Mrs. Hudson cried. "I don't ever want to stop thinking about him." Pia clenched her jaw, fighting the urge to march into the parlor and stand up for Mrs. Hudson. Of course she didn't want to stop thinking about her lost son, no more than Pia wanted to stop thinking about her mother and father and brothers, not to mention it was impossible. How could Nurse Wallace say such a thing? "Oh, no," Nurse Wallace said. "Please forgive me. That's not what I meant. Of course you don't want to stop thinking about Leo, and you won't. Ever. It's just that you and this baby need each other, that's all. What better way to honor your son's memory than helping a destitute child? If you think about it, it makes perfect sense. God works in mysterious ways, Mrs. Hudson." Pia gasped, cupping a hand over her mouth. She couldn't believe what Nurse Wallace was asking Mrs. Hudson to do, especially so soon after Leo passed. "Please," Mrs. Hudson said, "just take him and go." "All right," Nurse Wallace said, "but if you turn him away, I'm not sure what will happen to him. I can check the orphanages to see if they have room, but there's so much sickness and neglect in those places it wouldn't be the ideal choice for any baby. I've seen it firsthand, and it's truly inconceivable. And he's so young, I don't know how well he'd fare." "But he has a mother," Mrs. Hudson said. "Perhaps she'll get better, and—" "If that were the case, I wouldn't have brought him here," Nurse Wallace said. "His mother was sent to the lunatic asylum last night. The doctor said it's very likely she'll spend the rest of her days there." "But he must have other family," Mrs. Hudson said. "An aunt or grandmother to take him in?" "If he does, I have no way of locating them. His mother was out of her mind when they found her, and she doesn't speak English." The baby's cries grew weaker, as if he were getting tired. "Oh, God," Mrs. Hudson said, "I can't bear it. The poor dear." The sofa creaked, and her shoes clicked on the parlor floorboards, back and forth, back and forth. "Well, there must be something else we can do besides... Listening to the baby whimper, Pia's eyes filled. It was all she could do not to go in there and take him, to find out what was wrong and comfort him as best she could. "If there was something else I could do," Nurse Wallace said, "I would have done it already. I understand how hard this is for you, Mrs. Hudson. I truly do." "I'm not sure you do. Otherwise, you never would have brought him here. Even if I wanted to take him in, Dr. Hudson would never allow it." "You might be surprised what a man will allow if it makes his wife whole again." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps stopped. "No, I won't do it," she said. It wouldn't be right. Leo has only been gone a little over a week. My arms still ache for him. My heart screams for him. It's too soon." "Well, then do you have any leftover formula in the house?" Nurse Wallace said. "No, I nursed my son. My husband and I believe a mother should suckle her children. I know it's considered old-fashioned by many, but—" "Take him," Nurse Wallace said. "Just for a few minutes." "No, I can't. I just can't." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps resumed pacing, then stopped again. "Can't you find a wet nurse for him?" "I could, but they're either immigrants or colored, and wet nurses cost money. Who would pay for it? Besides, this poor boy needs to be fed now." Mrs. Hudson started to say something else, but the baby started crying in earnest again, the loud, high-pitched wail of a hungry newborn. "Please, Mrs. Hudson," Nurse Wallace said. "I'm not sure when he ate last." Pia could barely stand listening to the baby carry on, each cry a little louder and more desperate than the one before, each wail and intake of breath more frantic. She thought she might scream if they didn't do something for him soon. Maybe she should go find a bottle to fill with water, anything, to ease the poor child's hunger. Were they just going to let him shriek? And if Nurse Wallace really cared about the baby, what difference did it make if the wet nurse was an immigrant or colored? She said his mother couldn't speak English, so she must have been an immigrant too. It didn't make sense. Finally, after what felt like forever, little by little, the baby calmed down. He made several muffled, nuzzling sounds, then went quiet. Pia let out a long, silent breath. Nurse Wallace must have had a bottle of formula with her all along, so why had it taken her so long to give it to him? Had she been trying to pressure Mrs. Hudson into taking the boy by letting him cry and playing on her emotions? Anger swirled in Pia's stomach. The more time she spent around Nurse Wallace, the more her distrust grew. She started to turn away and retreat down the hall, relieved at least that the baby was being fed. Then she heard Mrs. Hudson weeping. "I'm sorry, Leo," Mrs. Hudson said, her voice raspy and quivering. "But I have to help this poor hungry boy. Please, please forgive me. I promise, my sweet baby, I'll love you with all my heart until the day I die." Chapter 23. Pia. Pia was sitting on the rug in the playroom, playing tiddlywinks with the girls when Mrs. Hudson came in with the baby boy swaddled in her arms, her eyes swollen from crying. Sophie and Margaret looked up from their toys and froze, confusion pinching their innocent faces. Immersed in her own little world and humming to herself, the youngest girl, Elizabeth, continued playing with her blocks. Mrs. Hudson regarded Pia with a fretful expression, as if worried what she might think. Pia feigned surprise and got up from the rug to greet her. It had been only a few minutes since she'd heard Nurse Wallace leave, and she wasn't sure if she'd taken the baby with her or not. So, in truth, she was surprised. But if she were being honest, she was relieved Mrs. Hudson had agreed to take care of the boy, because if her brothers were alive, she hoped someone had shown them the same kindness. She brushed off her dress and gave Mrs. Hudson a slight smile to show she wasn't taken aback. Sophie and Margaret stared at the baby in their mother's arms. "It's all right," Mrs. Hudson said to the girls. "We're only looking after him for a few days until Nurse Wallace can find him a permanent home." She sat in the rocking chair, and the two older girls got up and gathered around her. Sophie gently pulled the blanket away from the baby's face to get a better look. "Where did he come from?" Margaret said, suddenly sounding older than her 4 years. "His mother is very sick," Mrs. Hudson said, "and we can't find his daddy, so Nurse Wallace brought him here because he doesn't have a home." "Oh, Mommy," Margaret said in a high, desperate voice, sounding like a little girl again. "That makes me want to cry." "I know, sweetheart," Mrs. Hudson said. "It makes me want to cry, too." Wondering what all the fuss was about, Elizabeth pushed herself up on her feet, toddled over and peeked over the arm of the rocking chair. When she saw the baby, she grinned, reached out with one arm and plopped her chubby palm on its head as if patting a ball. "Careful," Mrs. Hudson said, protecting the baby's head with a trembling hand. Elizabeth laughed and said, "Ew." Mrs. Hudson's eyes filled. "No, precious girl, this isn't Leo. This is a different boy. He's not your brother." "Ew," Elizabeth said again, delighted. "Ew, ew, ew." She clapped and jumped up and down, bouncing on her tiptoes. Mrs. Hudson's face crumpled in on itself, and she hung her head. Pia moved closer. "May I hold him for a minute, ma'am?" she said. Mrs. Hudson gave her a grateful look and lifted the baby into her waiting arms. Pia gazed down at his pale, thin face, and he observed her sleepily, his chestnut eyes blinking. He was a beautiful baby, with a head full of dark, curly hair, the complete opposite of blonde Leo and the rest of the Hudson family. Using the tips of her fingers, she softly caressed his cheek and forehead to see if she felt anything worrisome, because despite what Mrs. Hudson said about taking care of him only until he found a new home, Pia knew Nurse Wallace wanted Mrs. Hudson to keep him. And the last thing the Hudsons needed was to take in a sick baby. Dr. Hudson would probably examine him even if they didn't keep him, but Pia wanted to check him over anyway. Luckily, she didn't feel anything other than a weary sensation, as if she were overtired and hungry. Of course, it made sense that the baby would be both of those things, considering what he'd been through, and that his ailing mother likely hadn't taken care of him properly. Giving in to her soft touch, he closed his eyes and started to doze off. She looked up to see Mrs. Hudson watching with anxious eyes. "Does he feel healthy to you?" she said. Pia nodded, surprised and pleased to be asked her opinion. "He's very tired, but other than that, I think he's well. Yes." Elizabeth crawled into her mother's lap, put a thumb in her mouth, and snuggled into the folds of her blouse. Mrs. Hudson wrapped her arms around her youngest daughter and started rocking the chair, trying not to cry. "Can we keep him, Mommy?" Margaret said. "We miss Leo so." "Uh-huh," Sophie said. "We want him to stay with us. Pretty please?" Mrs. Hudson closed her eyes, her features twisting in agony, and buried her face in Elizabeth's golden hair. "Come along now, girls," Pia said. "Why don't you go back to your toys? Your mother needs some peace and quiet." Mrs. Hudson lifted her head and wiped away her tears. "It's all right," she said. "I'd like to stay here with them for a little while." She looked at the baby. "Is he asleep?" Pia nodded. "Would you mind putting him down for a nap?" "Of course not," Pia said. "I'd be happy to." She turned toward the door, then stopped. Where would you like me to put him, ma'am?" Mrs. Hudson pressed her lips together for a few seconds, then said, "In the nursery, I suppose." "Are you sure?" Pia said. "I could put him in my room or—" "No, it's fine, really." Pia watched her for another moment to make sure she wasn't going to change her mind. Mrs. Hudson nodded once to let her know it was all right. "Yes, ma'am," Pia said, and went to put the baby in the nursery. When she came back into the playroom a few minutes later, Mrs. Hudson was on the floor playing dolls with the girls. "Is there anything you'd like me to do for you, ma'am?" "Play with us," Margaret said. "I can't think of anything at the moment, Pia," Mrs. Hudson said. "Thank you, just come sit with us." Pia went over and knelt between the girls. Mrs. Hudson was helping Margaret dress a doll with brown ringlets and painted-on shoes. But a lost, faraway look dulled her eyes. Clearly her mind was elsewhere. "You be this one," Sophie said, giving Pia a doll in a ruffled dress. Pia took the doll, ran her fingers through its snarled hair, and eyed Mrs. Hudson. "Are you feeling all right, ma'am?" Mrs. Hudson nodded. "When the baby wakes up, I'm going to take him into the office to meet Dr. Hudson, so I might need you to start dinner. Something simple like ham, toast, and baked beans. I'm not up to cooking an elaborate meal this evening." "Of course, ma'am," Pia said. She thought about telling Mrs. Hudson she shouldn't worry about what her husband was going to say, but didn't feel like it was her place. Because from what she could tell, he was one of the most compassionate men she'd ever met. He'd never turn a needy child away. She often thought that if and when she ever felt brave enough to tell the Hudsons about her brothers, she might tell him first. Plus, he worshipped the ground Mrs. Hudson walked on. If there was one thing Nurse Wallace was right about, it was that Dr. Hudson would agree to anything if it helped make his wife whole again. Pia had no idea what transpired when Mrs. Hudson took the baby into her husband's office. But other than the usual mealtime chatter about passing the salt and reminding the girls to use their manners, Dr. and Mrs. Hudson spoke little at dinner. It had been the same way since Leo passed once Mrs. Hudson rejoined them, somber and bleak and uncomfortable. But another feeling seemed to pulse in the air, like a strange mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Judging from the girls' faces when they glanced at the baby sleeping in the corner, the exhilaration was coming from them. The adults, however, seemed preoccupied. No one corrected Elizabeth when she smiled at the baby, clapped her hands, and said, "Eeyore." Maybe they didn't notice. Pia could barely wait for the meal to be over. Later that night, when she got up to do her usual check on the children before turning out her light, Pia found Mrs. Hudson asleep on the nursery chaise, the baby boy sleeping on her chest. Elizabeth was in her usual position in her crib, butt in the air, feet tucked under. Pia brushed a curl from the little girl's forehead. Did she have any idea how lucky she was to have such loving parents? When Pia turned to leave, she startled. Dr. Hudson stood in the doorway, watching his wife with tender, watery eyes. The next day, after Nurse Wallace's normal visiting time came and went, Pia brought Elizabeth down from the nursery and found Mrs. Hudson looking out the parlor window with a furrowed brow, the drape pulled to one side, sitting on the floor. Margaret and Sophie were taking turns rocking the sleeping baby in Leo's cradle. "Do you think something happened to her?" Mrs. Hudson said to Pia. Pia put Elizabeth down on the rug and repositioned the bow in her nap-flattened hair. "I don't know, ma'am." Mrs. Hudson let the curtain drop. "Maybe she's bringing someone to pick up the baby." She tugged on the drapes to straighten the folds, smoothed the front of her dress, then sat down in one of the wing-back chairs, her fingers tapping the flowered arm. "Do you think she could have found someone to take him so quickly?" "I'm not sure, ma'am," Pia said. "It's possible, I guess." Mrs. Hudson told the girls to stop rocking the cradle, then knelt and put a gentle hand on the baby's chest to make sure he was breathing. "Dr. Hudson said he seems healthy, but he's so thin and pale. I wish Nurse Wallace would come get him. I couldn't take it if... I'm sure he'll gain weight with more food and proper rest," Pia said. "Oh, Lord, I hope you're right," Mrs. Hudson said. "The poor darling, what he must have gone through. It would break my heart to think he was unwell." As the afternoon turned into evening, and there was still no sign of Nurse Wallace, Mrs. Hudson grew more and more nervous. After Pia tucked the older girls into bed, she stuck her head into the nursery where Mrs. Hudson sat with the baby cradled in her arms. "I can take care of him for a while if you'd like," Pia said. "Maybe you should get some rest." "Do you think Nurse Wallace is sick?" Mrs. Hudson said. "I shouldn't have let her in the house. Do you think that's why she hasn't come back?" "I don't know, ma'am." Mrs. Hudson looked down at the baby with anxious eyes. "What if she has the flu? Do you think he'll get sick too? Will he be the first to fall ill, or will it be me? I shouldn't have let the girls near him. I'll never forgive myself if..." "I'm sure she'll be back," Pia said. "Try not to worry, ma'am. Why don't you give him to me and go lay down for a bit?" In truth, Pia had her own doubts that the nurse would return, but there was no point in telling Mrs. Hudson that. The nurse had convinced the Hudsons to take the boy in, and maybe that was all she wanted. Maybe she thought her job there was done. Pia couldn't help berating herself for not telling Mrs. Hudson about her brothers, so she could have asked the nurse for help before she disappeared. Then again, after the incident with the ledger and the bag, Nurse Wallace probably had even less desire to help. Pia reached out to take the baby, and Mrs. Hudson placed him gently in her arms. "Does he still feel all right to you?" she said. Pia put a hand on his forehead. "He feels perfectly fine, maybe even a little stronger than he did at first." "Really?" "Yes, ma'am," Pia said, but she wasn't sure if the baby was healthier or if he just had a full belly for the first time in a while. But if saying he was stronger kept Mrs. Hudson from having a nervous fit, she didn't regret the little white lie. By the time Nurse Wallace returned 2 days later, Mrs. Hudson was nearly beside herself. "Where have you been?" she said when the nurse walked into the kitchen at lunchtime. She handed Pia the bread she'd been slicing and wiped her hands on her apron. I was worried you'd fallen ill. Pia went over to the table and divided the sliced bread between the girls' plates, avoiding eye contact with Nurse Wallace. It was the first time they'd seen each other since the incident with the bag, and Pia didn't know what to expect. Hopefully the nurse had forgotten about it, but somehow Pia didn't think she had. "I'm sorry," Nurse Wallace said, "but I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "I'm glad to see you're all right," Mrs. Hudson said, "but I've been extremely anxious and worried that you'd exposed me and my children to some type of illness." "Well, I didn't mean to frighten you," Nurse Wallace said. "I'm a very busy woman, and I've been looking for someone to take the baby." Mrs. Hudson's hand flew to the collar of her blouse, her fingers fluttering nervously over the ruffled edge. "And did you find someone?" Nurse Wallace shook her head. "No. One couple was interested, but when I inadvertently mentioned the mother's lunacy, they worried her affliction might be passed along to the boy." "Is that a concern?" Mrs. Hudson said. "Not at all," Nurse Wallace said. "Dr. Henry Cotton from the New Jersey State Hospital recently discovered that insanity begins with a focal sepsis, or infection, of the teeth. The boy doesn't even have teeth yet." "I hadn't heard that," Mrs. Hudson said. "It was in the papers a few months ago," Nurse Wallace said. "You should ask your husband. I'm sure he knows about it." "I will," Mrs. Hudson said. "I inquired at the orphanages, too," Nurse Wallace said, "and presently the only one with room for an infant is one of the poorest, most overcrowded institutions in the city." "Oh, no," Mrs. Hudson said. "You can't put him there." She went over to the cradle, picked up the baby, and held him to her chest. "I'm afraid it's the best I can do," Nurse Wallace said. "I've talked to every headmaster, nun, and nurse in the city, and they all said the same thing." "And what was that?" Mrs. Hudson said. "That the best thing for him would be for you to keep him." At the kitchen table, Margaret and Sophie clapped their hands. "Hooray!" they yelled at the same time. "He gets to stay," Margaret said, beaming. "Oh, Mommy, that makes me so happy I want to cry." Bouncing the baby in her arms, Mrs. Hudson gaped at her daughters, her face a curious mixture of confusion, fear, and relief. Pia agreed the best thing for the baby was for Mrs. Hudson to keep him, but she'd never say so out loud. It wasn't her place. Besides, she would have been sad to see him go, and it seemed as though having him around helped Mrs. Hudson feel better. But now that Nurse Wallace was back, Pia wondered if she should ask her for help one more time before she disappeared again. Except she hadn't told Mrs. Hudson about her brothers, and she couldn't just blurt it out, not to mention Nurse Wallace suspected her of getting into her bag. Just then the back door opened and Dr. Hudson came into the kitchen. When he saw the look on his wife's face, he hurried over to her side. "What is it, dear?" he said. "What's happened?" "Nurse Wallace can't find anyone to take the baby," Mrs. Hudson said, her eyes filling. "She said she has to put him in an orphanage." Dr. Hudson put his hand on her shoulder. There, darling, everything will be all right." Sophie got down from her chair, hurried over to her parents, and wrapped her arms around their legs. "Please, can he stay with us?" she cried. Margaret did the same. "Don't let her take him," she wailed. "We love him, and we'll help take care of him, we promise." Dr. Hudson smiled lovingly and touched their heads, stroking their hair. Elizabeth slapped her high-chair tray and rocked back and forth in her seat. "Get down," she said. "Get down." Pia lifted her from the high chair and put her on the floor. She toddled over to join her sisters, circling her family and hugging them one by one, giggling. "Mama, Dada, Ophi, Margaret, Eo." Then she went over to Pia, reached up for her hand and tried pulling her over to join them. "Pia," she said, plain as day. A burning lump formed in Pia's throat. The gesture touched her deeply, but Elizabeth was a toddler who loved everyone. She didn't know any different. Pia shook her head, hoping Elizabeth wouldn't get upset if she didn't go with her. The last thing she wanted to do was ruin this happy moment. Then Mrs. Hudson gave her a weak smile, nodding to let her know it was all right, that Elizabeth was allowed to bring her into the circle. Heat crawled up Pia's face, and she went with Elizabeth to stand awkwardly next to Mrs. Hudson, her head bowed. The idea that they might consider her part of their family made her eyes burn. Mrs. Hudson gazed at her husband, smiling through her tears, a question on her face. "It's up to you, darling," he said. "Whatever decision you make, I'll stand behind it." Mrs. Hudson nodded and buried her nose in the baby's neck, her shoulders convulsing. "All right, yes," she cried. "I wouldn't be able to give him up anyway." Nurse Wallace tented her hands under her chin, looking pleased. "That's wonderful," she said. "Well done, Nurse Wallace," Dr. Hudson said. "It seems as though you found this boy a new home." "I think you've made a very wise and compassionate decision," Nurse Wallace said. "Congratulations to all of you." Margaret and Sophie jumped up and down, laughing and clapping and repeating over and over, "The baby can stay! The baby can stay!" Mimicking her older sisters, Elizabeth did the same. With regular feedings, a warm house, and clean clothes, the baby's thin face and scrawny legs filled out, and his pale skin turned a healthy pink. Dr. and Mrs. Hudson named him Cooper Lee, and within a couple of weeks Mrs. Hudson started smiling and bustling around the house again. The spirited gleam in her eyes had been forever dulled, but she laughed on occasion, happily played with her daughters, and beamed when she held Cooper in her arms, and she slept in the nursery every night. Having Cooper in the house also gave Pia hope that Ollie and Max, if they were still alive, had found a family to take care of them too. She told herself that was the case anyway, and it helped loosen the black chains around her heart. Except, as she feared, once the Hudsons decided to keep the baby, Nurse Wallace stopped coming. Pia hated herself for not having the courage to tell the Hudsons about her brothers before the nurse left for good. But she still worried they wouldn't understand or forgive her, especially because their grief over Leo was still so fresh. And what she'd done was so horrible. Then, one day, out of the blue, Nurse Wallace came back. It was a Thursday, and Pia was in the nursery getting Elizabeth up from her nap. As usual, Elizabeth rolled over and grinned, her eyes bleary, her lips wet with drool. She was a happy child who rarely cried or fussed, and that day she acted no different. Pia changed her diaper as she lay in the crib, then put her back in her dress, leggings, white sweater, shoes, and crocheted bonnet. When Pia was finished, Elizabeth stood, wrapped her arms around Pia's neck, and pressed her cheek to hers, waiting to be picked up. It was their usual routine, and Pia always said, "Upsy-daisy," to make her laugh. This time, though, when their faces touched, pain exploded in Pia's ear and traveled down her jaw. She untangled Elizabeth's arms from around her neck and set her back down in the crib. The second she let go, the pain stopped. Brushing Elizabeth's soft blonde hair out of the way with gentle fingers, Pia examined her ear. The skin looked normal and healthy. Elizabeth giggled and bunched up her shoulders as if being tickled. She seemed perfectly fine. Still, worry settled like a stone in Pia's stomach. "What's wrong with you, little one?" she said. Please tell me you're not getting sick.
Eel,
Elizabeth said.
Want eel and Argret.
She grinned and wrapped her arms around Pia's neck again. Trying to ignore the throbbing ache in her ear and jaw, Pia picked her up, set her on her hip, and started out of the nursery. Margaret's in the playroom with Sophie, she said, and Leo's not here anymore, remember? You want to see Cooper?
Eel,
Elizabeth said, grinning. With dread building in her chest, Pia carried her toward the staircase. She didn't look forward to telling Mrs. Hudson something was wrong with Elizabeth. Halfway down the hall, she heard female voices drifting up from downstairs and stopped to peer over the railing, wondering who was there. Mrs. Hudson and Nurse Wallace stood on the first floor next to the steps, speaking in hushed tones. Mrs. Hudson sounded angry. Pia had never heard her talk like that. Even from above, her shoulders looked bunched, her face pinched. Then she handed Nurse Wallace what looked like a large sum of money. My husband can't know anything about this, Mrs. Hudson said. Nurse Wallace put the money in her bag. I understand, she said. You have my word. And you'll have the rest for me next month? Yes, but I still can't fathom why you didn't tell me sooner. It seems to me that you forgot on purpose. Would it have affected your decision? Of course not, Mrs. Hudson said. But you should have been honest with me from the beginning. And I certainly don't appreciate being threatened. Pia straightened, her heart suddenly pounding. Hopefully the women hadn't seen or heard her. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop, not this time, anyway. She wanted to keep listening to figure out what was going on, but she couldn't chance getting caught. Then, before she could stop her, Elizabeth grabbed the railing with her chubby hands and peered over it, nearly pulling herself from Pia's arms.
Mommy,
she shouted.
Want eel.
Pia pried Elizabeth's hands from the railing and turned back toward the nursery. Pia? Mrs. Hudson called up the steps. Pia stopped in her tracks, her stomach knotting. Yes, ma'am? Come to the top of the stairs, please, Mrs. Hudson said. Pia did as she was told, Elizabeth squirming in her arms. Mrs. Hudson and Nurse Wallace looked up at her from the bottom of the staircase. Were you eavesdropping, Miss Lange? Nurse Wallace said. Mrs. Hudson gave the nurse an irritated look. With all due respect, Nurse Wallace, this is my house, and I'll handle Pia the way I see fit. But she was listening to our conversation, Nurse Wallace said. Mrs. Hudson ignored her and looked up the stairs again. Is everything all right, Pia? Do you need something? I was bringing Elizabeth down to see you, ma'am. Take her to the playroom with the other girls, Mrs. Hudson said. I'll be up shortly. I'm afraid this can't wait, ma'am. Why, what is it? Mrs. Hudson said. I'm not sure, ma'am, Pia said. I'm worried she might be getting sick. Mrs. Hudson grasped the banister, anxiety instantly creasing her brow. Bring her to me, please. Pia carried Elizabeth to the bottom of the staircase, avoiding Nurse Wallace's penetrating glare. Mrs. Hudson put a gentle hand on Elizabeth's forehead and cheeks. She doesn't feel feverish, she said. What do you think is wrong? Pia swallowed. She wasn't sure what was wrong, and she couldn't say what she felt in front of Nurse Wallace, but she had to tell Mrs. Hudson what was happening, for Elizabeth's sake. She acts like her ear is bothering her, tugging on it and such. Mrs. Hudson gathered Elizabeth into her arms. Does your ear hurt, baby doll? Elizabeth grinned and shook her head, her wispy blonde curls bouncing back and forth. What about your throat? Mrs. Hudson said, touching her daughter's small neck. Does it feel sore or scratchy? Elizabeth bunched her shoulders and giggled, then tickled her mother's ears as if they were playing a game. She seems perfectly fine to me, Nurse Wallace said. She scowled at Pia.
Are you sure you're not using her as an excuse to hide the fact that you were caught eavesdropping?" Mrs. Hudson shot the nurse another cross look. "Pia would never do such a thing. She's a good girl." "Are you sure about that?" Nurse Wallace said. Pia kept her eyes locked on Elizabeth, her mind racing. What was Nurse Wallace trying to do? Why was she trying to cause trouble? "Of course I'm sure," Mrs. Hudson said. "She always has my children's best interest at heart, no matter what. If she thinks something is wrong with Elizabeth, I believe her." Nurse Wallace let out a frustrated sigh. "Well, maybe the child has a new tooth coming in. Do you have any of Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup?" Mrs. Hudson's eyes went wide, and she clutched Elizabeth to her chest as if someone were trying to snatch her away. "Goodness, no," she said. "Dr. Hudson says that so-called medicine is nothing but poison that kills babies. I'd think you'd know better, being a nurse and all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to take Elizabeth over to my husband's office right away." "Do you mean to tell me you're taking this lying German's word over mine?" Nurse Wallace said. "She was spying on us." Pia went rigid, her fingernails digging into her palms. Her head suddenly felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Why did Nurse Wallace hate her so much? Mrs. Hudson started to say something else, then stopped and gave the nurse a puzzled look. "What makes you think Pia is German? You don't even know her. And come to think of it, how did you know her last name? As I recall, you thought she was my daughter the first time you were here." Panic flickered behind Nurse Wallace's eyes, and she glanced at the floor. Then she regarded Pia, her temples moving in and out. Pia held her breath. How did Nurse Wallace know her last name? And how did she know she was German? "The head nun at St. Vincent's told me," Nurse Wallace said. "So you knew all along who she was?" Mrs. Hudson said. "You knew all along she was an orphan?" Nurse Wallace shook her head a little too vigorously. "Not at first," she said. "When I mentioned your situation to Mother Joe while searching for a home for Cooper, she told me about sending Pia here." "Why would she do that?" Mrs. Hudson said. "What concern is it of yours?" Nurse Wallace shrugged. "I don't know. I wondered the same thing." "I see," Mrs. Hudson said. She directed her attention back to Pia. Her brow creased. Pia could hardly look at her, waiting to be asked why she'd been dishonest about being German. At the same time, she was amazed at how quickly Nurse Wallace told lies. Between that and the money in her bag, what else was she hiding? Had she looked for her brothers at all? It was hard to believe, especially now that she'd admitted to hating Germans. Except, calling the nurse a liar was like the pot calling the kettle black. She'd done nothing but lie since she arrived at the Hudsons. Right then and there, she made up her mind that as soon as possible she would tell Mrs. Hudson everything. After what felt like forever, Mrs. Hudson's eyes softened, and she turned to Nurse Wallace again. "Well, regardless of how you found out," she said, "I don't appreciate you calling Pia a liar. I truly don't care if she's German. And I'm sorry I said anything to make her think otherwise." She gazed tenderly at Pia. "My children love her, and my husband and I appreciate everything she's done for our family. We're extremely grateful to have her here. And this is her home now." Relief loosened Pia's shoulders, and her eyes flooded with gratitude. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. One of her secrets was out of the way, and Mrs. Hudson didn't care. "She didn't tell you, did she?" Nurse Wallace said with a satisfied smirk. "See, you can't trust Germans. They lie about everything. She's even trying to make you think your daughter is sick to cover up the fact that she was listening to our conversation. I wasn't going to tell you this, but she tried to steal from me once, while you and I were visiting in the parlor. That's not true, Pia said. Stop lying. Nurse Wallace snarled at Pia. It was the day before I brought Cooper here. She turned to Mrs. Hudson again. Remember that time we heard a noise out in the hall? It was her, trying to get money out of my bag. Hurt and confusion lined Mrs. Hudson's face. She held Elizabeth even tighter, making her squirm. That's not what I was doing, Pia said to her. I swear on my life, ma'am. I wasn't trying to steal anything. I was trying to look at her ledger because... She twisted her fingers together, trying to gather her courage. Her mouth felt dry as dust. She had to tell her about Ollie and Max. Now. There was no other choice. I was trying to look in her ledger because my baby brothers disappeared after my mother died of the flu. When I saw Nurse Wallace at St. Vincent's, I asked her to look for them, but I don't think she did. I know she doesn't like me because I'm German and because I upset her the first time we met, but there's nothing I can do about that except apologize. I needed her help, but she acted like she didn't care. I was hoping the ledger had a list of the orphanages and other nurses in the city. That's the only reason I was looking in her bag. Mrs. Hudson went pale, her eyes wide. Oh, Pia, she said, you poor thing. Why didn't you tell me about your brothers? Because it's a long... Pia paused, not sure how much more she should say in front of Nurse Wallace. It's a long story, and I was afraid you wouldn't understand. She held her breath and waited for more questions, but thankfully, Mrs. Hudson turned to Nurse Wallace again. Can't you help her? She said. Nurse Wallace stared at Pia for what seemed like forever, her pitiless eyes boring into her as if trying to read her mind. It was hard to tell if she was angry or trying to come up with another lie. She rubbed her right temple with her fingers like she had a headache or was thinking too hard. When she finally spoke, her face was unreadable. Were your brothers sent to St. Vincent's with you? Pia shook her head. You know they weren't. Why not? Nurse Wallace said. Pia's face grew hot. Why would she ask her that? And what difference did it make? I don't know. I got sick, and when I was released from the hospital, they were gone. So your mother passed while you were ill? Nurse Wallace said. Pia swallowed and nodded, praying they couldn't read the truth in her eyes. She'd tell Mrs. Hudson the rest of what happened, but not here. Not now, not in front of Nurse Wallace. Did you go to the police? Mrs. Hudson said. Pia shook her head. I never got the chance because the nuns sent me to St. Vincent's. Mrs. Hudson gaped at her, stunned. How dreadful, she said. I'm so sorry, Pia. I'm sorry too, Nurse Wallace said. But I'm afraid I can't help you. Thousands of children have been orphaned by the flu. Trying to find your brothers would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But you helped the babies at St. Vincent's, Pia said. And Cooper, Mrs. Hudson said. That's different, Nurse Wallace said. I'm not a detective, and I don't have time to be one. I'm sorry. She picked up her bag, getting ready to start for the door. Please, Pia said, I'll do anything. Someone has to know something, even if... She nearly choked on the growing lump in her throat. Even if... they're dead. Nurse Wallace turned to face her again, her features dark and intimidating. Like I said, I can't help you, especially when you're still lying. If your brothers are anything like you, it's just further proof that the world is better off without more Germans anyway. She spat the words out with contempt. Mrs. Hudson gasped. Then her face went hard, and she glared at Nurse Wallace. "How dare you say such a horrible thing to Pia, or anyone else for that matter?" She repositioned Elizabeth onto her hip, marched over to the door, and yanked it open. "Please leave, before I say something I shouldn't." "After everything I've done for you," Nurse Wallace said, "this is how you treat me?" "I'll keep up my end of our agreement," Mrs. Hudson said, "but I won't have you insulting Pia and her family, especially her poor little brothers." "I'm shocked you would even think such a thing, let alone say it. I have to say, it's been an enormous disappointment to learn you're not the person I thought you were." "Me?" Nurse Wallace said. "Pia's the one who didn't tell you the truth about herself." "And you said you didn't know her," Mrs. Hudson said. "So you weren't being honest either. But I've heard quite enough for today, Nurse Wallace," Mrs. Hudson said, holding the door open. "Good day." Nurse Wallace shot Pia one last disgusted glance, then lowered her head and left. When she was gone, Mrs. Hudson shut the door and leaned against it, breathing hard and pressing Elizabeth's head protectively to her chest. Pia stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, not knowing what to do or say. If Nurse Wallace had no intention of helping, why had she asked when Pia's mother died? Why had she asked if her brothers were sent to St. Vincent's? More importantly, how did she know she was lying? Did she know something she wasn't telling her? And what did Mrs. Hudson think after everything she'd just heard? She looked at her, waiting for the questions to start. Mrs. Hudson straightened and opened her mouth to say something. Then Elizabeth started to cough. Standing opposite Mrs. Hudson on the other side of the examining table, Pia put one hand on the back of Elizabeth's leg, the other on her small shoulder blade. Elizabeth lay on her belly wearing only a diaper, whimpering and trying to get up. Her face was red and covered with tears and snot, and with every cry she choked and coughed, a hollow, barking sound that sent shivers up Pia's spine. Somehow, she'd gotten worse in only a few minutes, from the time Nurse Wallace left until Dr. Hudson was finished with his previous patient. Pia could feel the congestion in her lungs, the pain in her ears, the rawness in her throat. Dr. Hudson said she had a double ear infection and a bad chest cold. Pia prayed that was all it was. "Get down," Elizabeth sobbed. "I done. "Just a little while longer, sweetheart," Mrs. Hudson said, trying to soothe her. "Daddy's almost finished. Then you can have a cookie, and I'll read you a book." She looked up at Pia with flooding eyes, then glanced over at Sophie and Margaret, who were standing in the doorway with their arms around each other, watching with frightened faces. Cooper was in a cradle in the waiting room behind them, thankfully asleep. "Everything's going to be all right, girls. Don't worry." Dr. Hudson held a glass cup upside down over the burning alcohol-soaked cotton balls on the metal table next to him, then quickly placed the cup upside down on Elizabeth's bare back, her skin pulled and puckered, drawn into the glass by some unseen force and making her howl. It was the last of 6 cups on her back, lined up like spikes on a caterpillar. "That's it," Dr. Hudson said. "Now we just need to keep her still for about 10 minutes. "Her skin is starting to bruise," Mrs. Hudson said, misery and fear shaking her voice. "It's the sickness leaving her body," Dr. Hudson said. "Do you think it's going to help?" his wife said. Dr. Hudson nodded. "I believe so, otherwise I wouldn't put her through it." He patted his wife's arm. "Try not to worry, darling. She's young and strong." "Daddy!" Elizabeth cried. "Owie! Owie!"
Dr. Hudson stroked her hair, his brow lined with concern. "I'm sorry, baby girl," he said. "Daddy's just trying to help you feel better. We're almost done, I promise." Mrs. Hudson bent over her tiny, frightened daughter, put her lips softly next to her ear, and started to sing. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring." Listening intently to her mother's soft voice, Elizabeth finally started to settle, her breath hitching in her chest, her chin quivering. Pia blinked back tears, remembering how Ollie and Max used to do the same thing when Mutti sang to them. She couldn't wait for this to be over, for Elizabeth's sake as well as her own, and for Margaret and Sophie, who were surely scared they might lose another sibling. If only she could take them out of the room to save them from seeing their little sister suffer. But Dr. and Mrs. Hudson needed her help. Trying to push away the jumbled, swirling thoughts about her brothers, Nurse Wallace, Elizabeth, and the girls, she skimmed the room and took note of the cotton balls, the wooden tongue depressors, and the shiny, sharp objects in the glass-faced cabinet. She studied the device used for looking in ears, hanging from a hook, the brown bottles of tinctures and medicines on the wooden shelf. There were so many ways to treat illness: goose grease poultices, sulfur fumes, onion syrup, chloride of lime. But the flu had been stronger than them all. And now some other invisible illness was trying to take beautiful little Elizabeth. No wonder Mrs. Hudson never wanted to leave the house. Chapter 24. Pia. "I know we haven't had time to talk since Elizabeth got sick," Mrs. Hudson said to Pia, "but I'd like to know why you didn't tell me about your brothers until the incident with Nurse Wallace the other day." They were sitting in the parlor, in the wing-back chairs, Cooper napping in the cradle, and the girls on the floor playing with dolls and blocks. After the cupping in Dr. Hudson's office, and 3 days and nights of bread and milk poultices, elderberry blossom tea, and laudanum drops in her ears, Elizabeth's fever dropped and her chest and nose cleared. Now, thankfully, she laughed and played with her sisters as if nothing had ever been wrong. During that time, Mrs. Hudson had talked little, and never about anything that didn't pertain to her sick child. Until now. Pia studied the floral pattern on the rug, hesitant to look her in the eye. Since the confrontation with Nurse Wallace, the heated exchange had gotten mixed up in her desperate mind, and she was starting to have doubts that the nurse knew anything about Ollie and Max. Maybe Nurse Wallace was torturing her on purpose because she didn't like her. Maybe she was getting revenge for the first time they'd met, when Pia had screamed at her and accused her of playing a cruel trick. Or maybe imagining Nurse Wallace knew something about her brothers was just wishful thinking. Still, despite her uncertainties, Pia was relieved Mrs. Hudson had started the discussion. She needed to tell her the truth once and for all, no matter what her reaction might be, especially before Nurse Wallace came back to pick up the rest of her money. "I was worried you'd send me away, ma'am," she said. "Why on earth would I do that?" "Because when I tell you what happened to my brothers, you might not want me around your children." "I trust you with my children," Mrs. Hudson said. "But now you're scaring me. Please tell me, so I can stop thinking the worst." Pia took a deep breath and somehow told Mrs. Hudson the truth. Even while her heart shattered into a million pieces for the 100th time, with every turn in her story, Mrs. Hudson's eyes grew wider and wider. No one would help me, Pia said. They were afraid to answer their doors, and I don't blame them. The memory of those helpless moments, the awful realization that something was dreadfully wrong before she collapsed, the grip of panic that seized her heart when she woke up 6 days later, the horror of finding her brothers gone, came rushing back, washing over her in alternating waves of terror and guilt. Tears blurred her vision. "My God," Mrs. Hudson said. "You poor dear. I'm so sorry. I can only imagine what you must have gone through." She got up and knelt in front of her on the rug, in her drop-waist charmeuse dress and satin shoes, and laid a handkerchief in Pia's lap. Pia took it and wiped her eyes, waiting for her to tell her to leave, or worse, maybe she'd call the police. "If I'd known what was going to happen," Pia said, "I swear I never would have left the twins alone. They had to be so scared." Mrs. Hudson gazed up at her with a tired, kind expression. "I understand," she said, "but you need to stop blaming yourself. When the flu first broke out, it was a horrible, terrifying time. It felt like the world was coming to an end. You did the best you could under dreadful circumstances, and that's all we can ask of ourselves. Not to mention, you're only a 13-year-old girl. I'm a grown woman with everything I need right here, and I'm still not that brave." "But whatever happened to them is my fault," Pia said. She sniffed and dried her cheeks again. "That's why I don't deserve everything you've done for me." She hadn't expected to cry, and she hated herself for it. She didn't deserve anything, let alone anyone's pity or compassion. "If you want me to leave, I understand." "Don't be silly," Mrs. Hudson said. She glanced over at the girls to make sure they weren't listening. Margaret and Sophie were busy changing their dolls' clothes, and Elizabeth was stacking blocks. She lowered her voice. "Is it my fault Leo got sick and died?" "Of course not. What about your mother? Is it her fault she caught the flu?" Pia looked down at her lap and shook her head, crumpling the handkerchief in her fist. "Then how can it be your fault? You got sick and couldn't make it back to your brothers." Pia shrugged and unraveled the handkerchief, pulling it apart with trembling fingers. "You do realize you would have gotten sick no matter what, don't you? Even if you'd stayed home, you would have collapsed. You said yourself you were only gone a few hours." Pia shrugged again. "I guess." "So whatever happened to your brothers might have happened anyway. And instead of sitting here talking to me, you'd probably be dead." Pia gazed up at Mrs. Hudson, stunned by her words. She was right. In the cubby or not, Ollie and Max probably would have been alone in the apartment when she got sick. And if she'd died, which would have been likely, who knows how long it would have been before someone found them. But that didn't lessen her remorse about leaving them. And yet, she felt like she could take a deep breath for the first time in months. She wiped her eyes and managed a weak smile. "Thank you, ma'am." "For what?" "For trying to make me feel better, and for not asking me to leave." "Thank you for being honest with me," Mrs. Hudson said. "I just wish I had known sooner. I hate to think of you carrying such a heavy burden on your young shoulders. It must have been awful to be so scared and worried all this time with no one to confide in." She got up and returned to the other chair. "No more secrets, all right?" "Yes, ma'am." Pia twisted the handkerchief between her fingers. Maybe she was pushing her luck, but she had to know. "May I ask you something, ma'am?" "Of course, Pia, anything." Pia hesitated, unsure if she should continue. "Please," Mrs. Hudson said, "tell me what you were going to say. No more secrets, remember?" Pia nodded. "Well, I didn't mean to, but I overheard you and Nurse Wallace talking, and I saw what you gave her. Mrs. Hudson shifted in her chair, picking imaginary lint from her skirt. It was a donation, she said, for the orphans. Then why don't you want Dr. Hudson to know? Color bloomed on Mrs. Hudson's cheeks. When she finally met Pia's gaze again, she said, Because he'd be angry if he knew the truth. I swear I won't tell, ma'am. I'm only asking because I feel like Nurse Wallace might know something about my brothers. Mrs. Hudson frowned. What makes you say that? Because of the things she asked me, and because she kept saying I was lying. How did she know I wasn't being honest? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sorry to keep prying, ma'am, but what's the truth about the money you gave her? Mrs. Hudson leaned forward and lowered her voice, her face taut with guilt. It was a finder's fee. I'm sorry, Pia said, but I don't know what that is. It was a payment for finding Cooper. Nurse Wallace said she finds babies for people who lost children or can't have their own, then charges a fee to help with the expenses. I didn't ask her to find Cooper, but she said I had to pay her anyway so she could help other children. Otherwise, she paused, misery contorting her features. Pia clenched her jaw, waiting for her to finish. The more she learned about Nurse Wallace, the more she wondered if she was telling the truth about anything. Otherwise what, ma'am? Otherwise, she'd have to find someone who could pay. Pia drew in a sharp breath. In that moment, her understanding of Nurse Wallace seemed complete. She cared nothing about children, least of all two young German brothers. Every kindness and thoughtful gesture, every smile and act of sacrifice were nothing but a disguise. Maybe Pia's suspicions about her were right after all. An image flashed in her mind, the look on Nurse Wallace's face when Pia had asked her to help find Ollie and Max, both at the orphanage and at the Hudsons. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Excuse me for saying so, ma'am, but that doesn't seem right. It sounds like... Pia hesitated, unsure if she should say what she was thinking. It sounds like what? Mrs. Hudson said. Please, finish what you were saying. It sounds like she's selling children, ma'am. Mrs. Hudson froze, aghast. When I tried looking at her ledger, Pia said, there was quite a lot of money in her bag, and I wondered where it came from. She started to say more, but suddenly had another thought. Her heart skipped a beat, and she sat up straighter. Maybe that's why she won't look for Ollie and Max. Maybe she knows where they are because she sold them to someone. Mrs. Hudson's fingers fluttered to her collar. Oh, dear. She moved to the edge of her seat. But if that's what she's doing, where did she... She swallowed as if trying not to get sick. Where does she what, ma'am? Where does she get the children? Where did she get Cooper? She gaped at Pia with panic-filled eyes. What if she took him from someone? Pia shook her head. I don't think that's how she's getting them, she said. When I was at St. Vincent's, abandoned babies came in all the time, and I saw her picking up older kids there, too. Her story about Cooper might be the one thing she's not lying about. Good Lord, Mrs. Hudson said. Well, I hope you're right. She let out a trembling breath and sat back in the chair, her face pale. When do you think she'll come back to get the rest of the money? I don't know. Did she happen to tell you where she lived? Mrs. Hudson shook her head. No. Otherwise, the way I'm feeling right now, I'd be tempted to send the police after her. Pia was unsure how to pose her next question, scared of saying the wrong thing, more scared of being told no. But there was no other choice. She had to ask before she lost her nerve. I know it's a lot to ask, ma'am, but do you think Dr. Hudson could find out more about her? And maybe look for my brothers at the same time? Maybe he can search hospital records and talk to other doctors and nurses? Mrs. Hudson sat up, nodding. Of course, I'll ask him this evening. Pia let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you, ma'am, she said. I hate to ask for more help, but do you think it might also be possible for him to find out if my father came back from the war? I'll see. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me, ma'am. After everything you've done for us, the very least we can do is help you try to find your family. Pia chewed on the inside of her cheek, scared to keep asking for more, but knowing she had to try. Forgive me for being so needy, ma'am, but what about allowing me to go to our old apartment to see if the people living there now have any news? Uncertainty pinched Mrs. Hudson's face, her eyes glazing over with exhaustion and worry. She seemed torn between fear and trying to help. Let me talk to Dr. Hudson, she said. You know how we feel about the possibility of the flu still being around. If he thinks it's safe and he can support your search, I'll make sure he takes you there himself. A burning lump formed in Pia's throat. Finally, someone was willing to help. Thank you, ma'am, she said again, her voice catching. The next morning, after Pia told Dr. Hudson everything, he said he'd take her to her family's old apartment on his next day off, which was the following week, as long as the number of reported flu cases kept steadily dropping. In the meantime, as soon as he was done seeing patients for the day, he'd telephone the head nun at St. Vincent's to ask about Nurse Wallace. It would take him a few days, but he'd also make phone calls and send telegrams about her brothers to every doctor he knew, the rest of the orphanages in the city, and the heads of the hospitals, too. He warned her he might not find any answers, but promised he'd try his best. And to her, that was all that mattered. Finally, someone of importance was listening. Someone was willing to help. Finally, she had hope. Her only regret was not confiding in the Hudsons sooner. That night, when Dr. Hudson took his chair at the head of the dinner table, it was all Pia could do to sit still. She fidgeted with the silverware and fussed with the napkin in her lap, wishing she were brave enough to ask if he'd talked to Mother Joe yet. The telephone was in his office, so she had no way of knowing if he'd called her like he promised, but she didn't want to appear pushy or ungrateful. The only thing she could do was hope Mrs. Hudson was anxious to hear if he'd spoken to her, too. While the corn fritters and veal loaf were passed around the table, and Mrs. Hudson cut her husband's meat, Pia felt like she might jump out of her skin. After everyone's plates were filled, Mrs. Hudson sat down in her chair, put her napkin on her lap, and started feeding Elizabeth. Pia stared at her, mentally willing her to ask her husband if he had made the phone call. Finally, Mrs. Hudson said, "Did you have a chance to call St. Vincent's, dear?" Dr. Hudson nodded, chewing. "Yes, I spoke to a Mother Joe." Pia's throat seemed to close around the meat she was swallowing. She put down her fork and knife, picked up her napkin, and wiped her mouth. "Does she know Nurse Wallace?" Mrs. Hudson said. He nodded again. "She said she was a saint. Couldn't sing her praises high enough. Said she's helped more orphans in recent months than she could remember anyone else doing, both babies and older children." Pia and Mrs. Hudson exchanged a knowing glance. They'd only told Dr. Hudson that Nurse Wallace might know something about Ollie and Max, not about their other suspicions. Mrs. Hudson planned to tell him, but not yet, not until she saw how much he could find out. "Did Mother Joe know about Nurse Wallace bringing Cooper here?"
Mrs. Hudson said. No, I didn't tell her anything about him. Why would I? I was just wondering if Nurse Wallace asked Mother Joe if they had room for him at St. Vincent's, Mrs. Hudson said. She looked nervously at Pia, realizing she'd almost told him more than she planned, then quickly asked him another question. What about Nurse Wallace's address? Does Mother Joe have it? Dr. Hudson shook his head. They don't keep information like that on non-staff members. It's not like she's on the payroll or anything. Excuse me, sir, Pia said, but did Mother Joe know if Nurse Wallace had visited the orphanage recently? She said she hasn't seen her in about a week, but I asked her to get her address if she stopped in again, and to give me a call when she did. What about the hospitals? Mrs. Hudson said. Would anyone there know how to find her? Maybe, maybe not, Dr. Hudson said. During the epidemic, any able-bodied woman with or without nursing experience was called on to help, which means a lot of untrained women joined the nursing ranks. Some continued to practice, others didn't. Some went to work for hospitals or doctors, some went to work on their own, visiting needy families. So there's no way of knowing if she ever worked at a hospital or not. But she had a uniform, sir, Pia said. Someone must know who she is. I'll check with the Red Cross, Dr. Hudson said. Did you ask Mother Joe if she knew anything about Pia's brothers? Mrs. Hudson said. Yes. She didn't remember taking in twins after the first outbreak, either boys or girls, but she also admitted their record-keeping was disorderly at best, especially during the first months of the epidemic. So there's still a chance my brothers might have gone through St. Vincent's, Pia said. Or any of the other orphanages or poorhouses in the city, Dr. Hudson said. When I told Mother Joe we were looking for 2 baby boys, she said thousands of children were orphaned by the flu, and the orphanages were so overcrowded the Children's Bureau asked people to open their homes to them. Others were being kept in groups in rented houses. A few remained in the homes they were sent to, but most were eventually sent to orphanages or other families outside the city. Pia's heart dropped like an anvil in her chest. How would she ever find Ollie and Max amongst thousands of orphans, especially if some had been sent away? Would they have records on all those children? Mrs. Hudson said. Possibly, Dr. Hudson said, but certainly a good number of them fell through the cracks. Pia pushed the food around on her plate. What little appetite she had, gone. The situation seemed hopeless, and no matter how painful it was, even if she was right about Nurse Wallace, even if they could find her, even if they could search the names of all the children orphaned by the flu, she needed to remember there was still a chance Ollie and Max might not have survived being left in the cubby in the first place. 2 days later, a Saturday, Pia was on her way to wake Elizabeth from her nap when the doorbell rang, long and loud. She went back down the stairs and hurried to answer it, hoping against hope it would be someone Dr. Hudson had talked to over the past couple of days, either the head of the Red Cross or one of his doctor friends coming to tell her Ollie and Max had been found. The no visitors sign was still on the door, so whoever had rung the bell must need something important. But when she reached the foyer and put her hand on the doorknob, she hesitated. What if it was Nurse Wallace? She braced herself and pulled the sidelight curtain aside to look out. A young woman in a brown coat stood on the porch, loose corkscrews of straw-colored hair hanging around her forehead. The rest pulled back in a frizzy ponytail. She looked to be about 18, with a pale face and dark rings under her blue eyes. "May I help you?" Pia said through the door. "Mother Joe sent me," the young woman said. Pia's heart started to race.
Maybe Mother Joe had called Dr. Hudson with news about Nurse Wallace but couldn't get through. Maybe she sent someone to deliver a message in person instead. She opened the door with shaking hands. The young woman smiled and held out a brown paper package wrapped up in string. "I found this on the porch," she said brightly. The package was addressed to Dr. and Mrs. Hudson. Pia took it and said, "You said Mother Joe sent you?" "That's right. She said your mother was looking for help with the children." Pia frowned, confused. Why would Mother Joe say Mrs. Hudson was looking for help with the children? Did Dr. Hudson tell her that was the case? Had Mrs. Hudson changed her mind about keeping her there? Maybe being honest about Ollie and Max had been a mistake after all. She swallowed, the rising panic in her throat. "I'm sorry," she said, "but you must have the wrong house." "Then why did you take the package?" The young woman pointed at the name on the letterbox. "It says this is the home of Dr. and Mrs. Hudson." Before Pia could respond, Mrs. Hudson came into the foyer behind her, wiping her hands on her apron. "Who's there?" she said. "Is it Nurse Wallace?" Pia stepped aside so Mrs. Hudson could see who was at the door, her heart in her throat. Would she be surprised to see the girl, or did she know she was coming? When Mrs. Hudson saw her, she stopped halfway across the foyer, her forehead lined with concern. "What can we do for you, miss?" "Good day, Mrs. Hudson," the young woman said. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Rebecca Stillman. Mother Joe at St. Vincent sent me. She said you might need help around the house." Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake. I'm not employing anyone right now." Pia's shoulders loosened in relief. They weren't getting rid of her after all. "But I can do anything, ma'am," Rebecca said. "I'm good at cleaning, cooking, gardening, taking care of children, whatever you might need." "I don't need anything," Mrs. Hudson said, "and I have someone to take care of the children. Perhaps you can come by again in the spring when the garden needs planting." "Please, ma'am," Rebecca said. Her chin suddenly trembled and she looked ready to cry. "I'm begging you. Just give me a chance. I don't need room and board or anything troublesome like that. I have a place to stay. I just need a little money to take care of my son." She wiped her flooding eyes. "He's fresh born, just a few weeks old, and if I don't find work soon, they'll take him away from me." "Oh, dear," Mrs. Hudson said. "How dreadful." She looked at Pia, her brows knitted, then directed her attention back to Rebecca. "I wish I could help you. I truly do, but I can't allow just anyone into our home, not with the flu still making the rounds." I understand completely, ma'am," Rebecca said. "But you don't have to worry about me. I'm healthy as a horse, and honest, too." "You might be today," Mrs. Hudson said, "but who knows what might happen down the road." "I beg your pardon, ma'am, but I already had the flu last year when I was in New York. The doctor said I got over it faster than anyone they'd ever seen. Been strong and well ever since." Mrs. Hudson studied Rebecca, nervously looking her up and down and fingering the lace on her collar, clearly torn between worry and wanting to help. "Well, I certainly wouldn't want you to lose your baby. Please, ma'am," Rebecca said. "If you hire me, I promise you won't be sorry. Mother Joe told me to tell you so." Mrs. Hudson pressed her lips together, thinking. She smoothed the front of her apron and fidgeted with her collar again. Rebecca glanced at Pia hopefully, as if she could help. Finally, Mrs. Hudson said, "Do you know how to iron and do laundry?" Rebecca brightened. "Yes, ma'am, I surely do." "Well, all right," Mrs. Hudson said. "Can you come for a few hours in the morning, then? Monday is normally laundry day, but with 4 children, we can hardly keep up. Perhaps you can start tomorrow morning, around 8? Rebecca clasped her hands together under her chin, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Yes, ma'am, of course. All right, Mrs. Hudson said. We'll try that for a few days and see how it goes. Thank you so much, ma'am, Rebecca said. I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me and my boy. You're welcome, Mrs. Hudson said. We'll see you tomorrow, then. Yes, ma'am, Rebecca said. I'll be here at 8 sharp. She moved backward across the porch, pumping her clasped hands up and down. Thank you again, ma'am. You won't regret it, I swear. Then she hurried down the steps and disappeared along the sidewalk. When she was gone, Pia closed the door and gave the package to Mrs. Hudson. She found this on the porch, she said. Mrs. Hudson took the package, gazing at Pia with doubtful eyes. Do you think I did the right thing? She said. Pia shrugged. I have no idea, ma'am, she said. While it was no surprise that Mrs. Hudson would help a mother keep her child, Pia didn't care one way or another if she hired Rebecca. In truth, it would be nice to see and talk to someone new. At the same time, she wondered why Mother Joe had sent Rebecca to the Hudsons, of all places. But one thing's for sure, we certainly need help with the laundry. Mrs. Hudson chuckled. Truer words have never been spoken, Pia, she said. Then, in a serious tone, in any case, I couldn't let them take her baby away from her, could I? That would be horrible. Pia agreed. She'd seen enough of mothers and children being separated to last her a lifetime. No, ma'am, she said. You couldn't. But why do you think Mother Joe sent her here? I don't know, Mrs. Hudson said. Maybe she thought there was a problem because Dr. Hudson called asking questions. Maybe, Pia said. Or maybe Mother Joe thinks I'm not doing my job properly. Don't worry, Pia. It doesn't matter what Mother Joe thinks. When I said this was your home, I meant it. Mother Joe can't do anything about that. Pia smiled, her eyes suddenly burning. Thank you, ma'am, she said. That means more than you know. When Pia took the girls down to the kitchen for breakfast the following day, Rebecca was already there, filling a washtub with dirty linens. Her curly blonde hair was piled on top of her head like a bunny tail, all fluffy yellow and cotton soft. Mrs. Hudson was at the stove stirring a kettle of cream of wheat with a wooden spoon. When Rebecca saw the girls shuffling over to the table, rubbing their sleepy eyes, she wiped her wet hands on her apron and hurried toward them, beaming. Well, good morning, she said. Who are these beautiful little ladies? This is Margaret, Sophie, and Elizabeth, Pia said, patting the tops of their heads. Rebecca did a small curtsy, then addressed each girl, calling them Princess Margaret, Princess Sophie, and Princess Elizabeth. I'm delighted to meet you all. My name is Rebecca. The girls stared at her in silence, likely surprised to see someone new in the house. Now, don't forget your manners, girls, Pia said. It's polite to speak when spoken to, remember? She lifted Elizabeth into her high chair, picked up her milk cup from the table, and placed it on the tray. Hello, Sophie and Margaret said at the same time, climbing into their chairs. I'm the oldest, Margaret said. I'll be 5 on my next birthday. Oh, my goodness, Rebecca said. You're getting so big. And I'm going to be 4, Sophie said. How wonderful, Rebecca said. Elizabeth picked up her toddler-sized cup with 2 hands and started drinking, droplets of milk running down her chin. Pia wiped the drips off with a napkin, then helped the girls get started on their steamed prunes and fruit muffins. While Rebecca smiled and stared, Mrs. Hudson brought over the kettle and started ladling cream of wheat into the girls' bowls. Pia finished cutting Sophie's muffin in half, then wiped her hands on her apron. "Shall I see if Cooper is awake?" she asked Mrs. Hudson, "or would you like me to stay with the girls while you get him?" "I think I heard him stirring in the nursery on my way down." "Yes, please get him for me," Mrs. Hudson said. "I need to show Rebecca how to use the mangle." When she was certain the girls were settled and eating, Pia went upstairs to get the baby. He was lying on his back in his crib, watching the shadows of leaves flutter on the ceiling. "Good morning, precious boy," she said. He smiled at her, cooing and putting his small arms in the air. She reached in and started to lift him from the mattress, then froze. A wooden rattle lay in one corner of the crib, an exact replica of the ones Vater had made for Ollie and Max. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment everything went out of focus. She lay Cooper back down in the crib and picked up the rattle to examine it more closely. It was definitely homemade, with a piece of twine holding 4 brass bells on each side of the smooth handle. Dr. Hudson couldn't have carved it, not with one arm. She shook it, and tears filled her eyes. It sounded the same as her brother's rattles, like sleigh bells at Christmas. She looked at the bottom of the handle. The wood was rough and worn, as if it had been rubbed against something hard, but she could still make out the blurred remnants of a single initial. M. She gasped and dropped the rattle, just missing Cooper's head. It was Max's rattle, but where did it come from and how did it get here? She started out of the nursery, trembling and trying to stay upright. She had to ask Mrs. Hudson where it had come from. Then she stopped and went back to the crib. Cooper needed to come too. She couldn't just leave him there, but she had to hurry. She had to know where the rattle came from before her heart burst from her chest. She reached in for the baby with shaking arms, then paused and rested her hands on the crib railing. Had she lost her mind? There had to be hundreds of homemade rattles, and even more babies with the initial M. Maybe it was Cooper's rattle. Maybe his real name started with an M. Maybe Nurse Wallace had given it to Mrs. Hudson, and Mrs. Hudson finally felt comfortable giving it to him. She took a deep breath and tried to think clearly. Just because the rattle had an M on the bottom didn't mean it was Max's. It could be a coincidence. She picked it up and looked at the handle again, rolling it between her thumb and finger. The M turned into a W. It could have been either one. And yet, the similarities between this rattle and her brother's were unnerving. Just then, Cooper started to fuss, breaking her trance. She set down the rattle, picked him up, and took him over to the dressing table. She was going to ask Mrs. Hudson about the rattle, but it could wait a few minutes. Cooper grinned up at her as she took off his nightclothes and changed his diaper. She smiled mechanically down at him and tickled his warm neck with gentle fingers, her mind elsewhere. "Are you a happy boy today?" she said. "I think you are." He rubbed his small fist across his mouth, trying to suck on his knuckles. Forcing herself to concentrate on the task at hand, she finished changing him, got him dressed, then went back downstairs. In the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson was at the sink washing dishes. Rebecca was bent over a tub of steaming water next to the stove, sweat dripping from her red face. When she saw Pia and Cooper, she dropped a wet sheet on the floor and rushed over to get a closer look. "Oh, my word," she gushed. "Would you look at him? He's so handsome. He reminds me of my little Simon. And he's not even crying." She clasped her hands together under her chin. "I've always adored babies. May I hold him for a moment?" Ignoring the feeling that she might scream before she found out about the rattle, Pia regarded Mrs. Hudson with a question on her face. Did she want to let Rebecca hold Cooper? Mrs. Hudson shook her head slightly, wiped her hands on a dish towel, and started toward them. Rebecca, she said, I hired you to do the laundry, not play with the children. If there's time after your work is finished, you can spend a few minutes with Pia and the children then. And you might do well to remember that this is the first time in months I've allowed anyone into our home. I'm sure you'll understand why my husband, myself, and Pia are the only people allowed to hold Cooper right now. Rebecca dropped her arms, her hand slapping against her wet apron. Yes, ma'am, she said, clearly disappointed, and went back to the steaming washtub. Pia gave Cooper to Mrs. Hudson. He's changed and clean. Thank you, Pia, Mrs. Hudson said. She kissed Cooper's forehead. Good morning, my beautiful boy. Then to Pia. I'll feed him in the other room. Will you keep an eye on things for a few minutes? Of course, Pia said. More than anything, she wanted to ask about the rattle, but Cooper was hungry. It would have to wait. While Mrs. Hudson fed Cooper, Pia sat with the girls to make sure they ate their breakfast without squabbling or getting food on their fresh clothes, her leg bouncing up and down beneath the table. Rebecca kept busy scrubbing clothes and diapers on a metal washboard, every once in a while giving Pia and the girls a friendly smile. If nothing else, she was a hard worker, and even though Pia had looked forward to having someone else to talk to, right now she was relieved Rebecca wasn't trying to start a conversation. She was too preoccupied to chat with anyone, let alone a stranger. When Mrs. Hudson finally came back into the room, she lay Cooper in the cradle next to the stove, covered him with a blanket, and went back to the sink to dry and put away dishes. Pia got up and went over to her, glancing over her shoulder to make sure Rebecca wasn't listening. Rebecca was squeezing water out of a sheet, her back to them. Pia lowered her voice. If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, where did the wooden rattle in the nursery come from? That old thing, Mrs. Hudson said. It was in the packet Rebecca found on the porch yesterday. Pia's mouth went dry. Do you know who sent it? Mrs. Hudson returned a white serving dish to the counter, grabbed a dry dish rag to wipe her hands, and crooked a finger at Pia, motioning for her to follow her into the pantry. When they were out of earshot, she whispered, It's the strangest thing. There was no return address, no note, no anything. I wasn't going to give it to Cooper at first, but Dr. Hudson said maybe his mother had it with her when she was committed and someone from the asylum sent it to us. So if there's a chance it's from his mother, it would have felt wrong not to give it to him. What about the initial on the bottom? Do you have any idea what it stands for? I assumed it was for Cooper's real name, Mrs. Hudson said. Pia clenched her jaw. She'd thought the same thing, but was hoping Nurse Wallace had told Mrs. Hudson Cooper's given name. Now there was no way to know if it was his initial or not. Except why would anyone working at an asylum care about an old homemade rattle, let alone pay the postage to have it delivered? And why not use a return address? Then a sudden realization hit her, and her head started to race. I don't think it came from an asylum, she said. Why not? Because if it belonged to Cooper, whoever mailed it had to know he was here, and if Nurse Wallace is doing what we think she's doing, she wouldn't tell anyone where he is. Mrs. Hudson's eyes went wide, shining with surprise and nervous energy. Then she jerked her chin toward the kitchen. What about Rebecca? She said she found the package on the porch. We can ask her, but I don't think she had any idea what was in it. Why not? Because that rattle is exactly like the rattles my father made for my brothers, with the initial on the bottom and everything. I think Nurse Wallace sent it here. Mrs. Hudson put the dish rag to her forehead. Oh, my word! I don't know for sure, ma'am, but it makes sense, and I have a strong feeling I'm right. Like the feeling you had about Leo and Elizabeth? Pia nodded. It wasn't the same, but if saying it was made Mrs. Hudson take her seriously, she'd agree to anything. Maybe it's time to tell Dr. Hudson what's going on, Mrs. Hudson said. Maybe he'll know what to do. Pia nodded again. She wasn't sure how telling the doctor would help, but anything was worth a try. Except she'd go crazy if they had to wait until he was done working for the day. May I go talk to him now, ma'am? She said. Now? Mrs. Hudson said. Yes, please. I'm not sure I'll be able to stand it if I don't try and figure this out soon. Mrs. Hudson furrowed her brow, thinking. Then she started out of the pantry. I suppose we could check to see if he has a few minutes to spare between patients. Pia followed, relieved Mrs. Hudson believed her, and wanted to get to the bottom of it, too. When they came out of the pantry, Rebecca was next to Cooper's cradle, kneeling on the kitchen rug and singing softly. The minute she saw them, she got up and went back to her work. Mrs. Hudson hung the dish rag over the drying rack and untied her apron. Rebecca, she said, we were just discussing the package you found on the porch. Where was it exactly when you first saw it? Why, it was sitting right next to the front door, ma'am, Rebecca said. So you didn't see the postman drop it off? Pia said. Rebecca shook her head. No, it was there when I came up the steps. She regarded Mrs. Hudson with a worried look. Is there a problem, ma'am? No, Mrs. Hudson said. We're just wondering where it came from, since there was no return address. I'm sure I don't know, ma'am, Rebecca said. Mrs. Hudson glanced at Pia like she was about to say something to her, then regarded Rebecca again. Will you watch the children for a few minutes, please? I need to take Pia over to my husband's office. I'll be right back. Rebecca's face lit up. Of course, ma'am. I'd be happy to. If the girls are finished eating, Mrs. Hudson said, they can help you clear the table. Yes, ma'am, Rebecca said. Take your time. She wiped her damp brow on the back of her wrist and went over to the girls. I won't be long, Mrs. Hudson said. But if you have any problems at all, the office is through that door and just down the hall. Even if Cooper starts to fuss, don't pick him up. Just come get me, understand? Yes, ma'am, Rebecca said. We'll be fine. Don't you worry. Mrs. Hudson gave her a quick nod, then started out of the kitchen toward her husband's office. Pia followed, her heart in her throat. After waiting a few minutes while Dr. Hudson finished up with a patient, Mrs. Hudson asked if Pia could speak to him. She intended to go back to the kitchen immediately, but once Pia started explaining everything, she couldn't pull herself away. Dr. Hudson was shocked by what Pia said, of course, and angry at first that his wife hadn't confided in him about the money. But he forgave her once she explained how frightened she was when Nurse Wallace threatened to find another home for Cooper if she couldn't pay. I think Pia is correct about him being abandoned or taken from an orphanage, he said, because as far as I know, no kidnappings have recently been reported in the city. Some older children have gone missing, but no infants that I'm aware of. Either way, what Nurse Wallace did was wrong. So you no longer think the rattle came from his mother? Mrs. Hudson said. He shook his head. Not after what you've told me. Do you think it's possible to find out if Nurse Wallace sent it? Pia said. I don't see how, he said. Could you ask the postmaster or the letter carrier? Mrs. Hudson said. Do you know for sure it was mailed? He said. Did it have stamps and postmarks on it? Mrs. Hudson's shoulders sagged. I don't remember, she said, and I burned the paper. I don't either, Pia said. Maybe she just dropped it off herself. Well, if it was from her, Dr. Hudson said, that's a possibility. And if she's really selling children, that's a police matter. but they'll need proof to start an investigation. She threatened to take Cooper if I didn't pay, Mrs. Hudson said. Isn't that proof enough? He shook his head again. That would be your word against hers, not to mention we don't even know where she is, so how can we send the police after her? Pia looked at Mrs. Hudson with flooding eyes. I'm sorry, Pia, Mrs. Hudson said. We'll talk about this again at dinner, all right? I'm sure we'll figure something out, but right now we need to get back to the children. I've already left them longer than I'd intended. Pia nodded and followed her out of the office, nearly swallowed by despair. How would they ever find out if Nurse Wallace knew anything about Ollie and Max if they couldn't find her? All she could do was pray the nurse would come back for the rest of her money, but even then, what would they do if she did? Force her to confess? Tie her up until the police arrived? It didn't seem likely. Back in the kitchen, Elizabeth was out of her high chair and standing on the table, cream of wheat smeared on her hands and dress and hair. Margaret was jumping up and down on a chair, singing, I've been working on the railroad, and 3-year-old Sophie was in her seat balancing a prune-smeared plate on her head. Rebecca was nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Hudson gasped and rushed over to Cooper's cradle, shouting at Margaret to get down from the chair. Pia picked up Elizabeth and took the runny plate off Sophie's head, anger and shock lighting up her chest. How could Rebecca leave the children unattended? And where was she? Then Mrs. Hudson cried, He's gone! The hair on the back of Pia's neck stood up. What? She said. Cooper's gone! Mrs. Hudson yelled. Margaret, Pia said, her voice high and tight. Where did Rebecca go? Tell me right now. Still standing on the chair, Margaret pointed at the door leading out to the front hall. She went upstairs because Cooper needed a clean diaper. She said he made a doo-doo. She giggled. What's a doo-doo, Mommy? Mrs. Hudson sighed in relief and put a hand to her forehead, swaying slightly. Then she went over to the table to help Margaret down from the chair. She wasn't supposed to pick him up, she said, and she certainly wasn't supposed to leave you girls alone. Her voice cracked with anger. Pia put Elizabeth back in her high chair and wiped the cream of wheat from her face. I'll go see what they're up to, she said. Please do, Mrs. Hudson said, and send her back down here right away. I need to have a word with her. She took Sophie over to the sink to wash the prune juice from her hair. Pia hurried out of the kitchen and down the hall, unease swirling in the pit of her stomach. Cooper's diaper had just been changed, and even if he'd dirtied it again so soon, Rebecca had been told not to pick him up. If she needed this job as badly as she claimed, why would she disobey Mrs. Hudson? It didn't make sense. She paddled quickly up the stairs and rushed toward the nursery, her apprehension growing with every step. What if Rebecca had lied to Margaret about the diaper? What if she wasn't upstairs at all? When she reached the nursery door, she stopped in her tracks, stunned by what she was seeing. Rebecca sat in the rocking chair, her face wet with tears, her blouse unbuttoned, Cooper at her naked breast. When she looked up and saw Pia, she put a gentle hand on his small head and held him closer. Pia flew across the room and reached for the baby. Give him to me, she demanded. Rebecca shook her head. No, she said in a quiet voice. Not yet. Have you lost your mind? Pia said. Give him to me now. No, I won't, Rebecca said. My milk is coming back. He's not your baby, Pia said, fury twisting in her chest. He's not Simon. I know, Rebecca croaked. I know he's not my son. Misery flooded her eyes. Pia tried to take him, but Rebecca tightened her grip. They struggled for a moment, but Pia let go, afraid of hurting him. Let me have him, she said through clenched teeth. Just then, Footsteps pounded down the hall, and Mrs. Hudson came into the nursery with Elizabeth on her hip, Sophie and Margaret on her heels. When she saw Cooper suckling at Rebecca's breast, she came to a halt, the blood draining from her face. "What in God's name are you doing?" she cried. She thrust Elizabeth into Pia's arms and went to take Cooper from Rebecca. "Give him to me!" At first Rebecca resisted, but then she let go. Mrs. Hudson snatched the baby and backed away, staring at her like she was a raving lunatic. Rebecca's hands went limp in her lap, a thin drizzle of milk leaking from her breast onto her powder blue blouse, creamy wet blotches growing gray. "Sophie and Margaret," Mrs. Hudson said, "go to your room, now." "But, Mommy," Margaret started, "we just—" "Don't make me tell you again," Mrs. Hudson said. "Go to your room this instant. Pia will come get you in a few minutes." The girls turned their lips under, pouting, but they moved away from the door and did as they were told. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Rebecca said, "but he was starting to fuss and I couldn't help myself." Mrs. Hudson pointed a trembling finger at the nursery door. "Get out of my house," she said, her words rattled by rage, "and don't ever come back." "Please, ma'am," Rebecca said. "I'll never do it again, I promise. It was a mistake." "A mistake?" Mrs. Hudson said. "A mistake is tearing a sheet or dropping a plate. This was not a mistake. You need to get out of my house now before I have my husband send for the police." Rivers of tears spilled down Rebecca's cheeks. "Please," she cried. "I'm sorry I lied to you earlier, ma'am, but my baby, my precious Simon, he passed away right after he was born. His father promised marriage, but then he left and I—" She leaned forward and buried her face in her clawed hands. "I just miss my baby boy so much." Mrs. Hudson held Cooper to her chest, her eyes filling. "I'm sorry about your son. I truly am, but you can't. You shouldn't have. Cooper is my baby. He's my son." Rebecca straightened, scraping her fingers down her cheeks. "I know he's yours, ma'am," she said. "You're right. He's your son, and I had no right to. I just—" She pushed herself up from the rocking chair and buttoned her blouse with shaking fingers, swaying like she'd had too much whiskey. "I just hope you know how lucky you are to have so many children and to have the means to take care of them all. Not every mother is so blessed." "I know how lucky I am," Mrs. Hudson said. "I don't need you to tell me." Rebecca nodded, then half walked, half staggered toward the door, her bloodshot eyes blinking as though she'd just woken up from a nightmare. Mrs. Hudson watched her stumble out of the nursery, tears wetting her face, then handed Cooper to Pia. "Please go take care of the children," she said. "I need to make sure she leaves." "Do you want me to get Dr. Hudson?" Pia said. "No," Mrs. Hudson said. "I can handle this on my own." The following Sunday, after announcing that the number of flu cases had dropped sufficiently over the past week, Dr. Hudson told Pia he'd hired a hansom cab to take them to her family's old apartment in the 5th Ward. Mrs. Hudson insisted they wear masks on the trip, and Dr. Hudson agreed they shouldn't take any chances despite the promising reports that the flu might finally be coming to an end. Pia didn't care either way. She only hoped against hope that she'd find news about her brothers or Vater. It had been months since the war ended. Surely he'd found his way home by now. Staring out the cab window, she felt like she'd been let out of prison. How long had she been holed up at the Hudsons? With everything that had happened, she'd lost track of time. Days blurred into weeks, and weeks blurred into months, and months felt like years. As usual, she searched the sidewalks for familiar faces, for Ollie and Max, Vater and Finn, and of course, Nurse Wallace. At least if she saw someone she knew this time, Dr. Hudson would make the driver stop and let her out. When they arrived in front of her old row house, she got out of the cab on shaking legs. If she found her father, how would she explain what had happened to Ollie and Max? Would he understand? Would he blame her and be angry? She gripped her elbows and stared up at the window to their old apartment, shivering while Dr. Hudson paid the driver to wait. To her surprise, she realized she'd never wanted to see the place again, because other than the possibility of finding out what happened to her loved ones, never coming back here would have been fine. The cramped, dim rooms of 408 Shunk Alley held too many bad memories. Vater leaving for the war, Mutti dying of the flu, Ollie and Max inside the dark cubby. "Are you ready?" Dr. Hudson said, making her jump. She nodded, then swallowed and led him up the front steps. Stepping around crumpled newspaper pages, a rusted bucket, and shards of broken glass, they made their way across the dim foyer and started up the stairs. Plaster and dirt gritted under their shoes, and the smell of boiled cabbage and fried onions filled the corridors. For a fleeting moment, she remembered what it felt like to be returning home after school, looking forward to eating dinner with her parents and playing with Ollie and Max. The light, happy feeling of being carefree before the world went dark and her life was turned upside down, flickered just within reach. Then it disappeared as fast as it came, replaced by the horrible, heavy crush of heartache and grief. When they reached the 4th floor, she hurried to the door of what used to be her family's home, certain her heart was going to burst from her chest. What if a different family lived there now and she had to explain herself all over again? What if they didn't understand English either? What if they refused to answer the door? She took a deep breath, knocked, and glanced up at Dr. Hudson. He gave her a reassuring smile, but doubt muddied his eyes. Seconds seemed like hours as they waited for someone to answer. She bit her lower lip and knocked again. Finally, the handle turned and the door opened. A dark-haired woman with a tired face stood holding a baby on her hip. To Pia's relief, it was the same woman who was there before. "Vi så hotel," the woman said, smiling warmly. She gestured for Pia and Dr. Hudson to come inside. Dr. Hudson took off his derby and followed Pia into the apartment. The 2 children who'd been on the bed the first time she returned looked up from where they were playing, the same doll and wooden top on the floor between them. The scraggly, bearded man was nowhere to be seen, and she wondered what happened to him. After being in the Hudsons' beautiful house, the rooms she used to call home seemed even smaller and darker now. The floors and walls and cupboards and dishes peeling and coated with grime, the curtains and bedding dirty and ragged. She'd never understood how poor they really were until now. The difference between this home and the Hudsons was like night and day, black and white, diamonds and dirt. Again, she asked herself why God allowed such injustice. Why should some suffer based on matters of luck and circumstance and place of birth? On top of everything else, she felt like kicking herself. Why hadn't she asked Mrs. Hudson to send food and clean linens for these poor people? The Hudsons certainly had enough to spare. Maybe Dr. Hudson could give them some cash before they left. He looked dazed by what he was seeing. The woman pointed at him, her eyebrows raised. "Ezos opad?"
Pia didn't understand her words, but she knew what the woman was thinking. She shook her head. "No," she said, "this isn't my father." The woman cocked her head, frowning. Pia made a writing motion with her hand. "Did Vater come back here? Did you give him my note?" The woman shook her head, then went over to the dusty shelf above the table, reached inside the blue vase, and handed Pia a piece of folded paper. Pia's throat constricted. It was the note she'd left for her father, covered in a thin layer of soot. He hadn't come back yet. Then the woman pulled another piece of folded paper out of the vase. It was yellow. A telegram. Pia's stomach twisted in on itself, a writhing coil of fear nearly bending her over. She glanced at Dr. Hudson to make sure he was still there, then took the telegram and opened it with shaking fingers. Washington, D.C., January 7th, 1919. Mrs. Amelia Lange, Shunk Alley, room 408, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Deeply regret to inform you that Private Carl Lange is officially reported as killed in action, October 9th, 1918. Harris, the Adjutant General. Pia doubled over. The black space in her heart expanding with a painful jolt. She dropped the telegram and crumpled to the floor, every muscle and bone aching with renewed grief. A few words written on a piece of paper had destroyed her last fragment of hope that her father might return. Now it was certain. She'd never see him again. He'd never be coming home to help her find the twins. She'd never be able to tell him she loved him again. Images flashed in her mind. Vater carrying her into the woods on one shoulder, patiently waiting while she picked pine cones from the evergreens. Him teaching her how to sound out the words in the newspaper, and the happy smile on his face when he held his sons for the first time. Her mind raced back to the day he left for the army. Had she squeezed his hand twice, like she used to make sure he knew how much she loved him? Surely she'd said it out loud. Surely she'd hugged him and made him promise to be careful. But had she told him in their special secret way how much she cared? She couldn't remember. Then a gruesome image assaulted her. Her beloved father in an army uniform, lying dead in a field, bloody bullet holes in his chest, his pale face covered in gore. No, her mind screamed. This can't be real. He can't be dead. Burying her face in her hands, she wailed and shuddered, each violent sob wrenching the strength from her body. Reality hit with a final, crushing thud. Her parents were dead, and her brothers might be too. She really was an orphan now. Chapter 25. Pia. 1924. By the third week in November, it had been raining for 3 days straight. The wind gusts broke branches from trees and sent them whirling across lawns like they were made of paper. Muddy water ran along the sidewalks and pooled in the roads, making Pia's walk back to the Hudsons feel like a jungle trek. Normally, she enjoyed the leisurely stroll home after dropping off 10-year-old Margaret, 8-year-old Sophie, and 7-year-old Elizabeth at school, even when it snowed. But now she couldn't wait to get back to the warmth of the house. She clutched her jacket collar under her chin, blinking against the icy drops hitting her face like 100 tiny bullets, and skirted around men wielding umbrellas and women pushing baby prams. Thankfully, she was wearing gloves, a habit she'd developed years ago, no matter the weather.
Dr. Hudson thought wearing them might help dull unwanted sensations when she left the house, and luckily he'd been right. She was glad, too, that she hadn't brought Cooper with her today, given the 5-year-old's inclination toward catching cold. Along with making her cold and wet, the miserable weather seemed to mirror her mood. After helping Mrs. Hudson get breakfast ready while listening to Dr. Hudson read an article in the morning newspaper about the new Immigration Act signed by Calvin Coolidge, limiting the number of Southern and Eastern Europeans, Arabs, and Jews allowed into the country, the purpose of which was to preserve the American ideal of homogeneity and stabilize the ethnic composition of the population, a feeling of sadness had come over her that she couldn't seem to shake. Maybe the new act reminded her of her parents and how they'd come here seeking a better life, only to find death instead. Or maybe it reminded her of Nurse Wallace's hatred for Germans, which, of course, reminded her of her lost brothers, and how every clue over the last 5 years had led to more dead ends. They thought they'd found Nurse Wallace once, a few years ago when Dr. Hudson talked to a hospital payroll clerk who had a record of a nurse with the same last name. But when they went to the address on the other side of the city, the woman who answered the door was not the Nurse Wallace they were looking for, and she'd never heard of any other nurses by that name either. Dr. Hudson had called St. Vincent's numerous times to see if Nurse Wallace had been back to get more children, but no one had seen her since the spring of 1919. It was like she'd disappeared from the face of the earth, which only strengthened Pia's suspicions that she had something to hide. Where the rattle had come from remained a mystery, too. No local asylum employees had ever seen it before. Nor did they have any memory of an immigrant being brought in with an infant, and the postman didn't remember dropping the package off either. If only they'd questioned Rebecca further before sending her away. She'd lied about her baby, so who knew what else she'd been lying about? The third wave of the flu epidemic had finally subsided during the summer of 1919, 9 months after the terror began. Everyone said the aftermath was chaos, and record-keeping had been a muddled mess, with children unaccounted for and families separated or wiped out completely. Hundreds of children, too sick or too small to remember their names after being picked up by visiting nurses, had been given to other people or sent away, some by mistake. Pia wondered how many times Nurse Wallace had taken advantage of the situation, how many times she'd made money off lost orphans and other children, and how many other people were like Pia, looking for vanished sons and daughters and siblings. No hospitals or orphanages or temporary homes had any information on Ollie and Max, so she still believed Nurse Wallace knew where they were. Her greatest fear, other than her brothers being dead, was that they'd been sent to another state on one of the orphan trains. But she'd heard promising stories, too, stories that gave her hope, like the one about the mother who fell ill and came home to find her 3 children gone, then opened her door 2 years later to find one standing in the hall clinging to a Red Cross worker's hand. Everywhere she went, the open-air markets and trolleys, the alleyways and crowded streets, she looked for little boys of about 6, blonde-haired twins with Mootie's blue eyes and Vater's strong chin. But like Nurse Wallace, it seemed Ollie and Max had disappeared off the face of the earth. And maybe they had. Maybe she was searching for ghosts. Even now, she could still picture them sleeping in her parents' bedroom cubby, their little legs pulled up to their distended bellies, their soft-skinned faces, their long eyelashes like feathers on their pale cheeks. If she'd known back then what she knew now, she would have crawled in the cubby with them. The guilt of what she'd done and her failure to find out what happened to them felt like a bleeding wound inside her heart, constantly ripped open by the slightest poke or nudge. And today, for some reason, It had all come flooding back, bringing to the forefront all she had been through and all she had lost. Realizing now that she would need to change out of her wet clothes before checking in with Dr. Hudson to see if he needed help, she walked faster. After her feelings about Leo and Elizabeth had proved to be accurate all those years ago, there'd been several more instances when she'd known something was wrong with a member of the family. Sophie with strep throat, Margaret with an eye infection, and even Mrs. Hudson, who came down with pneumonia during the winter of 1921. Dr. Hudson believed that, like the nurse he'd worked with on the battlefront who helped him save soldiers, Pia had helped save his loved ones' lives by making it easier for him to figure out what was ailing them before things turned more serious. It didn't take long before he asked for help when he was stumped by some of his patients' symptoms, and over the years she'd assisted him in diagnosing kidney stones, impacted bowels, impending heart attacks, lung infections, swallowed objects, fractured bones, and more. While she was glad to help him and his patients, at the same time she dreaded putting her hands on strangers, waiting for the first stab or twist or throb of pain to strike. After a while it seemed as though the patient's suffering had become part of who she was, like an invisible, heavy burden carried in her body and soul. Or maybe it was her shattered heart that weighed her down. She often wondered what an X-ray of herself would look like. Would it show the broken bones and ruptured masses, the enlarged organs and rotted membranes of all the ill and damaged people she'd touched? Or would it show the emptiness and sorrow she carried inside, like a black space in the night sky? She'd never forget the time Dr. Hudson asked her to lay hands on a 3-year-old girl, brought in by her frantic mother in the middle of the night. The child was curled up in a ball, howling in pain, her face covered in sweat, her lips blue. When Pia reached beneath her frilly pink dress and touched her tight belly, she fell to her knees, a violent cramp shooting up through her chest, her stomach muscles hollowing out. The mother screamed and grabbed her daughter, gaping at Pia as if she'd hurt her child. After Pia pulled herself together and stood, she asked to speak to Dr. Hudson privately. Whatever was wrong with the girl was going to take her life. Of that, she was sure. 2 hours later, when Dr. Hudson came home from the hospital, he said the little girl had died of either gallstone colic or ptomaine poisoning, which was milk sickness brought on by drinking milk from a cow that had eaten snake root. Afterward, Pia cried all night, knowing how much agony the little girl had been in before she died, and trying to understand why God allowed children to suffer so. It felt like losing Ollie and Max all over again. Still, despite her discomfort, she couldn't say no to Dr. Hudson after everything he and Mrs. Hudson had done for her, not to mention treating her like family and helping her search for her brothers. They'd even started paying her several years ago, along with continuing to supply free room and board. She had Christmas dinner and opened presents with them, and they gave her gifts and a cake on her birthday. Despite the fact that she didn't deserve their kindness and generosity, she was thankful for it. She cared about them and thought they cared about her, and she loved the children more than she would have thought possible. Margaret, Sophie, Elizabeth, and Cooper treated her more like an older sister than their nanny, and they needed her. At least, she told herself they did. At the same time, she felt like she was living someone else's life. Perhaps that was her punishment. Now her eyes started to burn, and, as she'd done countless times before, she pushed the painful memories away and tried to think about something else. Remembering the new library book she had picked up the previous day, Howard's End by E.M. Forster, she lifted her chin. Later, after the children were tucked in bed, she'd lie in her bedroom and read about 3 families in England, one wealthy, one poor, and one German. It was a small distraction, but It was something to look forward to, something to keep her from thinking too much. Every day she tried to remind herself that it was never too late for a miracle to happen, that someday she might find her brothers. Still, it would never erase what she had done. Nothing would. When she turned the corner onto the next street and neared the Hudson's house, she furrowed her brow. A strange man was at their front door. Visitors had been welcome again since the end of the epidemic, but most of them were friends, couples from church or the mothers of the girls' classmates. The man at the door, in scuffed boots and a ripped vest, rain soaking his scraggly hair, didn't look like anyone from the Hudsons' close circle. Maybe he was looking for Dr. Hudson and hadn't seen the sign pointing to the office. She shoved her hands in her pockets and hurried up the sidewalk. "May I help you?" she said. The man spun around, grabbing the newsboy cap off his head. I'm here to ask about a friend." She went up the steps onto the porch. "Are you looking for Dr. Hudson?" "Nay, I'm looking for a girl named Pia Lange." Pia stiffened, her skin prickling. Who was this man, and what did he want with her? How did he know her name? Unless this was the miracle she'd been hoping for. Her heart went into her throat, and it took a moment to find her voice. "Are you here about my brothers?" His brows shot up. "Is it you, Pia?" She wiped the rain from her eyes and squinted at him, trying to figure out how he knew her name. His bristled face looked familiar and strange at the same time, the hazel eyes and copper-colored hair, the deep dimple in his chin. And then she knew. His voice was deeper, more mature, but his accent and the way he said her name were unmistakable. 5 years had changed her best friend into a man. "Finn?" she said in a weak voice. Her legs and arms started to tremble. "What are you doing here? How did you find me?" He threw his arms around her and hugged her tight, squashing her face against his damp collar. "They told me you were here," he said, "but I figured you'd be gone by now. I thought I'd never see you again." She pulled away, trying to breathe normally. "Where have you been?" she said, surprised by her anger. "Why did you leave St. Vincent's without me?" He frowned, his face going dark. "I didn't leave," he said. "You should know I'd never desert you like that." "I was taken." "What do you mean you were taken? By whom?" Before he could answer, the front door opened and Mrs. Hudson appeared. Except for the fine lines around her eyes and a few light hairs streaking the hair above her forehead, she looked the same as she had when Pia first arrived. But this time, her hair was as neat as her dress, her eyes bright and lively. She regarded Finn, frowning as she took in his ragged clothes and dirty boots. "What are you doing out here in this miserable weather, Pia?" she said. "And who is this?" "This is my friend Finn," Pia said. She felt breathless and confused and more than a little overwhelmed. "We lived across from each other growing up, and we were in the orphanage together." "Oh, my goodness, yes," Mrs. Hudson said. Her displeasure at his appearance vanished. "I remember you telling me about him. Well, bring him in and out of the cold and damp. You'll catch your death out there." Finn gave Pia a doubtful look. "It's all right," Pia said, trying to smile. "You should have seen me the first time she let me in." She moved toward the door and motioned for him to follow, grateful but not surprised that Mrs. Hudson was inviting him in just because he was a friend. Come in," Mrs. Hudson said. "You're letting in the chill." Finn shrugged and followed Pia into the foyer, then stepped aside and stood dripping on the rug. He raked his fingers through his wet hair and gaped up at the vaulted ceiling, his mouth hanging open. Pia took off her gloves, put them in her jacket, hung it on the coat tree, and offered to take his. He glanced down at himself. "I'm afraid I'm a right mess. I'm not dressed properly to come visitin'."
"Nonsense," Mrs. Hudson said. "We don't care what you're wearing. If you're a friend of Pia's, you're welcome here."
Finn hesitated, looking at Pia with doubt-filled eyes. She nodded, and he finally took off his jacket, revealing a ragged wool vest over a wrinkled, graying shirt with missing buttons. A length of frayed rope held up his trousers. "Oh, dear," Mrs. Hudson said. "Forgive me, ma'am," Finn said. "I told you I wasn't." "No worries," Mrs. Hudson said. "I'll find a change of clothes for you. Dr. Hudson wears about the same size, and I know for a fact he has too many pairs of trousers and shirts." She turned to Pia. "Why don't you take him into the parlor while I see what I can come up with? And fix him a cup of hot tea while you're at it. He looks chilled to the bone." "Yes, ma'am," Pia said. "Thank you, ma'am," Finn said. "But I don't want to impose. I only came here looking for Pia."
"Well, now that you've found her," Mrs. Hudson said, "you must stay a bit. I know she's happy to see you, and you have a lot of catching up to do." She gave Pia a wink and started out of the foyer. Then stopped and spun around. "Oh, I don't mean to be rude, but please take off your boots before you go into the parlor, and don't sit on the furniture until you've changed. I'll be right back." Then she turned and disappeared. Finn gave Pia a weak smile. "Don't take it personally," she said. "She's always been like that."
"If you say so,"
Finn said. He took off his boots and put them side by side on the rug. Jagged holes riddled the toes and sides of the leather, and his socks weren't much better.
"I'm sorry for shocking you like this, but I didn't know."
"There's no need to be sorry," she said. "I'm just glad you found me. Come on in. I'll make some tea, and you can tell me what happened." In the kitchen, she put the tea kettle on to boil and offered him a seat at the table. When he shook his head, she remembered what Mrs. Hudson said about changing his clothes before he sat down. Her thoughts were a jumble, and she couldn't think straight. Standing on the opposite side of the table, equally as awkward and bashful as he was, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. That he was here, in the Hudson's kitchen. A strange mixture of confusion and elation roiled in her stomach. Finn had grown into a man, and he was here, staring at her. A million questions on his face. That she was happy to see him was an understatement. At the same time, he was a stranger.
"I'm mighty disappointed you thought I left without you," he said.
She put her hands on the back of the chair, squeezing so hard her knuckles turned white. "What was I supposed to think? One day you were there, and the next you were gone."
"Believe me when I say it wasn't my idea."
"Where did you go?"
"Mother Jo said a family in Iowa wanted to adopt me, so she was sending me on a train with a pack of boys from other orphanages. I put up a hell of a fight, but some big fella wrangled me into a cart and took me to the station. Except there weren't no bloody family waiting when I got off."
Pia gasped. "Oh my God, that's horrible." She started to ask him another question, but Mrs. Hudson came into the kitchen with a change of clothes, socks, shoes, and a wool overcoat. "These should fit," Mrs. Hudson said. "You're welcome to use the water closet to clean up and get changed. I've put a shaving kit in there for you, too."
"You're too kind, ma'am," Finn said. "But I have no money to pay you."
Mrs. Hudson pshawed and piled the clothes in his arms. "No need to pay me a thing," she said. "Just hurry along and tidy up." Finn smiled at her, a smile that was both grateful and embarrassed, then did what he was told.
How amazing that he found you after all this time, Mrs. Hudson said after he was gone. I know, Pia said. He must really care about you. Pia nodded because she didn't know what to say. Her cheeks grew warm. Well, I'll be upstairs in the playroom with Cooper, Mrs. Hudson said. But I expect you to tell me everything later. She chuckled and gave Pia another wink, then turned and left the kitchen. While Finn was getting washed and dressed, Pia took a serving tray with a silver carafe and 2 teacups into the parlor and waited in one of the wing-back chairs, thinking about what he'd said. All this time, she'd been wondering if he'd left St. Vincent's without her, and until she saw him on the porch, she hadn't realized how resentful she'd been, despite the fact that she didn't know what really happened. Maybe she couldn't imagine him letting a nun force him to do something against his will. She should have known better. He never would have abandoned her. And Mrs. Hudson was right. It was amazing that he'd found her after all this time. That had to mean something. She got up and checked her reflection in the mirror next to the curio cabinet, suddenly remembering she'd been out in the rain and probably looked like a drowned rat. Running her fingers through her damp hair and pushing a few unruly locks behind her ears, her hands started to shake. What did he think of her, now that she was a woman? Did he think she was attractive? At 19, she resembled Mutti in more ways than she could count, from her thin nose to her arched brows and cobalt blue eyes. She thought that was a good thing. In her mind, Mutti was the prettiest woman she'd ever seen, but she'd never asked anyone's opinion. When she and Finn were younger, she hadn't cared. So what difference did it make now? She rolled her eyes and went back over to the chair to sit down, berating herself for being so foolish. They were only friends. For all she knew, he could be married now. When he came back into the parlor a little while later, he was wearing the clean shirt, vest, and trousers, his hair slicked back from his face, his cheeks scrubbed and red from shaving. She glanced up when he came in, then quickly looked away and started pouring the tea. For the first time since he arrived, she noticed the chiseled line of his jaw and cheekbones, the deep emerald of his kind eyes. Her best friend had grown into a handsome man. Maybe she should have changed out of her damp dress. Keeping her eyes on the serving tray to hide her flushed face, she said, "So what happened when you got to Iowa and no one was waiting for you? What did you do?" He sat in the opposite chair and sighed. She couldn't tell if it was a sigh of relief because it felt good to be clean and wearing fresh clothes, or a sigh of frustration because of a question. Likely it was a combination of both. "I survived the best I could," he said. "That's what I did. I found work on a farm and saved my pay until I had enough money to come back here. First thing I did was go to St. Vincent's to look for you." She handed him a cup of tea, hoping he couldn't see the heat in her cheeks. "Who told you where I was?" "Mother Joe. I wasn't sure she'd remember me, but she did after I told her that the bloody nurse who put me on the train lied about someone being on the other end." Pia started to pick up her teacup, then stopped. "What nurse?" "Remember the time we lads had to line up in the rec room and that nurse took Kafka, Gerhardt, and his brother?" Her heart started to race. He was talking about Nurse Wallace. She nodded. "Well, later that night, Sister Ernestine took me to Mother Joe's office, and the same nurse was there waiting for me." Pia could hardly breathe. Nurse Wallace. He took a sip of his tea, then set it down on the tray. "Nay,
Bernice Groves. She shook her head, confused. What do you mean? The nurse who took Kafka and Gerhardt was Nurse Wallace. Nay, it wasn't. Yes, it was. I know Nurse Wallace. She was the one who took Kafka and Gerhardt. I'm certain of it. You must have her mixed up with someone else. He frowned, his brows knitted. Nay, I don't. Yes, you do. You don't remember Bernice. She lived 2 doors down from us in the same row house, and she was mean as a mule. My brothers and I called her Old Biddy Bernice because she used to call us dirty Irish boys and make smart-ass remarks about my mother's brogue. She shook her head and picked up her tea. No, sorry, I don't remember her. What do you mean you don't remember her? How could you forget? She was a real bucket of piss, that one. She's the woman who yelled at your mom about your father stealing her pa's job. Said it put him in his grave. She shook her head again, getting more and more perplexed. Why was he talking about this Bernice person? What did she have to do with anything? I wasn't there when that happened. I only heard about it after it was over, and I had no idea who my mother was talking about. So, you're saying you didn't recognize her when you saw her at St. Vincent's, all dressed up in that nurse outfit? I did, right off, and I knew she weren't no nurse. She recognized me, too. When she put me on the train that night, she said she was doing it to clear the city of riffraff and immigrants. But I think she did it so I wouldn't tell the sisters she was lying about who she was. Pia suddenly went rigid, her body turning to ice. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Nurse Wallace's reaction when she first saw her at St. Vincent's the day she dropped off the Romanian baby. Her refusal to help look for the twins. Her anger. Her accusations. Her questions. She knew who Pia was because she used to live in the same neighborhood. She knew she was German because she had argued with Mutti. And she knew Ollie and Max. Pia started shaking, her teacup rattling against the saucer. She put the cup down and slumped back in her chair, dizziness sweeping over her. Finn got up and knelt beside her. "What's wrong?" he said. "Are you feeling ill?" Pia shook her head, her eyes filling. Bernice was the one who took Ollie and Max. Chapter 26. Pia. The day after Pia learned Nurse Wallace was really Bernice Groves, she sat next to Finn on the other side of Mother Joe's desk in the office at St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum. Being back in the orphanage was unsettling, to say the least. It felt like she'd stepped back in time to a part of her life she'd give everything to forget. Except she was an adult now and could leave whenever she wanted. That's what she had to keep telling herself, anyway. The office looked smaller somehow, but the smell of moldy wood, stale incense, and old potatoes still filled the air, as if the place had been locked up for 100 years. The only difference was the number of group photos on the wall behind Mother Joe's head. There were more now, each new frame filled with the haunted, somber faces of children who had lost or been deserted by those who were supposed to love them most of all. Just looking at them made Pia want to cry. She pulled her eyes away and reminded herself why she was there. "When was the last time you saw Bernice Groves?" Finn asked Mother Joe. "He means Nurse Wallace," Pia said. "Wallace wasn't her real name. Does she come here any more?" She waited for Mother Joe to reprimand her for not addressing her properly, but that didn't happen, which was a good thing.
Pia might have laughed or told her to go to hell, and that wouldn't have gotten them anywhere. The old nun couldn't tell her what to do anymore, and she didn't deserve respect. But now was not the time to tell her that. Mother Joe folded her age-spotted hands on the desk and blinked, thinking. The last 6 years had not been kind to her. One eyelid drooped lower than the other, sagging over one milky eye like a piece of dead skin, and her wimple looked 2 sizes too big, the rippled sides gaping around her shrunken face like a stretched rag. "I'm afraid not," she said. "It's been years since Nurse Wallace came by. Like I told Dr. Hudson when he called, she just stopped coming one day. I don't know why. I assumed something had happened to her." "I know Dr. Hudson asked you this before," Pia said, "but are you sure you don't know anything about her? You don't know her address or have any way to get in touch with her?" "I'm sorry," Mother Joe said, "but I don't." "What about one of the other nuns?" Pia said. "Like Sister Agnes or Sister Ernestine. Maybe they know something." Mother Joe shook her head, the saggy wimple flopping against her sharp cheekbones. "Sister Agnes was assigned to another post nearly 2 years ago, and Sister Ernestine, bless her soul, went to be with our Father in heaven 6 months ago. We found her face down in the play yard one day, the poor dear. The doctor said her heart just stopped." The news about Sister Ernestine was no surprise. Pia remembered feeling her heart slow when she'd grabbed her. She wanted to ask Mother Joe why she thought someone like her deserved to go to heaven, and how she could pretend to be unaware of the horrible things she'd done. But she had more important things on her mind. At least Sister Ernestine wouldn't be beating children at St. Vincent's anymore. "I'm sorry," she said, because it was the right thing to say. "What about other nurses who come here?" Finn said. "Was Nurse Wallace, friends with any of them? Maybe they'd know where to find her?" "Oh, no," Mother Joe said. "Nurse Wallace was truly one of a kind. It's a rare thing for nurses to stop out here on their own, but she came here because she wanted to help our children, not to mention what she did for our unwed mothers." "What did she do for the unwed mothers?" Pia said. "Why, found good homes for their babies, of course." Of course, Pia thought. Her stomach shriveled, thinking about Nurse Wallace taking and selling the babies of women and girls who were already scared and heartbroken. Did Mother Joe know about that, too? The thought of it made her sick. But she had to stay calm. She couldn't afford to upset Mother Joe or accuse her of anything. Not yet, anyway. "You must have those records, then," she said. "Maybe one of the unwed mothers would know how to get in touch with Nurse Wallace." "Heavens, no," Mother Joe said. "Those records are sealed. I couldn't possibly share anything with you about the young women we assisted." Pia sat forward in her seat. "But you have to help me," she said. "Nurse Wallace wasn't a real nurse, and I have reason to believe she stole my brothers." Mother Joe's milky eyes grew wide. "That's a serious accusation, Miss Lange." "I realize that," Pia said, "but she lived in my neighborhood and knew my family. Except I didn't know that until—" "I'm sorry," Mother Joe said, "but I'm afraid I can't help you. In my heart of hearts, I don't believe Nurse Wallace would steal your brothers. Help them? Yes, but steal them and keep their whereabouts from you? I don't believe it. She was one of the kindest women I've ever met." "Bloody hell," Finn said. "We're sitting here telling you she lied about who she was, and you're defending her. I haven't even gotten to the part where she lied to you about me being adopted and put me on a train instead. What good reason would she have for doing such right awful things?" "I'm sure I don't know,"
Mother Joe said. "But if anything you're saying is true, and I have a feeling you might be confused, I'm sure she had nothing but the best of intentions." With that, she pushed herself up from her chair, started around the desk, and shuffled toward the door. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to." "What about the finder's fees?" Pia said. "Did you know she was charging money for the babies she took from St. Vincent's? She told people it was a donation to help the orphanages." Mother Joe stopped and turned to face them, her sagging lid almost all the way closed. "Did she give you money for the children at St. Vincent's?" Pia said. "Or was she lying about that too?" "As a matter of fact, she did," Mother Joe said. "They weren't sizable donations, but she gave us what she could spare. And if you had any idea how much money it takes to properly care for so many orphans, care of which you two were beneficiaries, I might add, you'd understand why we're willing to accept what any kind soul is willing to give." She started toward the door again. "Now, I suggest you pray for forgiveness for accusing Nurse Wallace of such horrible things, Miss Lange and Mr. Duffy. That woman is deserving of sainthood." Pia and Finn looked at each other and stood, their faces lined with frustration. "You're wrong about her," Pia said, blinking back angry tears. "And when I find out the truth, you're going to be the one asking for forgiveness for not helping me sooner. Doesn't the Bible say, 'Learn to do good and seek justice'?" "Yes, Miss Lange, it does. It also says you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You're welcome to come back and speak to me when, or if, you find proof about what you're saying. Until then, good day, God bless you, and take good care of yourself." Pia wrapped her arms around herself and followed Finn out of the office, bewildered and stunned into silence by fury and despair. She'd thought for sure Nurse Wallace was still coming to St. Vincent's, and that once she and Finn revealed their suspicions, Mother Joe would be willing to ask the nurse where she lived, or let Dr. Hudson know when she came in again. But the old nun hadn't seen her in years, and she didn't believe them anyway. Either that, or she didn't care. Now Pia didn't know what to do. She trudged down the hall beside Finn, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Like Mother Joe's office, the orphanage corridors seemed to have shrunk, but fear and misery still filled the air like a living, breathing thing. She couldn't wait to get out of there. "Are you all right?" Finn said. She nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. At the end of the hall, a door opened, and a line of young girls with sad faces and ill-fitting clothes filed out and moved toward them. Pia and Finn stepped aside to let them pass. She couldn't help looking at their desolate, sunken eyes. What had led them there, to such a horrible place? Had their parents died? Abandoned them? Had they gotten lost in the open-air market and been snatched up by the police? Another door opened, and two women in dark dresses and damp aprons came out, their sleeves rolled up to their elbows. Pia gave them a quick glance, then directed her attention back to the young girls. She wanted to rescue them all, to steal them from this prison and take them home, to feed them and love them and let them know they weren't alone. If Mrs. Hudson could see them, she'd feel the same way. Maybe Pia should bring her here. Maybe they could open their own orphanage and run it with kindness and love. "Pia?" someone said behind her. Pia turned, surprised to hear someone say her name. The woman's pale face looked familiar somehow, but Pia couldn't place her. Maybe it was a girl who'd been at St. Vincent's at the same time she was there, all grown up. Maybe it was Gigi or Jenny. No, the girl didn't look like either of them. Was it Edith? No, Edith had brown hair. This woman had blonde corkscrew curls and blue eyes. Then she remembered. "Rebecca?" she said. "What are you doing here?" Rebecca said. She eyed Finn with suspicion, then gave Pia a worried look. "Are you in trouble?" At first, Pia didn't understand what Rebecca meant. If she were in trouble, why would she come to St. Vincent's? Then she remembered St. Vincent's housed unwed mothers as well as orphans, and heat crawled up her face. Rebecca thought Finn was her boyfriend. "No, I'm fine," Pia said. "We're just looking for someone." "Who?" Rebecca said. "No one you know." Pia started walking again, and Finn followed. Rebecca went with them. "Are you sure?" she said. "I've been working here ever since I left the Hudsons, and I gave birth to Simon over at St. Vincent's Home for Unwed Mothers. I've seen a lot, and I know a lot." Pia stopped and turned to face her. After what Rebecca had done with Cooper, she didn't think she could trust her to be honest about anything, but right now she'd take any help she could get. "Do you remember seeing any nurses picking up or dropping off children?" "Maybe," Rebecca said. "What about a Nurse Wallace? She was really tall with dirty blonde hair and pasty skin. Mother Jo said she stopped coming years ago, but maybe I'll never forget her," Rebecca said. Pia's stomach clenched. She hadn't expected such a quick response, and even though Rebecca sounded sincere, how could Pia believe anything she said? She glanced at Finn, looking for reassurance, but his eyes were locked on Rebecca, waiting to see what she'd say next. "Why do you say that?" Pia said. "Because she took my son," Rebecca said. Pia gritted her teeth. Rebecca was lying again. "You said your baby died." Rebecca hung her head and clasped her hands together, squeezing, until her knuckles turned red. Then she sighed and dropped her arms to her sides. When she looked up again, her eyes were wet. "I said he died because I couldn't tell you the truth." "What truth?" Pia said. "You've changed your story so many times. How am I supposed to know if you're being honest now?" "Because Cooper Hudson is my son. Nurse Wallace stole him and gave him to Dr. and Mrs. Hudson." Pia gasped, her mouth falling open. It made perfect sense. That was why Rebecca had been desperate to work at the Hudsons, and why she was so enamored with Cooper. That was why she wanted to nurse him and hold him close. "Oh, my God," she said. 100 questions raced through her mind, but she didn't know what one to ask first. Clearly, Mrs. Hudson had been right to worry about where Nurse Wallace had found the babies she sold. Before she could put her spinning thoughts together and form a rational sentence, Rebecca continued. "I wanted to work at the Hudsons just so I could be near him," she said. "I knew I couldn't take care of him properly, and I'd planned on giving him up, but she took him without telling me." Tears started down her cheeks. "I know what I did was wrong, but he was crying, and I couldn't help myself. I'm his mother." She buried her face in her hands. Pia started to say something when a sudden realization hit her. Her heartbeat picked up speed. "I'm sorry," she said. "I truly am. But how did you know where he was? Did Nurse Wallace tell you?" Rebecca scraped her fingers under her eyes, trying to swallow her sobs. "No, she didn't tell me anything. He was underweight and a little sickly, so I thought the nuns were going to see if he'd survive before putting him up for adoption. But 2 days after he was born, I woke up and he was gone. The nuns said Nurse Wallace had already found him a good home, but I never got to say goodbye." "Then how did you find out she took him to the Hudsons?" Pia said. "Because I stayed on to work, so I'd be there when she came back to get another baby.
I told her I just wanted to see my boy one more time, just to say goodbye. I swore on my life I wouldn't cause her any trouble, and I'd do anything she wanted if she'd just let me see him. I said I'd be her housemaid for free, or pay her anything she wanted, anything. At first she refused, but a few days later she agreed to tell me where he was if I dropped off a package. That was it. Just drop off a package. Pia was confused. Why would Nurse Wallace want her to drop off a package? Then she recoiled, as if slapped. At the Hudsons? Rebecca nodded. I didn't know what was in it or anything, and I didn't care. I just wanted to see my boy. That was all that mattered to me. So she gave you the package and you took it to the Hudsons? Finn said. Rebecca shook her head. No, she didn't want the nuns to see her give it to me. I had to pick it up. Where? Finn said. At her apartment. Pia could hardly breathe. So you know where she lives? Rebecca shrugged. I knew where she lived 5 years ago, but I don't know if she's still there. Do you remember the address? Finn said. I think I remember where the building was. Can you take us there? Pia said. Rebecca nodded. Chapter 27. Pia. With her heart in her throat, Pia followed Rebecca along the trash-littered alleyway, hoping they didn't have too much farther to go. It was early evening, the night air still and moist with coming rain, and a waning moon dimmed behind the gathering clouds. A train whistle sounded in the distance, hollow and lonely sounding. Here and there, lights burned behind row house curtains, and a chorus of conversation, laughter, shouting, and the tinny music of a phonograph floated out from half-open windows. Nerves churned in Pia's stomach, and she prayed she and Finn weren't being led on a wild goose chase. 5 years was a long time. Nurse Wallace could have moved to another building, or another city, or another state. And what was Pia going to do if she found her? How was she going to make her admit to taking Ollie and Max? Tie her up? Threaten her? Call the police? More importantly, what was she going to do if this turned out to be another dead end? She wasn't sure she could handle another disappointment, not when it felt like they were so close. How much further? She asked Rebecca. It seemed like they'd walked halfway across the city. We're almost there, Rebecca said. Just one more block. Pia glanced back at Finn, who shrugged and urged her to keep going. Rebecca had been more than willing to help, perhaps to make amends in some small way for what she'd done, but that didn't mean she remembered how to get to the right building. And what would Dr. and Mrs. Hudson think if they knew she and Finn were with Rebecca instead of going for an evening stroll like she'd said? She felt bad for the white lie, but wanted to make sure Rebecca could really help before telling them the truth about her. At the end of the alley, they turned left, walked another block, and crossed a busy thoroughfare. Pia had no idea what neighborhood they were in, but it was nicer than South Philly. Multi-storied buildings lined the streets with thick stone steps leading up to each door. Men in wool coats and women in wide-brimmed hats walked side by side along the sidewalks, which were swept clean of litter and trash. How was Nurse Wallace able to afford living in such a nice area? By selling babies? At the corner, Rebecca finally stopped and pointed at a brick building across the road. That's it, she said. When I first got here, she was outside with an older couple and 2 little boys. She kissed the boys goodbye. Then the older couple put them in a pram like they were taking them for a walk. After they left, she took me up to her apartment and gave me the package. Pia's heart pounded hard in her chest. She hadn't told Rebecca about Ollie and Max, only that it was vital she find Nurse Wallace. "Did you say 2 little boys?" "Yes," Rebecca said. "How old do you think they were?" Rebecca shrugged. "I'm not sure, maybe 6 or 8 months. They were bundled up in hats and coats, so I didn't get a good look." The sidewalk swayed beneath Pia's feet, and she grabbed Finn's arm to keep from falling. It sounded like Nurse Wallace might have kept Ollie and Max. She might not have sold them after all. They might still be here, in Philadelphia, in that very building. She tried to find her voice. "Did they look like twins?" she managed. Rebecca screwed up her mouth, thinking. "Yeah, I guess so. Although one seemed a little bigger than the other." Pia's heart felt like it might explode. Ollie was 2 minutes older than Max, and he'd always been taller and heavier. Rebecca had to be talking about them. She had to be. Seeing Nurse Wallace with 2 little boys was too much of a coincidence. "Let's go," she said, and marched across the street toward the brick building. Rebecca and Finn followed. "What are you going to do?" Finn said, trying to keep up. "I'm going to knock on her door and ask her where my brothers are," Pia said. "What if she doesn't live here anymore?" Finn said. "Well, I'm not going to find out by standing out here on the street." "What are you talking about?" Rebecca said. "Did Nurse Wallace take your brothers, too?" "Yes," Pia said, keeping her eyes straight ahead. She didn't have time to explain. "What if they're not Ollie and Max?" Finn said. Pia ignored the question and kept going. The boys had to be Ollie and Max. They just had to be. Nurse Wallace never mentioned having other kids to Mrs. Hudson, only that she'd lost a son, and that she loved helping children. Stealing would have been a more appropriate word. When Pia reached the building, she sprinted up the front steps 2 at a time, yanked open the door, and went inside. Flyers and notices shuddered on the walls of the shadowy foyer, blown about by the incoming breeze. "What's her apartment number?" she asked Rebecca. Rebecca's face grew pale, like a white plate floating in the gloom. I'm not sure. I was so nervous waiting for her to tell me where my boy was, I didn't pay attention. But I'm fairly certain it was on the 2nd floor." Pia peered up the staircase for a moment, gathering her courage, then grabbed the handrail and started up the steps. "I guess we'll just have to knock on every door until we find her." At the top of the landing, she hurried over to the first door, pounded on it, and glanced around, trying to breathe normally. 4 doors surrounded the stairwell. 4 doors, one of which could reveal Ollie and Max, one of which could hold the answer to 6 years of searching. Finn and Rebecca stood behind her, silent and waiting. Pia couldn't look at them. If she did, she might cry. She lifted her chin, straightened her shoulders, and knocked again, then pressed her ear against the door. "I hear something," she said, and took a step back. After some jostling, the door opened. A tall woman stood in the doorway, frowning and clutching the collar of her thin dressing gown, her long blonde braid over one shoulder. Her face was pasty white, and puffy bags hung under her tired gray eyes. It was Nurse Wallace. Pia hesitated, frozen and unsure. It was as though she'd forgotten how to move or speak. Seeing Nurse Wallace out of uniform for the first time, in her nightclothes and wool stockings, made her seem younger and more vulnerable somehow. She didn't look like a criminal, or someone who could steal babies and sell them. She looked like a nice woman who would bake cookies and take soup to her ill neighbors. But Pia knew better. She took a step toward her, ready to push her way inside the apartment. Recognition transformed the nurse's face. She drew in a sharp breath and tried to shut the door. "Pia,
thrust her hands onto the door, and Finn jumped forward, shoving his foot in the way to stop it from closing. Together, they pushed against it, straining with the effort, and Rebecca helped. Nurse Wallace was no match for the three of them. The door flew inward, knocking her backward. She stumbled and fell with a bone-jarring thud, her nightdress flying up her doughy thighs. They hurried into the apartment, and Finn slammed the door behind them. Nurse Wallace rolled over and got up, scrambling to her feet with considerable effort. "What are you doing here?" she said, her voice shrill. "What do you want?" "I want my brothers," Pia cried. "Where are they?" She scanned the room, searching frantically for Ollie and Max. A copper tea kettle sputtered on the coal stove, water boiling out of its fluted spout. Gas lights flickered on the dark-paneled walls. The place was clean and tidy. Dishes arranged neatly on the shelves, a stack of linens folded on the table, a trio of cast-iron pans hanging on the wall. But there was no sign of her brothers. No small trousers hanging from the clotheslines or draped over the stove. No toys or little boots on the floor. Pia bolted past the nurse into the back bedroom. "Get out of here before I call the police," Nurse Wallace yelled. "This is my home. You have no right to be here." "Ollie?" Pia cried. "Max? Are you in here?" The bedroom was empty, except for a single bed with a flannel blanket and an oak dresser against one wall. "Have you lost your mind?" Nurse Wallace shouted. "You need to leave." Pia raced out of the bedroom, back across the kitchen, and into a parlor. A button-back davenport, a rocking chair, an end table, a secretary's desk, various potted plants, and other decorations filled the cramped space, but no wooden trucks or rubber balls littered the floor or end table, no blocks or children's books, no young boys played jacks or marbles on the rug. She returned to the kitchen and glared at Nurse Wallace, trying to catch her breath. "Where are they?" she cried. "What did you do with the twins?" Nurse Wallace stood holding her elbow and wincing in pain. "Get out of my apartment before I have you arrested," she yelled, spittle flying from her lips. "All of you!" Finn and Rebecca stood guarding the door, eyes wide, waiting to see what was going to happen next. "You're the one who's going to be arrested," Pia said, "unless you tell me what you did with my brothers." Nurse Wallace scowled at her. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Now leave this instant." "I'm talking about Ollie and Max," Pia said. "I know you took them." She pointed at Rebecca. "She saw you with them." Nurse Wallace glanced at Rebecca, her face filled with disdain. "I've never seen that girl in my life." "I suppose you never saw me either," Finn said. Nurse Wallace shook her head. "Never." Loathing welled like bile in Pia's throat. She wanted to grab Nurse Wallace by the neck and shake her until she confessed. "You're lying," she said. "You took Finn from St. Vincent's and put him on a train to get rid of him because you were afraid he'd tell Mother Joe who you really were. You stole Rebecca's baby and sold him to the Hudsons, and your real name is Bernice Groves." Fear flickered across Bernice's face like the ripple of a stone thrown in a lake. She let go of her elbow and glanced around the room as if looking for an escape. Finn turned the deadbolt on the door. "You knew my mother because you lived in the building across from ours," Pia continued. "You saw me leave after my mother died. Then you went over to our apartment and took the twins." She reached into her pocket, pulled out a faded piece of paper, unfolded it, and held it up. "And you left this." It was the note from the cubby. Bernice shook her head. "You're insane," she said. "I have no idea who your mother was, where you lived, or who wrote that, and I certainly don't know anything about the twins." Pia crumpled up the note and threw it at her. "What did you do with the babies you took from St. Vincent's? Did you sell them too? And what about Kafka and Gerhardt and his brother? Did you get Rid of them like you got rid of Finn?" "I helped those babies," Bernice said. "I found them good homes, better homes. And the older children, too." "So, you admit it," Pia said. "I didn't do anything wrong," Bernice said. "Even President Coolidge knows we can't let immigrants take over the country. We're being overrun. I gave those children a chance to become regular Americans." Pia couldn't believe what she was hearing. Not only was Bernice stealing and selling babies, she was prejudiced, too. She balled her hands into fists, fighting the urge to scream, and hit the woman. "And Ollie and Max? Did you find them a better home, too?" "I told you," Bernice said. "I don't know who you're talking about." Pia reached into her coat pocket and pulled out the rattle. "Then how do you explain this? You had Rebecca deliver it to the Hudsons in exchange for telling her what you did with her son. It's my brother's rattle." Bernice pressed her lips together as if trying to come up with another lie. But it was no use. She couldn't resist saying what was on her mind. Hate filled her eyes. What kind of person puts babies in a cubby and leaves them there to die? She sneered. Pia drew in a sharp breath. All that time, all those years, the person who had taken Ollie and Max had been right in front of her. 1,000 questions whirled in her head. Had she missed the clues somehow? Had she been blind to the evidence? She shook her head to clear it. Right now she needed to stay calm. Somehow she had to get Bernice to tell her what she did with the twins. "I left to get food so we wouldn't starve," she said, her voice shaking with rage. "I was coming back. Now tell me where they are." Bernice shot her a spiteful smirk. "You're too late," she said. "They're gone." "What do you mean they're gone?" "Tuberculosis," Bernice said. 3 years ago. Pia's heart went black. No, it couldn't be. She hadn't come all this way to lose them again. Bernice had to be lying. Pia would have known, would have felt it in her soul if her brothers had died. She scanned the room for what felt like the 100th time, frantic for proof Ollie and Max had been there, that they were still alive. No pictures hung on the walls, no colorful drawings done by small hands. She ran into the parlor again and looked around. The others followed. Somewhere there had to be something to confirm what she knew in her heart. "You're not going to find anything that belonged to them," Bernice said, her voice like ice. "I got rid of it all." Pia ignored her, hurried over to the secretary's desk and pulled it open. Envelopes, both new and used, filled the slots, along with flowered stationery, sheets of paper, and writing instruments stacked like cordwood. The small drawer between the slots held stamps and buttons, clips and a crochet hook, pennies and a dried daisy. Bernice ran over and tried to push her away, to stop her from going through the desk, but Finn grabbed her by the arms and held her back. Pia shut the fold-out, opened the drawer below it, and pulled out skeins of yarn, knitting needles, a pincushion full of silver needles, a scuffed darning egg, and a basket full of other sewing materials. In the door below, she unearthed folded aprons, yellowed doilies, boxes of old Christmas cards, and stacks of letters. She hauled everything out and threw it on the floor, then reached into the very bottom of the last drawer. There, beneath a folded tablecloth, lay a book held shut with a rubber band. She took it out. It was the ledger she'd seen in Bernice's bag all those years ago. She yanked off the rubber band and opened to the first page. "You have no right to go through my things," Bernice yelled. She lunged forward and tried to rip the ledger out of Pia's hands, but Finn held on tight. Names and dates and ages filled each line and column of the ledger. The first line read, "Francis, age 6 months.
Boy, sold to Mr. and Mrs. Johnston. The rest of the lines on the page, more than 30 of them, were all the same. Young babies sold to married couples. Pia scanned the names looking for Ollie and Max, her vision blurred by tears, but they weren't there. She turned the page and read the first entry. Pyotr, renamed Peter. Age 6 years. Boy, sent by train to Michigan. From there, the foreign names went on to the next page. Everyone changed into something more American-sounding. Every one of them, boys and girls, had been sent away by train. One name in particular caught her eye. Finn, renamed Frederick. Age 14 years. Boy, sent by train to Iowa. Pia flipped through the rest of the pages. Another list of sold babies had been started, but the remainder of the ledger was blank, except for the $50 bills stuck between each page. She turned to Bernice, her face burning with fury. What did you do with Ollie and Max? I told you. They're gone, Bernice said. I don't believe you, Pia said. She looked at Rebecca. Go get the police. Tell them we caught someone trying to kidnap a baby. Suddenly, Bernice lifted her foot and kicked backward, hitting Finn hard in the shin with her heel. He grimaced, startled, but held on. Then somehow she turned, yanked herself from his grasp, and ripped the ledger from Pia's hands. Pia grabbed it again and tried to wrestle it away, but Bernice pushed her hard and started toward the kitchen. Pia fell against the davenport, crashing into the wooden arm, and pain exploded in her back. She ignored it and scrambled to her feet just as Finn caught Bernice by the arm. But Bernice was too fast. She pulled away and bolted out of the parlor, $50 bills flying in her wake. They chased after her, but Bernice was already in front of the coal stove. She opened the door and pitched the ledger inside. No! Pia cried, arms outstretched as if she could stop what was happening by sheer force of will. When she caught up to Bernice, she shoved her out of the way, pushing her to the floor, and reached into the stove. But the fire was too hot. The heat seared her skin. She yanked her hand out and watched helplessly as flames enveloped the ledger, the pages curling up, turning to ash, and disappearing before her eyes. Beside her, Bernice struggled to get up, panting and red-faced. Furious, Pia grabbed her by the wrist and wrenched her forward, pulling her off balance. She fell again, and Pia gripped her arm with both hands, digging her fingers into her skin and refusing to let go. She wasn't about to let her run. You're not getting away with this, she said, and you're going to tell me what you did with Ollie and Max. She started to say something else, but a sudden jolt of pain ripped through one side of her head, just above her right eye, like something had burst inside her skull. She let go and fell back on her haunches, suddenly dizzy and nauseous. Bernice got to her feet and staggered over to the sink, her elbow bleeding, the hem of her nightdress ripped and hanging. When she turned around, lantern light reflected off the knife in her hand. Get out, she said. Now, or so help me God, I'll use this. Go get help, Finn said to Rebecca. Hurry. Rebecca started toward the door. No, wait, Pia said. She put one hand on the floor to stop the room from spinning. We're not going to need the police. She squeezed her eyes shut for a second, and as quickly as it had started, the pain and dizziness disappeared. What do you mean we don't need the police? Finn said. She's got a knife. Pia straightened and got to her feet, wary eyes fixed on Bernice. She took my brothers, she said. She took a lot of children, and she's going to pay for what she did. Very soon. Is that right? Bernice laughed, taunting her. And how do you know that? You don't have proof. It doesn't matter, Pia said. I know the truth, and you're dying. as we speak. Jesus, Pia, Finn said. What are you doing? We need to get help. No, Pia said. Not yet. She's not going to hurt us. The hell I'm not, if you don't. Bernice paused, then coughed abruptly. We can't go today. Finn gaped at Pia, confused. What the hell is she talking about? Pia held up a hand, telling him to wait. Panic played around the edges of her mind, but she pushed it away. She had to get Bernice to talk before it was too late, and she didn't have a lot of time. She doesn't know, she said. She can't think clearly right now. What do you mean she doesn't know? Finn said. What in the bloody hell is happening? Bernice lowered the knife and swayed. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead and upper lip. She furrowed her brow in confusion, then reached back and grabbed the edge of the sink to steady herself. You're not feeling well, are you? Pia said. We'll get a doctor, but first you have to tell me what you did with my brothers. I'm fine, Bernice said. Now get out of here. No, you're not fine, Pia said. You need to go to the hospital. Bernice wiped her wrist across her forehead, the knife quivering in her hand. No, I don't, she said. Just go. Leave me alone. I need to get ready for the party before... She paused, puzzled by the words coming out of her mouth. You need to go to the hospital right now, Pia said again, or you're going to die. She felt the same agonizing burst in her head while helping Dr. Hudson before, and had seen similar strange behavior. An older woman had come into his office with the worst headache she'd ever had, hoping to get something for the pain. 1 minute, she made perfect sense. The next, she had no idea who or where she was. Dr. Hudson took her to the hospital straight away, but the woman died of a brain hemorrhage later that day. Something similar was happening to Bernice, but at a faster pace. No, I'm not, Bernice said. I'm just... Getting caught was too much for you, Pia said. Something ruptured in your head. I felt it. Bernice put a trembling hand to her temple and started to say something else, but her mouth twisted and she dropped the knife, just missing her foot. It fell to the floor, the sharp blade gouging the plank surface before clattering over on its handle. Bernice's arm went limp and hung at her side, useless. Then she fell to her knees and made a muffled sound like the grunt of a burrowing animal. Pia picked up the knife and handed it to Finn. He regarded her with a worried look, while Rebecca stood behind him, staring and about to cry. She seemed scared, yet fascinated, like she wanted to leave, but couldn't. Pia wanted to explain what was going on, but there wasn't time. Does your head hurt? She asked Bernice. Bernice nodded, fear burning in her bloodshot eyes. She grimaced, and spittle oozed from one side of her mouth. Then she slumped to the floor, curling up on her side. Tell me what you did with my brothers, and I'll send Rebecca to get help, Pia said. Straining with the effort, Bernice turned her head to gaze up at her. Her face knotted with determination. The fight hadn't left her yet. I put them on a train, she mumbled. An orphan train. Pia cursed under her breath. For the first time ever, she prayed Bernice was lying again. Otherwise, she'd never find Ollie and Max. Where was the train going? Don't remember, Bernice said. A cruel smile twisted across her face. It was in the ledger. I don't believe you, Pia said. Bernice clenched her jaw and squeezed her eyes shut in agony. Tell me where they are, Pia said, or we won't get a doctor. I'm not telling you anything, Bernice said. I'm ready to die. I've been waiting years to be with my son. My precious Wallace.
Pia went rigid, as if the air had frozen in her lungs. Bernice wanted to die. She wasn't going to tell her anything. The rush of panic returned, plowing through Pia at full force. How could she frighten someone who had nothing to lose? Maybe I should get help, Rebecca said. Bernice opened her eyes and glared at her. Blood rimmed one lower lid.
No, she croaked. I want to go.
Pia didn't know what to do. If Bernice wanted to die, threatening to let her was pointless. She had to try something else. She shouted over her shoulder at Finn and Rebecca. Go tell the police a woman needs to go to the hospital right away. Tell them to send for an ambulance. I'll go, Finn said. His heavy footsteps pounded across the floor, and he hurried out of the apartment. Pia knelt over Bernice, pushing her face close to hers. Rebecca saw Ollie and Max with an older couple. Who were they? Your parents? Do they live in this building? Where are the twins? If you don't tell me, I won't let you die. Finn went to get the police to take you to the hospital. The doctors will keep you alive, but you'll never talk or move again. Tell the truth, or you're not going to be with your son for a long time. Pia, Rebecca said in a gentle voice. You don't know for sure those babies were your brothers. Pia turned and glared at her, pain and frustration burning in her eyes. A miserable clutch of fear settled in her stomach. If Bernice died, all would be lost. She was the only person on earth who knew where to find Ollie and Max. Yes, I do, she said. It was them. It had to be. You said yourself they looked like twins. She took them, and she's going to tell me where they are. Then she looked back at Bernice, fighting the urge to strangle the last bit of life out of her. But it was too late. Bernice was already dead. When Finn returned with a policeman, Pia and Rebecca were waiting in the foyer. Rebecca sitting on an iron bench with her head down, staring at the floor. Her hair was disheveled and her face was red and streaked with tears. Finn gaped at them, confused. Pia shot him a warning look, signaling for him to play along. I'm sorry, officer, Pia said, but it's a false alarm. She's feeling much better now, thank goodness. Glancing down at Rebecca, there was no need to pretend being distraught. Finally finding Bernice and coming so close to learning the truth about her brothers was almost more than she could bear. Her legs felt like water, and her stomach churned with nausea. Maybe she should have played the part of the sick person instead of Rebecca. It wouldn't have been much of an act. Isn't that right, Rebecca? Rebecca lifted her head and nodded, pretending to mope. Yes, she said. I'm sorry for making such a fuss. The policeman knelt in front of her, his leather boots creaking. Are you certain, miss? This young man made it sound quite urgent. I can get you to a hospital right away if you need to go. No, I'm fine, officer, Rebecca said. I was feeling rather lightheaded for a few minutes, but I'm better now, really. She's just getting over childbed fever, Pia said, and she's been having the vapors recently. The policeman straightened, his brow furrowed. I see, he said. Then he eyed Finn, his chest out, one thumb hooked over his utility belt. I understand you're mighty worried about her, son, but next time make sure it's an emergency before you get the law involved. Finn gave him an apologetic nod. Aye, officer, he said. Sorry to be a bother. Do you all live in this building? The policeman said to them. Rebecca started to shake her head. At the same time, Finn and Pia nodded. Then Rebecca realized what she was doing and nodded too. Pia pushed down a swallow. The air turned thick as sludge. It was only a small lie, but what if the officer read the truth in her eyes? There was a dead woman upstairs, and even though Bernice probably would have died from whatever ruptured in her brain anyway, there was a high chance Pia had something to do with it happening sooner rather than later. And explaining why they were with her when she died, but hadn't told anyone yet, would be difficult, to say the least. She had no proof Bernice had taken her brothers. Not yet, anyway. "Well, perhaps you should take your friend back to her apartment so she can rest," the policeman said to Pia. "Yes, officer," Pia said. "Thank you so much for coming." The policeman tipped his hat at them. "No problem," he said. "Have a good day." Then he left the building. After he was gone, Finn gaped at Pia, eyes bulging. "In the name of all that's holy, what is going on? What happened?" "Bernice is dead," Pia whispered. "Bloody hell," Finn said. "Did she tell you anything? Did she confess before she—" "No," Pia said. "She didn't say anything." Thinking about the way Bernice had smiled at her right before she died, the cruel, satisfied smirk on her twisted face, a fresh bolt of fury flashed through Pia. She turned and started up the staircase. "Where are you going?" Finn said. "To search her apartment," Pia said, taking the steps two at a time. Her determination clearly surprised Rebecca as much as it did Finn. Instead of protesting, they followed her up the steps without a word. Back in Bernice's apartment, Finn put a blanket over her body, then went into the bedroom to look for clues that the twins had been there. Rebecca explored the parlor while Pia searched the kitchen, gingerly stepping around Bernice's corpse and trying to ignore the feeling that she might jump up and grab her at any second. Her arms and chest ached from trying to wrestle the ledger away from her, and her back hurt from falling on the davenport. Worst of all, grief and disappointment weighed her down, making every moment seem slow and difficult. The only person who knew what had happened to Ollie and Max was dead. It would take a miracle to find them now. But imagining the worst was easy, and she wasn't willing to give up yet. After examining every nook and cranny, combing through every notebook and letter and greeting card, they found nothing. No paperwork, no children's clothes, no toys, no photographs. When they were finished searching, Finn lifted the blanket off Bernice and put it back in the bedroom. Pia stared at her crumpled body, wondering if she was, at long last, where she yearned to be, in heaven with her son. It didn't seem fair or likely, given what she'd done. But Pia wasn't sure what to believe anymore. After Finn came out of the bedroom, they left the apartment and stood in the hallway trying to figure out what to do next. "We need to tell someone she's in there," Finn said. "We will," Pia said, "but not yet. I'm not ready to give up looking for clues. Someone in this building had to know her. Someone had to see the twins." "What are we going to say happened to her?" Rebecca said. "We'll say we stopped in for a visit and she collapsed," Pia said, "which is the truth. But when we go to the police, we have to make sure we don't talk to the same officer Finn brought here earlier." She started toward the neighbor's door, gesturing for them to come too. "I can't," Rebecca said. "I have to go back to St. Vincent's. I'm sorry, but I'll get locked out if I'm not back by curfew." "That's all right," Pia said. "Thank you for helping me get this far." "You're welcome," Rebecca said. "To tell you the truth, I really wanted her to get arrested so she could pay for everything she's done." "Me too," Pia said. "Will you let me know if you find your brothers?" Pia nodded. "Of course." Rebecca gave them a weak wave and started down the stairs.
worry and something that looked like fear lining her features. When she was gone, Pia started toward the apartment next door to Bernice's. "Wait," Finn said. "I have to ask you something." She turned to face him. "Now?" He nodded. "I wanted to wait till we were alone." "What is it?" "When we were with Bernice, what did you mean when you said you felt something break inside her head?" Pia sighed. She hadn't thought about him hearing that. It was no wonder he was confused, and eventually she'd explain it to him, but not here. Not now. Her nerves wouldn't allow it. "I'll tell you later, all right? I promise." "Aye, sure." She turned and knocked on the neighbor's door. "What are you going to say?" he said. "You can't tell them what happened." "I'm not going to," Pia said. "But we didn't do anything wrong. She was going to die anyway. We probably made it happen sooner by upsetting her, but we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't know." "But we could have helped her," he said. "Instead, we let it happen. We could have gotten someone sooner." "I know," she said, "and that's my fault, but I honestly don't think it would have made any difference. It happened too fast. Besides, you heard what she said. She wanted to be with her son." Blinking back tears of misery and frustration, she kept her eyes straight ahead and knocked on the door. She had failed at everything, from keeping her brothers safe to making Bernice pay for what she'd done, and now Finn probably thought she was crazy. And heartless. "Are you all right, lass?" he said, his voice tender. She nodded, clenching her jaw. Behind the door, a male voice shouted something she didn't understand. Footsteps got closer. The lock and handle shook, and the door opened. An elderly man with a gray mustache as thick as a scrub brush stood looking at them, one crusty-looking hand resting on the doorframe. The heavy smell of pipe tobacco and fried onions wafted out from behind him into the hall. He eyed them with suspicion through thick, black-framed glasses. "Yes," he said. "We're sorry to disturb you," Pia said, "but we're looking for 2 missing children. They're little boys, about 6 years old." "How can I help?" the man said. "May I ask you a few questions?" Pia said. The man looked behind her, his dark eyes scanning the length of the hall. "I guess so," he said. "Thank you," she said. "First, how well do you know your neighbor?" "Which one?" the man said. Pia and Finn answered at the same time. "Nurse Wallace," Pia said. "Bernice Groves," said Finn. Pia glanced nervously at Finn, twisting the sides of her skirt around her fingers, then tried again. "The nurse," she said. "How well do you know the nurse next door?" The man pushed his glasses back on his nose, furrowing his brow. "What's this about? I thought I heard shouting coming from her apartment earlier. Is everything all right?" Pia weighed her words. Surely this man didn't suspect his neighbor of anything criminal. And what if they were friends? "May I ask how long you've lived in this building?" she said. "Since my wife and I married 40 years ago," the man said. "But what has that got to do with—" Pia swallowed. He must have seen Ollie and Max at one point or another. "Do you remember your neighbor, the nurse, ever having 2 little boys? It would have been around 5 or 6 years ago, when they were babies." The man shook his head, then moved his crusty hand from the doorframe to the door, closing it just the slightest bit. Someone else might not have noticed, but Pia did. Her heart thumped hard in her chest. He knew something. "I don't recall," the man said. "Why don't you go over there and ask her yourself?" "We tried knocking," Finn said. "She didn't answer." Pia wrapped her arms around herself and shivered, only partly pretending. May we come inside for a few minutes?" she said. "It's quite chilly out here in the hall." The man glanced over his shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, "but the wife and I were just getting ready to have dinner, and now it's getting cold. I don't know about you, but I don't like my soup lukewarm." He chuckled, trying to act friendly and humorous, but his expression looked forced. Pia pretended to laugh too, and started to step over the threshold. "Well, maybe your wife could help us. Sometimes women are better at remembering things, especially when it comes to children." The man held up a hand, frowning. "Please," he said. "She isn't feeling well, and I don't think we can help you anyway. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to get back to—" "Who is it, dear?" a woman said behind him. She came to the door and stood beside him, wiping her hands on her apron and smiling at Pia and Finn. She was a petite woman with wispy gray hair and a shiny, smooth face, the skin at her temples marbled with tiny blue veins. "I don't know who they are," the man said, "but they're asking about the twins." As soon as the words left his mouth, he cringed. The hair on the back of Pia's neck stood up. He said, "The twins." "So you know who I'm talking about," she said. The man gazed at the woman with troubled eyes, the shadow of regret clouding his face. The woman gave his arm a comforting pat and grinned sadly at Pia. "I'm sorry," she said. "My husband is getting a little forgetful in his old age. Perhaps you can tell me what we can do for you." "Who did he mean when he said, 'the twins'?" Pia said. The woman raised her eyebrows and smiled a little too brightly. "I'm not sure. Did you say something to him about twins, perhaps? Like I said, he gets easily confused." Pia tried to stay calm. "No, I didn't," she said, her voice trembling. "But my twin brothers have been missing since they were babies, and I have reason to believe your neighbor stole them after my mother died during the flu epidemic." The woman's face fell, and her smile disappeared. She stared at Pia in disbelief. Her thin lips pressed into a hard line. It was impossible to tell if she was shocked or angry. "A friend of mine saw her with them," Pia continued. "She said an older couple took them for a walk in a baby pram. Do you remember if Bernice ever had twin boys?" "I'm sorry," the woman said, "but I don't know anyone named Bernice. Perhaps you're in the wrong building." Her voice had turned hard, her eyes glassy. "She meant to say Nurse Wallace," Finn said. The woman swallowed and glanced at her husband, bewilderment and something that looked like fear passing between them. "Yes, I meant your neighbor, Nurse Wallace," Pia said. "Her real name is Bernice Groves." The man shook his head and dropped his watery gaze to the floor. Either he didn't believe them or he was ashamed. It was hard to tell. The old woman grasped his hand, her face suddenly filled with misery. She searched Pia's eyes as if looking for the truth there. Pia thought she might scream before the woman said something. "She broke our hearts," the woman finally said. The man nodded, sniffing, and wiped his wrist under his nose. "What do you mean she broke your hearts?" Pia said. "How?" "Those boys were like grandchildren to us," the woman said. Pia's breath caught in her chest, a rush of emotions surging through her like 1,000 lightning bolts. If Finn hadn't been standing right beside her, she would have fallen over. These people knew the twins. They knew Ollie and Max. "That's right," the man said. "The good Lord never saw fit to give us children of our own. So when she and the boys showed up out of the blue, we thought our prayers had been answered. They lived with us for a while. We even watched the twins while she went to work. And
We were starting to think of her as a daughter, until we never understood how a mother could give her children away so easily," the woman interrupted, "or why she wouldn't tell us where they were, especially when she knew how much we loved them." Tears filled her eyes. "But if what you're saying is true, maybe she didn't care about them as much as we thought." Pia's heart instantly dropped, her elation replaced by despair. No, this couldn't be another dead end. It just couldn't be. The hallway felt like it was closing in, getting ready to crush her. She struggled to find her voice. Finn slipped his hand into hers and gave it a squeeze. She barely felt it. "It's true," she managed. "Are you saying you don't know where the boys are?" Finn said. The woman regarded her husband, a question on her face, her chin trembling. "Tell them," her husband said. Chapter 28. Pia. After introducing themselves as Ben and Louise Patterson, the elderly couple invited Finn and Pia inside. They sat in the parlor, Ben in an overstuffed chair, Louise wringing her hands on the edge of an ottoman, and Pia next to Finn on the davenport. Louise had offered them tea and biscuits, but Pia politely declined. Between waiting to hear what the Pattersons were going to say about her brothers and picturing Bernice dead on the floor just a few feet away on the other side of the wall, decorated with oval-framed portraits, the Lord's Prayer in cross-stitch, and a vase filled with peacock feathers on a shelf, she felt like she might get sick. The dark eyes of the people in the photographs seemed to bore through her, judging her as if they knew what she'd done. "We'd never seen her act that way," Louise said. "It just came out of the blue one day." Shaking his head in disgust, Ben dug a pipe from his vest pocket and cupped it in his wrinkled hand like a baby bird. "She came home that day close to hysterics," Louise said. "We still don't know why. But we almost called a doctor because she kept saying she had to get rid of the twins, that she couldn't do it anymore." Ben nodded and put the pipe between his teeth, searching his pocket with one finger for tobacco. "Couldn't do what anymore?" Pia said. "Take care of them," Louise said. "She said it was too difficult and she was going to send them away on an orphan train." Pia's stomach twisted in on itself. "No, please, God. Not when I'm this close." "She said people out west were willing to take in children," Ben said. "Said someone would be happy to have twin boys and she wouldn't have to worry about them anymore." "We begged her to give them to us, but she refused," Louise said. "We even offered her money, but she wouldn't take it." "Not at first, she wouldn't," Ben said. He stuffed his pipe with tobacco and lit it. "But we doubled our offer." Pia swallowed the lump in her throat. "I'm confused," she said. "Are you saying she took your offer?" "Yes," Louise said. "But that only guaranteed she wouldn't send the boys away on the train. We still couldn't have them." "And you agreed to that?" Pia said. On top of everything else, she was getting dizzy. She glanced at Finn to make sure he was still there. He took her hand and held on tight. She tried concentrating on the warmth of his skin, the width of his palm, anything to distract her from having the vapors. It was no use. She started shaking. "It was the only way we could get her to promise she'd keep them in the city," Louise said. "But only if we agreed not to ask where they were or try to find them." Pia bit her lip, trying not to scream. The Pattersons were her only link to Ollie and Max, and they had been nice enough to invite them in and answer her questions. But she could hardly believe what she was hearing.
How did you know she didn't send them away anyway? Louise shrugged. We didn't. Pia stood and started to pace, frustration and nerves boiling from her chest into her head. So you have no idea where they are? She said. Her tone was hard, but she couldn't help it. You have no idea what Bernice did with them. We didn't say that, Ben said. Pia turned to face him, her vision blurred by tears. Then what are you saying? Please tell me before I go mad. Chapter 29. Pia. Wearing her favorite crepe dress and high heels, Pia hurried around the table in the Hudson's dining room, putting cloth napkins at each place setting and straightening the silverware. After working with Mrs. Hudson in the kitchen all afternoon, peeling potatoes and making biscuits for the beef stew, stirring the cranberry tapioca and keeping an eye on the buttered beets, she'd finger-waved her hair and put on a little lipstick and rouge, hoping it would make her look more approachable. Now she picked up a water glass and polished it with an extra napkin, her hands unsteady. Upstairs, the children ran through the house, laughing and playing and shouting. She tried not to think about whether or not Ben and Louise Patterson would be able to keep their promise, but it was hard not to hope. If they couldn't follow through with it, more than likely she'd fall apart. For a little while, anyway, until she figured out what to do next. Either way, she wasn't about to give up, not when she was this close to finding Ollie and Max. When she'd told Dr. and Mrs. Hudson who Nurse Wallace really was, and everything she'd been doing, they were shocked and appalled. Dr. Hudson promised to let the orphanages and poorhouses know, too, with the hopes that in the future they would be more vigilant about who took their children. He also met with the police and after an autopsy proved Bernice had suffered a massive brain hemorrhage, made sure her remains were taken to the nearest funeral home. The Pattersons offered to pay for her burial because she had no other family that they knew of and because, despite what she'd done, she was the closest thing to a daughter they'd ever had. Louise said you could still love people despite their faults, but Pia wasn't sure someone like Bernice deserved to be loved. Not only had she gotten away with taking Ollie and Max without being punished, she had sold babies, and was so filled with hate that she'd sent children away on trains because they were immigrants. Some things were too evil to forgive. Then again, Muti always said God made the final judgment on them all. So maybe Bernice was getting what she deserved anyway. You look nice, someone said behind her. She startled and spun around, almost dropping the water glass. It was Finn, in a new jacket and fresh-pressed trousers. His face was clean-shaven, his hair slicked back from his handsome face. You scared me half to death, she said. She set down the glass and swatted him with the napkin. He caught it and drew her toward him, grinning. I meant to, he said. She pulled away. What if I'd dropped the glass? I would have picked it up, he said. Ha ha, she said. Very funny. I'm about ready to have the vapors, and you're making jokes. What if the glass had broken and I had a mess to clean up on top of everything else? He ran gentle fingers along her forehead, pushing a stray piece of hair from her eyes. Try to relax, lass. There's no reason to be so nervous. She sighed and rested a hand on his arm. It felt wonderful, after all this time, to finally enjoy human contact. She was surprised by how pleasant it could be. Luckily, Finn hadn't been frightened off when she explained what Dr. Hudson called her sixth sense. In fact, he thought she was courageous for using her gift to help other people and said it only proved what he knew all along, that she was special. What if they don't come? She said. They will. How can you be so sure? Because Mr. and Mrs. Patterson said they were nice people. I'm sure after they hear what happened, they'll... Either that, or they'll leave town. They won't do that. All right, but what if they don't like me? Don't be silly, he said. Of course they'll like you. What's not to like? Just then, Dr. and Mrs. Hudson came into the room, her in a blue two-piece dress, him in a tailored gray suit and black vest. Dr. Hudson had grown a full blonde beard that reminded Pia of a Viking, and his hair had started to turn white over his temples. Even with a few gray hairs and added wrinkles, the Hudsons made a striking pair. "Is everything ready?" Mrs. Hudson said. "I think so," Pia said. Dr. Hudson leaned out the door and shouted up the stairs. "Come along, children. We need to sit and get settled down while we wait for our special guests." What sounded like 100 footsteps pounded down the stairs and raced along the hall, punctuated by shouting and laughter. Sophie appeared first, a white bow askew in her hair, slowing to a walk when she reached the door. Then came Margaret and Elizabeth, their braids tied in matching ribbons, the waists of their ruffled dresses crooked and bunched. Cooper followed in an Indian headband with a single feather and carrying a bow and arrow. Mrs. Hudson chuckled and rolled her eyes, then plucked the headband from his head, took the bow and arrow, and started out of the room with it. Pia fixed Sophie's hair and straightened the other girls' dresses. Then the doorbell rang, and she froze. Cooper started toward the hall, anxious to see who was there. Dr. Hudson caught him by the collar and held him back. "I'll get it, young man," he said. Mrs. Hudson stashed the bow and arrow in the sideboard instead of taking it out of the dining room and ordered the children to sit. "I want you on your best behavior now," she said. "Pia is expecting some very important company, and I won't have you causing a ruckus." "Yes, Mother," the children said in unison. Pia waited next to Finn with her heart in her throat, giving him a nervous glance. He took her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Don't worry," he said. "They're going to do what's right. I just know it." She tried to smile to show her gratitude, but her lips trembled. It was all she could do not to cry. Dr. Hudson's voice traveled down the corridor, along with a woman's quiet muttering. Pia clenched her jaw and locked her knees. What if they didn't come? What if it was Mrs. Patterson coming to apologize? Then Dr. Hudson entered and stepped aside, his face giving nothing away. When Pia saw who it was, her shoulders dropped. Rebecca stood in the doorway holding a brown paper sack. "I picked up some candy for the children," she said. Berating herself for forgetting she'd invited Rebecca, Pia went over to her, took the bag, and led her into the dining room. "That was nice of you, thank you." "Where are they?" Rebecca said. "They're not here yet," Pia said. "Are you sure they're coming?" "No," Pia said. "I'm not sure of anything." Rebecca hugged the children one by one and gave Cooper an extra kiss on the cheek. He scowled and wiped it off. She laughed and ruffled his hair, then stood next to Finn. Pia had to admit she'd been shocked when Mrs. Hudson agreed to allow Rebecca to visit Cooper after learning he was her son. But then again, the Hudsons had always been the kindest people she'd ever known. Cooper was never to know Rebecca was his mother, of course, but Rebecca was beyond grateful just to see him. The Hudsons even agreed to let her stop by on his birthday and holidays, treating her like an old friend. Pia marveled at their generosity and courage. She could only hope they weren't the only people with generous hearts. "Who is coming again?" Sophie said. "I forgot." "Why did we have to get all dressed up?" Elizabeth whined. "My collar itches." "Stop fussing, girls," Mrs. Hudson said. "You'll just have to wait and see." Pia scanned the faces in the room, her heart overflowing with gratitude and love for each and every one of them. She couldn't believe they were all here, ready to care for her and help her no matter what happened next. Dr. and Mrs. Hudson had been good to her all these years. Finn had found his way back home, and finally, with Rebecca's help, she had unraveled the mystery of what happened to Ollie and Max. Most importantly, she'd found out for certain that they were alive. Maybe that would have to be enough. Maybe tonight was asking too much. Maybe every person on earth had only a certain number of answered prayers, and she had run out. When the doorbell rang again, she nearly cried out. Despite her earlier decision to wait in the dining room to avoid looking too eager, she followed Dr. Hudson into the hall and out to the foyer. She couldn't stand there and wait to see what happened. Her nerves wouldn't allow it. She hurried past Dr. Hudson, braced herself, and yanked open the front door. Mr. and Mrs. Patterson stood on the porch, holding the hands of two young boys, each grasping a wooden truck. A young couple stood beside them, staring at Pia with nervous eyes. Pia felt herself sway, slightly enough that no one else would have noticed, but enough to send a rush of panic through her. She couldn't faint. Not here. Not now. She reached blindly for the doorframe with one hand and her temple with the other. A loud noise pounded in her head. At the same time, she could hear the wind in the leaves outside and the birds squawking in the trees. She would have known the boys anywhere. She went down on one trembling knee and smiled at them, trying not to fall over or cry. She wanted to hug and kiss them and tell them how sorry she was, but she worried it would scare them away. It was too soon. "Well, hello there," she said, her voice quivering. "What are your names?" They looked at her with matching sets of cobalt blue eyes. Muti's eyes. "Mason," the one on the left said. "I'm Owen," the other one said. "Daddy says I'm the oldest." Pia straightened and regarded the young woman, who was watching her intently. She looked to be about 5 years younger than her husband, with shiny auburn hair and rosy skin. Her face was kind. "I know these boys," Pia said to her. The woman nodded, and her eyes filled. "I'm Prudence," she said. "This is my husband, Marshall." Pia gave them a grateful, trembling smile. These were the people who had taken her brothers in, who loved them and cared for them, and were nice to the old couple who had approached them in a park to admire their newly adopted twins. These were the people who hadn't shied away when the old couple showed up at the playground every Sunday with toys and cookies and offers to help with the babies. These were the people who listened to the old couple recall their sadness about not having children, and who invited them into their home and family to share Sunday dinners and the love of their sons. And these were the people who, by showing up today, proved they trusted the Pattersons. And more importantly, that they had room in their hearts for one more. "I can never thank you enough for coming," Pia said. Prudence and Marshall smiled back at her and nodded. There was no need for words. She could see the acceptance in their eyes. Prudence knelt next to the twins. "Boys," she said, "I'd like you to meet your big sister, Pia." The twins smiled up at her, happy little boy grins with lopsided lips and missing teeth. "Can we come inside and play?" Max said. Ollie held up his wooden truck. "I want to show you my new toy," he said. "Grandpa Patterson made it for me." Pia swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded, her heart about to burst. "Of course," she said. "Please, all of you, come in." Author's note. The Spanish flu came in 3 waves. The first coming from America, most likely in Kansas, when in March 1918, soldiers and civilians around Fort Riley rapidly became ill. After the disease spread to other camps and port cities, it subsided that summer. But the flu was on the move, riding the troop ships to Europe and Asia. In late summer, the virus mutated, and its most virulent strain returned on the same ships that took it to Europe, landing in Boston in September. It appeared in Philadelphia at the Navy base and shipyard on September 18th, and by the next day, 600 sailors were sick, and civilian hospitals started receiving patients. I chose Philadelphia as the setting for the Orphan Collector because the epidemic hit that city exceptionally hard after the Liberty